won 4 as an assistant. The Magic have given Paolo Banchero a 5-year extension for the rookie max, which could reach as much as $287 million, according to reports. The former top pick overall was the Rookie of the Year in 2023 and All-Star in 24. Mets and Yanks are both off tonight as the intense or after the intense weekend Subway Series, and the two will be keeping an eye on the scoreboard tonight. The Yanks 3 games behind Toronto in the AL East. They're looking for the result of the Blue Jays and White Sox in Chicago. Toronto running an 8-game winning streak. The Phillies a game and a half up on the Mets. They'll send 7-2 Christopher Sanchez to the mound tonight in San Francisco. And that's what's happening. I'm Rich Chapman. All right. I'll see you later.
All right, I'll see you. Yeah, I'm back. It always feels like a long time, but it was just a holiday weekend. Keith McPherson on the fan. KEITHMCPHERSONYOURWFAN. Let's get into it, man. I mean, I know what y'all want to talk about. And I kind of ducked it by being off since Thursday night. I couldn't duck the smoke that came from the Rogers Center and the Toronto series. But there's so much to unpack. I'm glad to be back. Somebody missed me. I know somebody's like, man, I'm good on this guy. And good, be out. I've got you for 5 hours. Another 5-hour KM to AM, 8 to 1 a.m. on the Fan in New York. I got to go here first. I wasn't planning on going here first, but I just heard Loogie, and I have to go here. And Loogie is already, I'm sure, on the train or running out of here or whatever and gone. And even if he wasn't, I don't care. I just disagreed so much with his take on Michael Volpe and the viral video that came out. Okay. First off, I'll start off by saying that I do know Michael and the family personally. So peel that layer back. I'm not speaking as somebody who doesn't know them. I do know them. As if I saw them randomly in Yankee Stadium or anywhere else, I would say hello. It wouldn't be our first, second, third. It'd be, it's been years since I've been around the Volpe family. Michael, let's talk about himself. Michael, you just heard a caller say that he's a doctor. I think the guy said he helped save his life. But I met Michael through the Italian American Baseball Association and them being at Yankee Stadium some years back before Anthony came up. So let's start there. Michael is an old school New York Italian, a great guy, a smart guy, a successful guy, quiet as kept, very modest. But what I think people are missing from that video, and I was not there, I don't know, I don't know what was said, and most videos on the internet, we don't know what happened until it gets to the moment. But what people are missing from that video, and I heard Lukey just say, I'm not a father, so stop right there. If you're not a father, you don't know what it feels like in your heart, in the pit of your stomach, to defend your family, defend your son, or feel some type of way about somebody saying something in public about them. Michael Volpe was surrounded by his family, the women in his family, his daughter next to him, his wife, his mother-in-law. I kind of felt bad. I'm like, I wish I was around. I didn't go to any of the games in Citi Field. I'm glad I didn't go, but I'm like, I wish I was around for backup, just to have another dude to stand in, another body to stand in. We all know Anthony Volpe has been struggling and going through it. There's no way around it. He's been terrible. I have more of an issue with him throwing the ball back and hitting Judge in the face than this video. So, let's just get this out of the way because I know somebody's going to call and ask me about it. I had multiple people send it to me. I didn't care to really go back and forth on it on the internet. But Michael Volpe did not embarrass himself, his family, or his son. He clearly was standing up for himself, his family, and his son. And what I got from the video was he was fed up. I like the fight he was showing. I want to see more of that. I want to see a boiling point. I want to see more energy like that. I don't think Anthony is embarrassed by his dad going viral. That's the type of energy we need in New York with the New York Yankees. The Volpe family, they're Yankee fans for a long time. They want to win as bad as anyone else. But if you're going to sit there and cross a line, which I guarantee you, this Met fan in Flushing, remind you, they're in Queens, not Yankee Stadium. But I guarantee you there was a line that was crossed for Michael Volpe to get to the point where he's challenging this guy, saying, F you, let's go. Let's go, with his daughter holding him back. But he was down for the smoke. He was down for the static. I got no problem with that. That is very much New York, and that's the type of energy I want the Yankees to carry themselves with. I want the Yankees to go into Flushing and be ready to fight. I want the Yankees to stand their ground against any other team that dares disrespect their name. Because no one fears these Yankees. No one fears these Yankees, not even the make it happen Mets. And I knew they were going to make it happen on Friday. And I'm not about to recap the weekend. I'll tip my cap to the Met fan because I have Met fans in my DMs. I have Met fans in my replies. I deleted social media apps Saturday when I learned that Clark Schmidt needed Tommy John. I'm like, I'm good. I have this little window of time to spend with my wife and my 2-year-old son. I'd like to give them my undivided attention instead of, going into the cesspool of social media and going back and forth with somebody during the Subway Series. It does not matter. And I enjoyed this weekend being around some people that cared, but also some people that did not care. They can't tell you the Yankees record, the Mets record, who they played last, who's doing well, who's not, who they need to trade for. It's refreshing sometimes to get around people that they're not trapped in that. They don't have to suffer through the losing streak. And I already knew we were going to, Citi Field to lose that series. And I tipped my cap to the Mets because they did it with a completely makeshift bullpen rotation, random guys. The Met fan has to laugh this one off because, like, the Yankees, they could have won this series. They should have won that first game Friday, in my opinion. And then Max Fried on the mound, you're supposed to win that game. And that one got a little bit uncomfortable. But the Met fan has to laugh because they did this with a bunch of guys having a cup of coffee in Queens. Guys that are going to be trivia questions at the end of the year. The all-name team. Who is Zach Pop? Who is Dickie Loves Ladies? Chris Davinsky, Rico Garcia, Brandon Waddell. You know what I'm saying? Like David Stearns with conviction makes all of these transactions. Just go look at the Mets transactions in this month into last. They just send guys up and down, sign guys off the scrap heap, whatever. And with conviction, they're like, here you go, Mendy, make it work. Figure it out. And they did against the big, bad New York Yankees who came limping in, who came out of Toronto early in the morning. I was on till 2 a.m. that morning talking about how, they're probably going to lose because they're just going to feel sorry for themselves. But you know what? They came out with the right energy. Dominguez, Judge got that game started off well. Obviously, Stroman didn't have it. And that's another thing with the Yankees. When we talk about pitching and how the Mets were able to survive with Frankie Montas and a bunch of randoms, the Yankees pitched Marcus Stroman, who wasn't supposed to be on the team, but he's a former Met. He's a New Yorker. He's a guy that I thought would relish the moment and be a little bit better, but it's tough. It is what it is. This is a guy that's barely pitched this year, was shut down last year. He's at the end of his Yankee tenure. And then Carlos Rodon. Carlos Rodon never has it when you need him to have it. Not in a big spot, not in a big game. He can't overcome things. We've been talking about this for 3 years with the guy. He's going to get a borderline ball called a strike called a ball, rather, and it's going to be take your base. He's going to hit a guy with a pitch, whatever it is. And then he's going to give up the long ball. It's consistent. You can bank on it. You can bet on it. So Saturday's game, I tuned out of Saturday's game as soon as the Grand Slam happened. And I got the video of Judge getting hit in the face. And the first thing I was thinking of was hopefully Judge doesn't slump and this doesn't affect Judge. It didn't. We saw Judge yesterday. But there's so many issues with the Yankees right now. And now is the time to lock in on the trade deadline. 888-808-1019. Now is actually the time to talk about what do they do with this team. There is no selling. Let me stop you there with the thought of selling. There is no selling in this Aaron Judge era, right? I'll start with Judge, who is having the best start to his season ever should win the MVP. Here comes Cal Raleigh to Yankee Stadium this week. Maybe they'll go back to back and belly to belly, and we'll see who ends up with more home runs by the end of the week. Cal Raleigh's amazing, been amazing. But Judge might win the Triple Crown if he can catch him, if he can keep his average up. You don't punt on a season where I've been talking about Aaron Judge last year failing in the World Series. There is no Galaxy Series. There's no higher place to fail. Judge now being a father and how that changes your life and perspective. Maybe the weight of the postseason won't be as big to him, and maybe they just walk him, right? As we saw John Schneider do in Toronto, maybe they just walk him. And this year you have Jazz Chisholm, which we'll get to Jazz in a minute. Jazz is hurt. I told you guys he was hurt. There was a video at Fanatics Fest where he saw I Show Speed, the famous streamer, and he said candidly, I'll challenge him to a race when I'm healthy. I'm not healthy. I bet he's got a bunch of aches and pains, and now we find out it's a shoulder. And what doesn't make sense is, like, if this guy's got a shoulder injury, why are you putting him out there to fire the ball over Goldschmidt's head at third base? Why are you putting him out there at third base, not his natural position, over and over and over again? Play stupid games, win stupid prizes. All my catchphrases are coming back. Make sure you got a poncho and an umbrella because there's rain in the forecast, but it's not rain. The Yankees are just going to piss on your head and tell you it's raining. 888-808-1019. DJ LeMahieu, what's the point? What's the purpose? Right? DJ LeMahieu is just getting the return on investment that the Yankees want at this point. He's cooked. We knew he was cooked. His bat does not justify even hitting ninth. He can't move. Bro, there was a play, like the ball was there to his right. He like overran it, couldn't get his glove down. I'm like, what are we doing? You have an athletic second baseman that spent all offseason preparing to be your second baseman. Aaron Boone was in this studio. And when BT and Sal asked him about third base, he said DJ LeMahieu. He said Oswald Peraza. He said Waldo too. Oswaldo Cabrera, huge loss. The Yankees have a ton of injuries now. Waldo, Fernando Cruz, those two are huge losses that we don't talk about enough. Like, those guys are needed, and they're missed now. Even a Jake Cousins, expecting him to come back, not it. Even a Luke Weaver coming back quickly from the hamstring injury, not being the Luke Weaver we've expected. That's tough. And we kind of dodged one with Trent Grisham, but wait. Here's where I want to go tonight. Can we trade Trent Grisham? I'm not saying to sell with Max Fried and Giancarlo Stanton and Cody saved by the Bellinger. Thank God we have a Cody Bellinger. We'll talk about that as well. But maybe you do need to trade Trent Grisham. Can we? You're not going to pay him in the offseason. Can we get rid of Trent Grisham? He was supposed to be a fourth outfielder. You got a great first half out of the guy. But now he tweaked his hamstring. The ball is going over his head. He's booting balls, not like we haven't seen that before. And he can't run the first either. And Boone is defending him in the postgame saying, oh, yeah, he had a little bit of the. Okay, if he's got a little bit of a hamstring, why is he playing? Is he good to go? I don't know. And then everybody's going to tell you that Jason Dominguez needs to play every day. Sure, he does. Just because he's a difference maker. He's super athletic. He's got all of these tools and intangibles that can help you win a game, but also he is playing out of position, and you're reminded ball will find you at Citi Field. Ball goes over his head, ball is in the gap. And so I kind of understand you going with Cody Bellinger, not so much Peraza, but I understand you going with the better defense so that you don't get swept by the Mets, so the Mets don't actually take the season series. So you don't end up with L7. Like, I understand Max Fried is on the mound. He's the stopper. You got to have your best defense behind him. Amazing play by Cody Bellinger. The catch, the throw, the Goldschmidt looking like an NFL receiver. Ball is coming. Not letting the other guy know the ball is coming. Boop, makes the catch. Lindor should have slid. Anyway, there's a lot to unpack from the series that was over the weekend. Again, Met fans, like, I tip my cap to you. You got the split. You got to see Juan Soto hit a homer against the Yankees. And I think the biggest thing for you is you've righted the ship. You got right. The Mets win in that building. The Met fan was happy. You took the series in the first two games. So what that Max Fried and the Yankees got that last game? They barely got it. You got to feel good about where you're headed, knowing that you're going to revamp your bullpen. David Stearns did it last year. You were able to beat the Yankees with some randoms. But the Yankees find ways to beat themselves. And right now, they've just got a lot of nonsense going on with this team. They've got injuries. They've got a trade deadline coming where, newsflash, like, I don't want to get you guys' hopes up. Now is the time where we're supposed to hope that we can get a third baseman, that we can get maybe now a starting pitcher with Clark going down, that we can get 2 high leverage relievers. I don't know, maybe even a right-handed catcher. No, they're not going to get a right-handed catcher. But I also got to remind you, there are 29 teams versus the New York Yankees. The Yankees went to the World Series last year. Nobody's trying to help them. Nobody's trying to help them get back. And there's always a Cashman tax. They're not giving Cashman what he wants. They're going to ask for George Lombard Jr., Spencer Jones. You guys willing to give up those guys? I don't know. So we shall see. But I'll say this about the Yankees and how they operate. So the Yankees, it is July 7th. We haven't even gotten to the All-Star break. We haven't gotten to the trade deadline. They're not panicking. Aaron Boone told the team that they're the best team in the league, that he thinks they're not the best team in the sport league. They're not even the best team in the American League East. You are what your record says you are, especially that L10, 888-808-1019. So where I'm at with the Yankees is like, am I down right now? Hell yeah. Do I think that this is a World Series team? No. And I don't think the Mets are either. I said that in March. I don't think either one of these teams are World Series teams. Why? Because they're not going to have the pitching. As soon as Cole went down, and I didn't know what we were going to get out of Will Warren, you know what Stroman was going to be, but now you're dependent on Will Warren and Stroman. Max Fried, Rodon, who knows? Rodon is still stuck on 9 wins. He hasn't been the Rodon that he was. He's turned back into a pumpkin. Like, I don't know. I don't look at either one of these teams as World Series contending teams, but here comes the trade deadline. Depending on what you do at this deadline will determine your fate. And too many times I've seen the Yankees stand pat or say that, oh, getting Luis Gil back is like getting an ace at the. No, it's not. We don't know what Luis Gil is going to be or when he's going to be. And right now, there's too many guys for the positions. The lineup changes every day because you have to play musical chairs with Ben Rice, whether he's catching or first base or DHing, Stanton being back. You know, this outfield situation, even the infield right now. Peraza is a net negative. He can't hit. Peraza wasn't even supposed to be on the team, yo. They were literally talking about Peraza being DFA'd or traded in spring training. But he's here. He's here. He can't hit. He's just over. So they got to fix these problems. I don't know if they'll be able to fix them, though. That's why they signed a Nicky Lopez and a Jaime Candelario, just in case. Just in case. But yeah, we'll talk about the trade deadline, how you're feeling about the Yankees, where they're headed. We'll talk about the Mets. Same thing. You know, trade deadline, I think you've got more confidence in David Stearns to, add the pieces to the puzzle here. And you do have some pitching coming back, starting pitching coming back, and you do have some guys coming back. Even Lindor was just talking about, the Mets impending IL returns are almost like trade deadline acquisitions. I think people try to, just taper your expectations before you get disappointed. If you don't have expectations, you can't be disappointed. So yeah, we'll talk about the Subway Series. We'll talk about where the Mets and the Yankees are to start. We'll talk about the viral video of Volpe's dad. Some other things that came out of Citi Field this weekend. Keith McPherson on the Fan. I got a lot of time. I'm on till 1 a.m., a 5-hour KM to AM. Good to be back. If you'd like to talk to me, dial 888-808-1019. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back after a quick timeout. Let's see here. Back at it. Yo, what up? You can come in on the Fan and on the live stream. Let me see if I can pull up the live stream. Chat, what up? Chat, what up? On the live. Join the chat. I'm about to tap in with the chat. Back in the saddle. We got a lot of time tonight. Yeah, you could come
I
through.
didn't mean to mess up your flow there.
You can't mess up my flow.
There you go. Just out of curiosity, you prefer two breaks or three? Do you have a preference?
I don't care. I just talk, and then as soon as you're getting close to it, be like,
There's
yeah.
not a ton of spots right now, so I'm always cool with two. I always just follow your lead. You know approximately when. So
yeah, I think I'll queue up.
Do you prefer to break around 40ish, or do you prefer to break right at the top, like 55, 56, whatever?
55 right at the top, and then come in a fresh hour with some fresh ideas. I'll probably do a big shot later in the night, maybe 11, and then I think maybe at like 10 or 10:30, maybe the tell me something cool thing. Like, see if that's in my folder. It should be.
Still here, so
Yeah. Other than that, it's calls, it's reactions. It's just like letting people get on. I've got 5 hours. I haven't been on for 4 days, so it's just reconnecting with the fans and just like getting that real emotion and questions and thoughts and reaction out of people.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Even.
All right, y'all. Let's get it, man. What was I about to say? Welcome. KM to AM, live from the Fan in New York. I've been off for a few days, going to the pool, eating grilled food, kicking back, watching movies, not stressing about the Yankees. But let's get back to stressing and talking about the Yankees. Let's get back to our national pastime, which is, being miserable fans. At least they did not get swept. That's solid, I guess. And I don't know, man. We will talk about it all tonight and pass the time tonight during this off night where the Yankees and Mets don't play. So dial the number up if you want to rock with me. Let's see who's in the chat that I haven't noticed yet. Oh, Hector, always with the donation. Throwing money. I appreciate it. I appreciate you, Hector. That's why you got the wrench next to you, because you like that. Biff, what up, man? Pam, what up? Shayna, what up? Okay, we're right back. Okay, let's go. Your boy KM on the Fannier. This is going to be fun. It's not going to be just miserable talking about the Yankees. And let the Mets fans celebrate their season split. Counts for something, right? They took the series. That's what they had to do. They had to bounce back and take the series in Queens, and they did so with no pitching. I commend that. I respect that. I mean, you're going up against the best hitter in baseball. You're going up against Bellinger in a 12-game hit streak. Stanton and Dominguez and Jazz Chisholm and Austin Wells is back hitting. So, yeah, I want to hear from you guys. 888-808-1019. Let's go to Mike in New Jersey. He was first. What's up, Mike? Good. How are you?
I just want to talk to you. I'm going to tell you, I'm a fan, but I really like the show, man. So basically, what's going on with Volpe and his dad? I think it's stupid. It's real stupid.
Yeah, you know what I thought too, because it's not like he was wearing a number 11 Volpe shirt or jersey. I don't think he was standing up looking for attention saying I'm Volpe's dad. I know he wasn't. I know that they don't move like that. They're quiet as kept. But I mean, there had to be a line that was crossed. Like I'm saying, it had to be either consistent or, and he said something like, you're bad mouthing my son. Like it couldn't have been just one thing. And yes, the videos, this is just the time that we live in. Everybody's got a phone with a 4K video on it.
So basically, you're talking about trade deadline. I think what I want is to get Paul Skenes from Pittsburgh.
Who you giving up for Paul Skenes?
I think I would give up Mauricio, 80, and James.
Yeah, and they're gonna want a little more than that. Thanks for the call, Mike. With Paul Skenes, man, I don't think they're trading him, but there's gonna be a ton of chatter, right? Like I remember when it was time for Ohtani to get traded before he was out of Anaheim, and they said that everybody was in on Ohtani. Nobody was in on Ohtani. I don't think they're trading Paul Skenes, and if they ask for, what they're gonna ask for is gonna be a ransom. You're gonna have to send them a bunch of prospects. We keep seeing the deal that the Padres made with the Nationals and the return that they got. Like they're going to want a handful of top prospects. Are you willing to do that? And I don't think they're willing to do that because, I mean, you want to talk about losing the fans. You want to talk about a fan base that's really going to hate the franchise and show up and sell the team. Like they actually did just start to win some games. They swept the Mets. They swept the Cardinals. And then baseball is so weird. You can't predict baseball. So anybody that tells you they know what's going to happen or can forecast these things, they have no idea. Just this past weekend, after they did get rolling, the Pirates fired their manager. They swept the Mets. They swept the Cardinals, and they didn't give up too many runs. They were swept by the Mariners, and they didn't score a single run. I think the Mariners were able to beat them with like 5 runs scored in the whole series. Let me go to the box scores. I think I saw it was like the Mariners did not have to score too many runs to defeat Pittsburgh. It's just where we are. Are the dog days early? Maybe. Is it just, the balanced schedule and the rule changes in baseball? And I don't know. But yeah, Paul Skenes is not a reality, I don't think, for anybody. Not this trade deadline. Mitchell is in Queens on the Fan next. What's up, Mitchell?
Hey, Steve. Great look at love your interview. So I'll just say this. I don't think there as a Mets fan. It's nice that we beat the Yankees. It's more important that we write it the check. Because the Phillies went 4-2 this week, and the Mets pull out another 2-6, or even a 3-3. The division looks daunting. And I think just in terms of trade deadline acquisition, the Mets and the Yankees are probably looking at similar things. The Mets cannot. There's no center fielder out there for the Mets to really get. Gino Suarez is a nice third baseman who Diamondbacks were asked a lot for. And the Mets need a starter who they know won't get hurt in Mitch Keller, and David Bednar is a good rental. I just have one issue which I like to bring up and say. I think the new format is purely for TV because it's not beneficial to not have a bottom third of the sport that cannot make the playoffs. It doesn't benefit the sellers. It doesn't benefit the buyers.
Yeah.
It creates the illusion that, meaning, yes, the NL is loaded, but if you only had, there was something valuable about winning the division, meaning you got to be in the divisional round, meaning, and the wild card game, you have to let all the hell is out. Now you get a 3-game series, and it's not, you can even have a great year and win a division and not win the divisional round. So I think just from a good for baseball and on many levels, current format's not good, and I think that the Mets and Yankees are probably looking at similar things for the deadline.
No, you're right. Thanks for the call, Mitch. I'll say this, like, both teams are looking for bullpen help, and I think teams will be more inclined to help the Mets than the Yankees, right? Also, David Stearns, I don't know how his reputation or his relationships are in the league. They might be better than Brian Cashman. I mean, Cashman has been around for a long time, but that's good and bad. Some people don't want to deal with Brian Cashman. They know he's going to approach it like he's got the upper hand because he's the elder statesman and he's been doing this and they're the Yankees. And I don't know. This is only his second year for David Stearns with the Mets. He might be able to finesse some things that Cashman can't. What you said about, the wild card round, the Yankees might be heading to a wild card round. I think ESPN is the broadcaster for it. I think maybe ESPN gets the American League and TBS gets the National League. It's definitely for TV. It doesn't make sense to give a baseball team a bye week going into the most important baseball of the season. A bye week, a complete week off. In theory, yeah, guys can rest up after a long season, but it makes you cold. We've seen so many teams go cold after that week off because baseball is played every day. You need to stay in a rhythm. There's no team workout or thing you can do to simulate that. And then also going back to the deadline, I don't know, this all gets settled once they lock out and they have the new CBA. But yet, with the deadline coming up here on the 31st, when you look at the standings and the wild card, there are teams that are going to say, no, we're still in it. We're not selling off. Why are we selling off? Like the Diamondbacks are 4.5 games out. What if they make up that room in the next couple of weeks? And then here comes the deadline. Eugenio Suarez isn't on the table. He could be still. I don't think the Yankees are going to give up what the Diamondbacks are looking for to get him. You know, you mentioned Mitch Keller and you mentioned David Bednar. Yeah, the Pirates should sell those guys. I don't think they're going to sell off Paul Skenes, but it's like the asking price is going to be high. And there's only a few teams that we can look at and be like, yeah, they're most likely out of it. You know, the Diamondbacks are a team that made it to the World Series a couple years ago. They still probably feel like they have that in there. They do have some really good players. Like, are they going to sell off Zach Gallen? You can forget about Marte. Ketel Marte, he just said Ketel Marte had a quote over the weekend where he said, I might not be from the Dominican Republic anymore. I'm from Arizona, with the love that the Arizona fan base has shown him. So, yeah, I don't know. They need to change this. The deadline needs to be in August. It needs to be in the dog days where some team goes on a skid and they're completely out of it. But, I mean, the Mets and Yankees are completely in it. And you mentioned the Phillies and the Mets being a game and a half out. The division is very much still in play for both teams. The Yankees will go to Toronto later this month and have a chance to kind of bounce back against them in their building after a miserable showing. How about Michael Kay? I feel like a lot of us radio guys, we get these quote cards or these 1-minute clips that go out from our shows. Like, I'm going to do a 5-hour show tonight, and there's something that I'm going to say that our digital team is going to clip, and they should, because their job is to get clicks and get engagement or whatever, but they're going to be able to clip that 1 minute or that 1 or 2 sentences that you put on a quote card you put out there, then the internet takes and they run with it, right? Perfect example. Tiki Barber's comments on Saquon Barkley. You're dead to me. Tongue in cheek, said in jest, not serious. It was like the whole NFL caught that. They weren't listening to Evan and Tiki at the time. Lamar Jackson wasn't listening to Evan and Tiki, but he tweeted about it because there was a quote card with just that. So with Michael Kay over the weekend, Michael Kay had to answer to the people up in Toronto that were waving brooms and celebrating because the Toronto Blue Jays had never swept a 4-game series against the Yankees. You know, going into Canada Day, taking first place from the Yankees. What I'll say to that, too, is like, all the celebrations right now are for what? Nobody won anything yet. Like, we're halfway there. And for Kay, Kay did a great job of articulating his stance and talking about, like, yo, we're talking about run differential. If anything, I was trying to give props to the Blue Jays. They weren't playing good baseball. Not that long ago, they were under 500. And if you watch how they played against the Yankees, they don't strike out a lot. They put the ball into play. They've got some pesky guys with some wheels that can run. They got enough pitching. Their run differential doesn't tell the story on their first half of the season. But anyway, 888-808-1019, there's a lot to unpack from the weekend that was. Yankee fans call me up. Mets fans call me up. As the trade deadline gets closer, the Mets are looking for a center fielder. Can I offer you Trent Grisham? I don't want Brett Beatty. I don't want Ronnie Mauricio or Mark Vientos. I don't know. Both teams are going to be looking for bullpen help. So many teams are. It's a saturated market for, teams looking for relief help. And then for the Yankees, it's third base. Is Ryan McMahon available? Colorado Rockies, what do you need? The Yankees need to fix this because the business of the Yankees, right? If fans start to tune out, like a lot of us probably did this weekend, with it being a holiday, July 4th, pools open, grill is on, families around, fireworks are going off, There's, all these people traveling and doing different things. You're trying to enjoy the peak summer. The businesses, no, we need people to watch these games. And the Yankees have a homestand here that's not going to be kind to them if they walk into it thinking, we're the best. This is fine. This too shall pass. Here come the Mariners and the Cubs, two teams that could easily beat you in your building where you'll be limping into the All-Star break. The Yankees have to right the ship. The Yankees have to fix this. Brian Cashman, help us. You're our only hope. Save us. You're our only hope. Like, this isn't a fully operational Death Star. This is a fully operational trash can. We're carrying a lot of garbage for no reason. And if you want to get back to the World Series, if you guys actually do feel like you're the best team in the American League, better than Houston, which, come on, like, do we really want to tango with them this year? No. Better than Detroit. I don't know about that either. You got to get better. You got to shed some players. If it takes selling off a Trent Grisham, a JC Escara, I don't know. If you really feel like you can get something for Ben Rice, go ahead. Go ahead. And Spencer Jones now is being showcased at the AAA level. He's on the table. There's no room for him. You can't play Dominguez every day. Like, then go ahead. And DJ LeMahieu, it'll be either bench or happy trails, but so what? Like, let's get serious. Let's get dead ass serious about, this team could get back to the World Series through the American League. And this could be the year that it all clicks for Judge. And we already know about Stan's postseason prowess. And Jax, let him get healthy by putting him back at second base where he doesn't have to make the throw across the field. Like, these little things you got to clean up. These little things you got to correct. The trade deadline is one thing. The All-Star break can't come soon enough. These guys need an absolute reset. Ray is in Brooklyn on the fan. What's up, Ray?
Yo, Keith, what is good, my guy? Listen, I have to pull in because you were the first person. I didn't hear your entire point. As soon as you started making more sense to anybody else on Volpe and his family topic, I have to pull in, bro, because I have been nauseated over here listening to even, guys that are supposedly Yankee fans like, and then you mentioned Rudy and everybody else. The perspective of this Volpe thing is so ridiculous because when Lon Soros is being booed at Yankee Stadium and every other time that Mets fans and everybody else gets a chance to say how prosperous, the Yankee fans are, how savage we are, they take the opportunity. If this was Soros' mom and family, we would be hearing a totally different thing on this.
But Ray, they have a suite. They are protected in the Supreme Court of Soto, suite number 22.
Because they injected themselves into the conversation and the negotiation. Lastly, and his family was facing back with $800,000 a year, which is a lot of money.
They're all right. They're all right.
If we're hitting 360 with Kenny Tom, I bet you even, guys like the Rash and a lot of other people would be viewing it a different way. But right now, it's no hand right, Keith? Because he's struggling. Admittedly, he has been getting on my nerves, but that's a separate conversation from saying, that it's okay and that both these strawberries can learn that stuff. Because when guys say stupid things, stupid takes, like I've been hearing all day on this station, on this turn-up fans saying, listen, the guy might have said something egregious and horrible to Volpe family, but it wasn't on tape. So if it's not on tape, it didn't happen. And that's BS. Because if the guy prompted Volpe's family by saying something horrible to them to defend his family and his son, and also his family that's sitting there with him, then it's warranted for him to do so. Keith, I'm just a few years older, but I have a 23-year-old son. That's how you go. He's going to be my baby, man. Anybody that goes to him, I'm not going to teeth out. I don't care. So don't give me, these people getting Volpe to go, man.
Thanks for the call, Ray. I mean, you're just echoing what I'm saying, and I know you're a real New Yorker and a Yankee fan, and if you've been in enough ballparks, which the Volpe family has been going to games forever, way before you see pictures of Anthony as a child in the old Yankee Stadium, they know how to handle themselves. And what Ray said, we didn't hear the full conversation. I laughed because Dude tried to sing his way out of the confrontation. It was during God Bless America. He tried and stand beside her. He tried to sing his way out of the altercation, which told me, like, yo, you're a chump. You're a chump. And when somebody actually checks you, right? And that happens a lot at ball games. Guys go there, it might be the weekend, they get some beer muscles. They think they can just say anything. There is a level of respect you have to have for women and children around you. And you better have respect if you're talking about a player and calling their family name and the family is there. I felt like that was Michael Volpe saying, yo, enough is enough. And he was challenging the guy. He said, let's go. Because it probably got to a boiling point. When will it get to the boiling point for the New York Yankees? 888-808-1019. When will the Yankees say, yo, enough is enough? Not having good defense, which was supposed to be the whole philosophy change, the whole pivot to tighten up the defense, the bullpen being absolutely taxed, which is every year Brian Cashman can hang his hat on the Yankees bullpen no matter what. Okay, well, fix it. You know, Peraza and DJ LeMahieu shouldn't get a single at bat the rest of the way. I'm tired of it, bro. When are the Yankees going to get pissed off? Can somebody at the New York Yankees get pissed off? I know we're not going to see it from Boone unless he's tightening up an umpire. That's the only time they get mad with the strike zone, which this weekend, I understand for both sides. Even Steady Mendy had to go tighten that guy's ass up. He had the right to. He had the absolute right to. It's egregious, but man, you know, we're going to make a big thing about how Volpe and Volpe's dad embarrassed Anthony. No, he didn't. You think his pops can embarrass him? He's embarrassed he's not playing well. They're Yankee fans. They want to win. Can the Yankees organization want to win that bad? Can the Yankees show some fight? Can the Yankees say, yo, we're tired of being disrespected, bro? We just lost back-to-back series. We got swept by the Toronto Blue Jays. Frauds up there in Canada that are never supposed to look the Yankees in the eye. It never happened. That's why they're celebrating. It's never happened that they've seen the Yankees come to town and sweep them in 4 games. I think I read a stat on my show Thursday, like this is the first time that the Blue Jays had sole possession of the AL East this early since like 2016 or something ridiculous like that. They're not supposed to be on your level. You're the 27-time champions. You have all the resources. You have much better players. You have a higher payroll. When can we get that same type of energy that Michael Volpe showed? When can we get that type of way about our moves, our decisions, and the guys that are playing? I'd like to see some fight out of the Yankees the rest of the way, or the fans aren't showing up to the ballpark. They're going to show up. There's some great giveaways this weekend coming up. But like the diehard fans that have gone through this stretch, whether you want to say it's 16 years, whether you want to say it's 18 years, 16 years since they won the World Series, 8 years since Aaron Boone has been here, or even just the last 4 or 5 years here of like Judge's prowess and Judge being the captain and the MVP and them not being able to get it done. The fans are fed up with it. We can see through it. All my quotes coming back. Don't piss on my head and tell me it's raining. You know, play stupid games, win stupid prizes. Luke Weaver hasn't been like that. Like, that's something that really grinded my gears Friday. Devin Williams can throw 9 pitches, and some of these other guys can throw 9, like Fernando Cruz or whoever it is, and then they're not available the next day. But how is Luke Weaver available Tuesday, Friday, like available all week to give up home runs and blow the game? How is he available? Because you want to force something to happen. You have nothing else, improper planning, injuries, whatever. But like Luke Weaver, I had no confidence in Luke Weaver. I had said on my show Thursday night, I said that fastball is looking appetizing to hitters. They're waiting on it. Is his hamstring not right? Or did he just turn back into the player that was easy for the Yankees to grab as a cash considerations or whatever, however he landed on the team? 888-808-1019. I'll take one more call before we break here at least. Let's go to Munaki. Max is on the fan. What's up, man?
This is my first time calling. I think the Yankees should make a trade for a third baseman. I'll put Skenes at second. I think it should be Brian Hayes. They should step Luba.
Okay. Okay, Max, thanks for making your first call to me. Key Brian Hayes is a name that has been mentioned a ton, even in the early part of this season. I'd be down for Key Brian Hayes. His father, Charlie, won a ring with the Yankees. I've honestly seen his dad in Legends in that Yankee Stadium. He's still around. That'd be great. Depends on what they could get for him. It'd be better than the situation we currently have. Seth Lugo, we've seen Seth Lugo shove against the Yankees. Send him. I mean, he's getting older. I think the Mets should be interested in bringing him back too. But like, he's still got it. That would strengthen this rotation if they could get him for a low cost as well. You're on to something, kid. What else you got? Sandy Alcantara, maybe. I just want to know what they're going to charge the Yankees. You know, they're going to. Are you familiar with some of the young players like George Lombard and Spencer Jones? And yeah, they're gonna want one of our top 5-10 prospects. And I don't expect Brian Cashman to sell the future off this season. Yeah, you're right. You're right. How old are you, Max? How long have you been watching DJ LeMahieu?
2 years and I'm 9.
You're 9. You're 9. You've been watching DJ LeMahieu since you started elementary school. Thanks for the call, Max. 888-808-1019. And he was great. Don't let me take that away from DJ LeMahieu. 5 years ago, DJ LeMahieu was also 6 years ago when he first burst on the scene. It was like, wow, this is the type of guy we need in this lineup. He was called the machine because he was automatic with runners in scoring position. He's not that guy anymore. And it's okay to admit that. Cut bait. Other teams do it all the time. The Dodgers do it all the time. That's why the Dodgers are the best team in baseball. That's why the Dodgers are the reigning champs. That's why the Dodgers embarrassed you head-to-head and then mocked you all offseason and told the world that, we just had to put the ball into play. Like, they're not good. That we knew they were going to give us the game, and you did. And so I thought that would be the thing that really, burned you. I thought that would be the thing that, like, made you upset all offseason and into this year. I thought that would stay with you. It stays with the fans because we had to live it. We had to watch it with our own eyes. It stayed with us. When are the Yankees going to get upset? When are the Yankees going to say we've had enough? When are the Yankees going to make the moves as far as trades to bring in the talent to fix his team and then also say bye-bye to people that aren't cutting it? The time is now. You can't waste another year of Judge in his prime. Max Fried, potentially, obviously an all-star, and we'll talk about the all-stars and the snubs and that as well. But like Max Fried's first year as a Yankee, right? Like, I'm not wasting that guy. What if he's dominant in the postseason this year? Jazz, Bellinger, amazing play. Bellinger, like, what I'll say about Belly here too, it's in his blood. His pops was a Yankee. He hates the Mets. He turned it on in both Subway Series. Both Subway Series, he had a hitting streak. Came in with one, continued it, right? Made great plays with his glove. And you can throw him anywhere. And he's been solid. Like, Bellinger's a guy. Yankee fans are talking about Bellinger getting a contract extension, Jazz getting a contract extension. Listen, I'll say the Yankees gave 2 guys extensions that I can remember. Luis Severino and Aaron Hicks. How did that go? I don't expect them to be giving any extensions. And I also don't expect players to be signing. I think both of those players are going to see what type of money they can get when it's time to get the money. But I do know Clay Bellinger's son, he likes being a Yankee. Like, he spoke about what it means to be a Yankee. He likes being here. Jazz Chisholm, who calls himself Prince of the City, loves being a Yankee. He talked about being a Marlin and knowing what it's like to be on bad teams and saying this is not a bad team. Knowing what it's like to be in a losing franchise and a losing operation. This is not that. He wants to be a Yankee too, but we'll see. Time will tell. Both of those guys have had injuries, and we'll see. Will they take a little bit of a haircut? Will they take a little bit of a team-friendly discount to stay with the Yankees? They can do that in free agency. They can do that in the offseason. Let me get another call in. Steve in Rockland on the fan next. What's up, Steve?
Hey, Keith, I just want to say that the Yankees got Bellinger, all right? No one is really talking about defense, right? And that's why yesterday, that was a sparkler. Now, I'm going to talk about something that I saw when he was a Dodger. Maybe you were in the cave when he did this, but I'm sure this site is available on okay. There was a runner on second. He's playing for the Dodgers, and there was a fly ball that he was playing right field, and the ball, he caught it medium depth near the foul line. and the guy on second pass, and Bellinger threw the ball in the air, and got this guy at third base. And I would say that the only player that I could maybe ever remember even attempting to throw a guy at third base out of third base like that was Roberto Clemente. Maybe. All right. So that's number one. Number two, when was the last time you saw a first baseman turn an unassisted double play on a ground ball? I don't remember if I've ever seen that outside of Little League.
Yeah, need a little luck, good timing, awareness, and
the other thing, everybody has been killing booming the Yankees about Pokemon, right? They say that's a fireable effect. I gave myself a little homework study, and I started watching games for other teams for no other interest, for no other reason, really, than to focus on how these other teams do fundamentals. If you're going to take that approach, 3/4 of the managers in baseball need to be fired.
yeah.
Because apparently, this is something that is not stressed. And it's not the Yankees, okay?
Thanks for the call, Steve. It's baseball. It's a humbling sport. It's a sport of failure. All these guys make mistakes. All these guys run into outs, don't know how many outs there are, don't know what to do with the ball, low IQ plays. But that's why when you see a guy like Cody Bellinger, who seems to be so dialed in, locked in, knows what to do, like goes down, makes that catch off the grass, comes up firing. I said again, like in real time, it happened so quick. Saved by the bell, and Goldie's got to get some credit for that too. Goldie's got to play first, man. And I know they're going with his numbers against righties, but Goldie's got to be in there. I mean, Goldie has saved a lot of these throws from Jazz, from Volpe, and I mean the way that he played that ball, he was casually just standing there. Where if he kind of had more of a sense of urgency or a look about him, maybe Lindor slides and gets in, and that doesn't happen. But it was like I said, it reminded me of how in the NFL when the receivers, like the good receivers, like a Devontae Adams, will be running a fade route, a go route. The corner will be all over him, and he's waiting until the last second to put his arms out, not to alert the corner that the ball is coming. Man, we need some football. We do need some football. I'll say this as we're getting closer to the next break. I'm definitely going to force the football conversation in here. I saw my guy Kenny Pickett from Ocean Township High School was trending. And also, like if you are paying attention, it's July now, and the Hall of Fame game is on July 31st. So the Chargers are reporting to camp July 16th. Like that's right around the corner. You know what I'm saying? That's less than 10 days. Like that's amazing. We're going to be in inside training camp live on NFL Network. I could watch that all day. We'll get there. 888-808-1019. Let me sneak one more call in before we do take our break. Mike in Clifton Park, you're on the Fan.
Hey, Keith, great show. So, listen, I'm a 50-year-old Mets fan, but I just have an observation about the Yankees, and I know you're a diehard fan, probably for a long time. So I have a question for you about them. Do you think in the Hal Steinbrenner era, they've been making the playoffs year after year after year, and that has become, at least for the owners, good enough where they feel like they are kind of living off that, they keep churning, making money, and that's good enough, and the fans are the ones that want the World Series.
I 100% feel like they have talked themselves into it's a crapshoot. It's hard to win. It's not like it once was. And yeah, they're making enough money where at the end of the day, I think they sleep fine at night because they're like, cha-ching, like that number is undefeated. That number's at the top of the league and sports. And like, I remember talking about, I don't have the exact numbers, but like there was numbers that came out about them making it to the World Series and playing all 3 home games they could in the World Series. And I think they made something like $109 million extra, something like that on top of already making, like they are cashing out.
Yeah, so Ryan Cashman, the cash man, so listen, so when players aren't in position or maybe they don't spend as much money on their farm system that they used to do maybe 20 years ago, now it's like, we're in the playoffs, we're making money, we're sleeping well at night.
Or like Hal told us after the beard policy changed, I don't need to spend. I think we're spending a little bit over 300 million. I don't need to spend more to field a good team. And a lot of us were like, "What are you talking about?" The Dodgers, back-to-back off seasons, spent the most. It turned out that they had the best team in one, and they were able to survive injuries. You don't have it. You don't have a third baseman. And for a while, we were saying, you don't have a bat. We need another bat. With Stanton going down, we didn't know Grisham and Ben Rice and, what these guys were going to be. But, yeah, they told us that. Thanks for the call, Mike. They literally told us we don't got to spend anymore. We're putting our own cap on this. We're good. We've got enough young talent. And then when the young talent struggles, Volpe, Wells, Will Warren at times, or it's like, hey, you could have done a little bit more in the offseason. Now, here comes the trade deadline, your last opportunity to add some impact players, and you're at the mercy of other teams. It takes two to tango. 888-808-1019. When we come back, we will talk about the All-Star Snugs. Later on tonight, we'll definitely talk about Mike Brown as the Knicks made it official. Leon Rose had a written statement, so did James Dolan. And like I said, football is so close, we need it. We just needed to break up some of the consistent conversations around the Yankees and the Mets that won't really answer themselves until weeks and months from now. Keith McPherson on the Fan. I got 5 hours. Well, now I've only got 4. First hour down, 4 hours to go. Dial 888-808-1019 if you'd like to join the show. I'll be right back.
The Mets played their best baseball for months when Juan Soto wasn't doing much. And now all of a sudden the guys had a historic June. They get the Mets going to the country. That doesn't add.
Yo. I'm trying to play catch up with the live chat. Shout out to Monkey D. Lou for the $4.99 super chat. Can we talk about why Mendy would pitch to Judge with first base open? That home run was essentially the game winner. I'm trying to go back to that moment and what I was thinking in that moment. I think that Mendy just was like, this guy went 0 for 4 yesterday. He took a ball off his face. We can't really give them outs. Let's see what we can do here. And what they did was give up a homer to Judge. Let me go back to the box score. And good, because I need Judge to get up there with Cal Raleigh. Aaron Judge hit his 33rd home run against Brandon Waddell. Right, I remember now. And Goldie was on. And that was in the 5th inning. And they were already down. They're already down a little bit. So, that was essentially the game winner. Yeah, it was a game winner because it was a 2-run homer. And they end up losing 6-4, but at the time they were down 3-0. So you're trying to get as many outs as you can out of this makeshift bullpen that they had. That going crazy. Let's see what's going on, Keith. If you can comment on Don LaGreca, yeah, I'll talk about that later for sure. It's in my notes. Congrats to him getting the Devils gig after being the Rangers. Play-by-play guy. You know what I'll say? It's like we are in a time where, like, I'm part of this. So many fans have come from social media into the media, and like people expect people to be like fans first, but the game was never played that way. The game was always, you got to be neutral. You got to play it down the middle, especially for these broadcasters like a Dave Sims, who a lot of times Yankee fans are like, and I even said it the other day after the Blue Jays series, I was like, yo, he didn't suffer with us enough. when the Blue Jays swept that series, the way that he called that final out, I felt a kind of way. But Dave is just an old school, traditionally, classically trained guy. And same thing with Don LaGreca. He can call Rangers games. He's a hockey fan, and he's a professional more than he's a Devils fan, which he does have a Devils tattoo on him. All right, let's get back into it.
Good evening at 9 o'clock. I'm Marco Belletti. The Mets have righted the ship the last week or so, won 4 out of the last 5 after being unable to complete the sweep against the Yankees. Now, Citi Field remains a safe haven for the Mets, and at least one person seems to be questioning why the Mets dominate so much at home and struggle so much on the road. 33-14 at home, 19-25 away from Citi Field. The voice of our old friend Spike Eskin on WIP in Philadelphia, our former program director, Edit. So Spike throwing some things out as the Phillies own a game-and-a-half lead in division. They're in San Francisco at 9:45. Yankees off, keeping tabs on the Blue Jays, who have won 8 straight and own a 3-game lead in division. In Toronto, a 3-1 lead on the White Sox, top 6 in Chicago. Knicks finally made it official. They named Mike Brown as the new head coach. Reportedly, it's a 4-year deal at $40 million. 78 degrees, cloudy skies at Central Park. That's what's happening. I'm Marco Belletti.
Inside the 9 p.m. hour on the Fan in New York. Shout out to Marco, who just pulled that audio. I heard that. I have that in my notes. We'll go there before we get to the All-Star snubs and the All-Star team and some other things. Keith McPherson on the Fan came to AM. Keith McPherson, who is a product of Spike Eskin working at WFAN, and Spike reaching out and saying, hey, you want to audition to be on the Fan? I'm coming up on 4 years since that email hit my inbox. I didn't know if it was real or not. I had to look him up and look into him. I'm like, oh, Howard Eskin's kid. He is at WFAN right now. This might be legit. Anyway, you just heard Spike talking about, it's a longer take, but he was on WIP. Obviously, the Phillies and the Mets have a long-standing rivalry, and they're neck and neck for first place in the NL East. And what he was talking about is, hey, I'm not saying they're cheating, but somebody should check on what they're doing. They're winning at home at a ridiculous clip. Another reason why I knew the Yankees were going to waltz in there and lose. I'm like, they're not about to lose this series in Citi Field. The environment's going to be completely different than it was in the Bronx. But yet, after what the Astros did in 2017 with cameras and trash cans and having a complete edge, a complete home field advantage, you got to look at everybody that's got home splits like the Mets and away splits like the Mets and be like, hey, maybe something is going on there. I don't think they're cheating. But Spike put it out there. Spike Eskin, who used to be the program manager here, certainly not a Mets fan, not a Yankee fan either, but I think he leaned Yankees and then obviously Philly guy, so he's repping Philly now. 888-808-1019. The All-Star game taking place in Atlanta. I don't think I'm going. I'm so good on baseball. Like I said, this weekend was such a break from baseball and seeing people that don't care. They don't know the score. And being around people where when I start talking, they're like, oh, this guy sounds like he could be a broadcaster. I'm like, yeah. Oh, this guy seems like he knows a thing or two. Like, oh, this is Keith. Never mind. I'm like, because I'm not going to give you one answer. I'm not going to oh, well, who hit the home run? I'm like, Jason Dominguez. He's leading off. He had 4 hits the other night. A lot of people have been saying he should play. Oh, this guy knows. I'm like, well, I follow the team and I can't. Anyway, being around people that don't care, a little thing, my sister's or my wife's sister's boyfriend pulled up and he had a little drawstring bag and it was a Mets bag.
And like that irked me for like 3 hours. I didn't say anything, but I'm like, is he flexing? Because he's not gonna. I'm like, I didn't even know he was a Met fan, but I'm like, is he flexing on me right now because they took the series? Like this is Sunday, and I'm like, is he low key like putting this Mets logo in my vision to be like, got him? I didn't say a word to him about it because I didn't want to have the conversation about it. I was like, I'm not on that. But anyway, I am on the All-Star game. I love the All-Star game. It's just different now. Just like I went a couple years back and like left my wife and my son, and the whole time I like miss my wife and my son, and I'm like, I don't need to go, especially with the Yankees being in flux where they are right now, and I expect them to limp into the All-Star break. But there's a lot of talk about who's in and who's out, who got snubbed. And I think what you need to know is the first round of voting, which I mean, I think we know this, but not everybody knows. The first thing is like the players vote, or the fans vote the players in, and then the players get a vote, and that fills out the rest of the team. And then next thing that can happen is like injuries and some replacements, some fill-in, some alternates. And there's a very interesting post from Jason Stark where he says, player all-star voting results, always interesting. Why is Juan Soto not an all-star? For example, he wasn't voted on to the team by either the players or the fans. So as people want to put out Juan Soto's numbers, and I told you, I'm like, Juan Soto is a me guy. He didn't have the start of the season that would put him in the All-Star game, but he turned it on in June hoping that he could pull his numbers up, and he did. He's got better numbers than Kyle Stowers from Miami, but Miami needs representation down there. They count there in the league. Corbin Carroll, or, James Wood and Fernando Tatis Jr. is questionable. But the players didn't vote him in after the fans didn't vote him in, so he's not in. Be happy with Francisco Lindor, them righting the wrong, him kind of being snubbed last year. He gets in this year. Pete Alonso outright making it this year because he did have the start to the season. He was MVP to start the season when Juan Soto was struggling. Pete Alonso was in. And he was right on the heels of Freddie Freeman. He's also not doing the home run derby this year, which I think is wise. He had a terrible showing in the last one. And enough is enough. It's not his event anymore. Cal Raleigh is doing it. And I had a thought today. Cal Raleigh should win it. And Cal Raleigh, I don't know if he's going to win it, because before I say that, it's a tournament that is completely different than hitting home runs in the game. One, they're looking for people. I even had a thought, I'm like, maybe Jazz should do it, but Jazz is hurt, so he's not going to do it. But Cal Raleigh is a switch hitter. And I was there in Seattle when Adley Rutschman hit from both sides. It was like such a dramatic flair to the thing for him to switch to the other side of the plate and keep homering. I'm like, Cal Raleigh's got to follow it up. He's a catcher. He didn't get to do it in Seattle when Rutschman did. It would be a fun way for him to pay homage and kind of steal the show if Cal Raleigh this year says, all right, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to hit from the left side, then I'm going to hit from the right side. Anyway, I think Ronald Acuna Jr. is in it, and they're still looking to fill out, guys to participate. I think Acuna, maybe James Wood, Byron Buxton, whatever. I don't know. We'll get the rest of the names at some point. But yeah, Judge obviously better. Max Fried obviously he's up there with him and Terry Skubal for the Cy Young. Yeah, right now it's just Cal Raleigh, James Wood, Byron Buxton, Ronald Acuna Jr. They need more. And Jazz Chisholm gets in randomly to me, which is like, I guess he got voted in. Let me look at this Starks post. I think he might have been one of the guys voted in by the players because Jazz missed time. And, there was a lot of people joking about, Jazz should play second base because Aaron Boone is going to get to manage the game, being the winner of the American League last year. So, yeah, when I actually go to this right now, American League third base is Jose Ramirez and Alex Bregman, and Ramirez was voted in by the fans. Second base was Gleyber Torres and Brandon Lowe, or Brandon Lau. Is Brandon Lowe? I think he's Brandon Lowe. Or no, Brandon Lau, second base. The other one is Lowe on his team, He's an outfielder. Jazz gets in. So this is the Yankees. Jazz is a popular player. He does have good numbers since he's come back from injury. Edwin Diaz, Pete Alonso, Francisco Lindor, and who am I missing? Is there another Met? Yeah, Juan Soto. I think I did mention Freed. Yeah, because Freed is right there with, like I said, with Carrick Skubal. They're gonna keep those two for Cy Young, and you knew Freed was getting in just because he had a great start to this season. Who else makes sense to mention on WFA? Aroldis Chapman, still doing it all these years later. I already said Gleyber Torres. Congrats to Gleyber Torres having a good year. His first year away from the Yankees too, just really needed that. You know, Jacob Wilson, the rookie out of Anaheim, where did it? Like Sacramento, Oakland, Las Vegas. He got a ton of votes, and the players voted in Jeremy Pena and Bobby Wood Jr. at shortstop in the American League. But Wilson's in there too. Anyway, Yankee fans and the Met fans, I call it fan, to talk about their teams on this off day as we get ready for the Yankees to host the M's, Cal Raleigh and the M's. Don't sleep on them. And then, the Mets go down to Camden Yards. If you are continuing your 4th of July holiday break, go down to Camden Yards. See the Mets take on the O's. Again, we are rooting for you. Yankee fans are rooting for you. I mean, the Orioles are out of it. But if you're playing against the AL East, knock them down. You were playing against Tampa, I was disappointed. The Mets fans go into that weekend, they have a great home field advantage and record, and are not able to beat Tampa. And I'm like, well, couldn't help us out. 888-808-1019. Mike is in West Islip on the fan. Hello, Mike. I'm all right. Good to be back. Yeah.
Even with Grisham, but I think we focus too much on our outfielders, and we don't have a true third baseman or second baseman.
Yeah, I think the outfield is fine. I mean, Dominguez, obviously, like I said, this week reminds you that he's still learning the position in left and he's a liability. But we can deal with that because he's going to hit homers. He's going to steal bases. He's going to figure it out, and eventually they need to figure it out and put him in center field. The biggest issue, if I get one wish for this trade deadline, it's third base. Give me a right-handed hitting third baseman so we can stop being dumb. Like, we can just move Jazz back to his natural position and move on from DJ LeMahieu playing every day.
Even about that, even DJ LeMahieu is not the 2018 Silver Slugger that he is now.
I wish the Yankees knew that. I wish somebody would send them the memo.
And I feel like that's the same thing where we messed up with Rizzo and.
You're right. You know what the common denominator with these guys is? Rizzo, Verdugo, DJ. It seems like not Clint Frazier and what I'm about to say. It seems like they're like clubhouse guys that the captain likes, that Judge likes, that Judge wanted here, and they get a little bit longer leash with Judge being here. Thanks for the call, Mike. 888-808-1019, Clint Frazier. Clint Frazier's name has come up a lot recently. One, the last time I talked about Clint, I said they need to give Volpe. They can't change his number. Maybe in the offseason they can, especially if like next year is like a big make or break type of year. Oh, programming alert. Right now, I just noticed on my screen. If you did or did not go to Fanatics Fest, ESPN is premiering their special on the Fanatics Fest. You might see yourself in it. They were filming at Fanatics Fest, and now that is making its debut. It just started 15 minutes ago. So, I mean, if you have most of these, OTTs, like I know, like on Fubo, you can start from the beginning or pause it or go back. So, yeah, if you're just looking for something to watch, the Fanatics Fest, like the TV special is on ESPN right now. Clint Frazier wore number 77. And if you remember, when Volpe won the shortstop job in camp, he was wearing 77. But the Yankees, in their marketing and their planning, said, "No, you're going to sell more jerseys wearing number 11. It's the lowest jersey number available. Brett Gardner's not coming back. It's yours, kid. You want to try it on for size?" And they did. And I remember that night talking about Volpening Day. I think, and I don't know who came up with Volpening Day, but there was a ton of hype around Volpe. And it sucks that we are where we are right now, because I think a lot of people are confused. I don't think the Yankees made up Volpening Day. I don't think the Yankees were the ones pushing the picture with young Anthony Volpe and Derek Jeter. But when that picture exists, like, that kind of became the new Todd Frazier picture with Derek Jeter, where it got shown all the time. And people want to say now, oh, they told us he was going to be Jeter. Nobody told you that. Nobody told you that. You came up with that in your mind because there was just a picture of young Anthony Volpe with Derek Jeter. So what? Right? Also, the marketing, like I said, them giving him a jersey number that was going to sell more than 77, most likely, it's tough. It's tough. And then it's compounded. It's funny, right? Because I don't ever hear you guys talking about the trades and players that were passed on by Brian Cashman and the organization where they could have traded Peraza away. But we always talk about who they missed out on not trading Volpe. 888-808-1019. What about Peraza? I'm telling you, there was somebody that the Yankees could have had from 2022, 3, 4, and they didn't trade Oswald Peraza. And he's a net negative. He can pick it, but like, he can't hit. But I always hear about, oh yeah, they prospect hugged. They told us Volpe was gonna. They didn't tell you anything about that. What they did tell you was we do have a homegrown shortstop in the system who was one of the top prospects in baseball. Yeah, we are not about to sign Carlos Correa or Corey Seager. We're gonna sign a stopgap, IKF. And look at what goes around comes around again. Some of you were even in my chat today saying, yo, let's get IKF. Nathaniel Isaac says, Keith, I would trade for IKF. No second tours. And you think these guys are going to give up something for IKF to come back here and put pinstripes on and have the yips again, or not be able to hit again? Oh, he's better than Volpe. Come on, bro. Like, what are we doing? If he's better than Volpe, how come he didn't beat Volpe out in spring training? He's better than Volpe playing as a bucko, as a Pirate. It's hard to play in New York. It's hard to be the Yankee shortstop. I just keep hearing all these different things about Volpe. I'm like, man, we're piling on. So he's the worst all time. I'm like, bro, give it a break. It is what it is. They don't have any other options. It's Volpe. They're not about to trade for a shortstop. It's Volpe. There's no one to even challenge him for the position. It's Volpe. What they need to do is get a better third baseman. That will help Volpe. What they need to do is put Jazz back at second base, right? Because all offseason, it was the tandem of Volpe and Jazz. Remember Jazz coming back, making the joke where he's like, oh, me and Volpe, the best two-man in the league. Bro. Please. Yankees, I'm begging you, just fix your own issues, fix your own problems. That Yankee arrogance to think that you can play guys out of position, that Yankee arrogance where you die hard on your what? Your trades, your contracts, and your decisions, where you're literally heading to the bitter dead end with the DJ LeMahieu, and it's fine. Like, you're playing Dominguez out of position. You're playing Jazz out of position. It happens all the time. It happens all the time. And so that's when I hear Yankee fans are spoiled and Yankee fans want to fire Aaron Boone or fire Brian Cashman. It's like, no, we just want change. We just want the right things to be done. We're tired of going through this. We have the best player in the game. Like, let's add a couple other. And we have. That's the other. We added a Max Fried. The last call, Mike, I was talking about, I'm glad we have Cody Bellinger, Paul Goldschmidt, even Devin Williams now. What a crazy ride we've been on with Devin Williams. I thought it would never work. It's worked enough, and he's your best option out of the bullpen now. Luckily, they salvaged him, and he didn't completely go into the tank. They figured it out with him. You need him now, literally. Luke Weaver is not what you thought when the Blue Jays first came to town and I was there, and I told y'all, chill, because fans were chanting, we want Weaver, chill out. The fans are crazy. Let's go to Steve in Manhattan next. Steve, you're on.
Hey,
wanted to talk to you about the fans, like when you were talking about Buckley's father earlier. And one of the issues is fans get way out of baseball. Like years ago, I used to go to a restaurant that Jorge Posada would go to with his wife, his children, and sometimes his mother or mother-in-law, and they would visit the restaurant. I would nod at him, he would nod at me. One time a fan was getting belligerent because he wanted an autograph. I went up to the fan, I said, excuse me, he's with his family. Leave him alone. This isn't the time for the plates. And I motioned him away from the table. Afterwards, Jorge came up to me and said, you know, I want to thank you very much for that. I appreciated that. Would you like my autograph? And I said, thanks, but no thanks. I'm a Met fan, but there's a autograph, and this isn't the place. So thank you.
Thanks for the call and the story, Steven. Good on you. Good on you for just understanding, like, these guys never get to turn off their fame, their celebrity, their status as players, even when they're with their kids and their wives. Like, you gotta have some respect. And like, that's what I think happened here. Not to keep going back, but of course we are. It's a viral video, and I don't know. I didn't hear all the takes all day on it. I heard Louis' take as I'm sitting in the newsroom, and I'm like, okay, I got to start with this. I got to start with my take on it, my perspective as someone who actually like knows the Volpe family, Michael, and like has met them before Anthony became the shortstop, and just kind of understands the ballpark dynamics differently in New York and being a fan. Like, it's crazy. I really think like if the camera was rolling prior, but the camera's never rolling prior, right? It's not rolling until somebody gets mad. It's not rolling until it hits the boiling point. Something had to be said that crossed the line. And what I tell you is, I don't even have to go back to the video. I just know when I first saw it and it was sent to me, you know, one of my friends was like, yo, Volpe throws the ball back and hits Judge. Now this. And I'm like, this isn't bad. This isn't embarrassing for Volpe or the Yankees. I'm like, this is the type of time I'm on. You're in Metland, and a Met fan is talking about your son in front of your daughter, your wife, his grandma. Like, I'm standing my ground too. Hey, let's go. You got something to say? Come say it over here. If you're really like that, you're not really like that. You're gonna put your hand over your heart during God Bless America and stand beside her, sing your way out of confrontation. I don't mind Michael Volpe like taking it to that level. Let's see if you're really like that. Because like I know he's a fan. I know he's been to a ton of games for years. I know he's not gonna let anybody just disrespect his family name in front of his family. Like, that's part of being a man. That's part of being the man of the house. I know a lot of y'all out there can relate, but we can't relate because our kids aren't the shortstop of the New York Yankees. You understand the levels of this stuff? 888-808-1019. Louis is in Newark on the fan. What's up?
Long time listening to you, man. You're great. Just want to say that. And I totally agree with you on the Volpe stuff. But this is what I want to know from our Yankee fans. When did we, as Yankee fans, a 39-year-old man, to the jokes over here, the 50 years, all that, when did we get so complacent with just making the playoffs?
Not me.
It's not to just make the playoffs. Not me either, brother. It's not to just make the playoffs. We want to win the whole thing every year. I'm looking at the Yankee fans. We're like, okay, we'll make the playoffs. Okay, but then you're sitting home in October. And guess what? You lost last year in the World Series. It's nice to make it. It's nice to make it, right? But what did Nelly say? Three is not a winner and two nobody remembers? The Dodgers are number one, brother.
Yeah, spot on. I don't know. Not me. Like, the World Series hurt. It kind of erased even being there. It kind of made you think like, well, damn, like, I guess you know, we made it as far as we could go, but to have that pain and go out like that.
And I was at game, what was that, game 3 when Volpe hit the grand slam?
That was game 4. Yeah.
I'm sorry. I was at game 4 when Volpe hit the grand slam, and the place was rocking.
Yeah.
Rocking. But guess what? Nobody even talks about that anymore because we don't want to make the playoffs. We don't even want to make the World Series. We want to make it to win it.
Yeah. Thanks for the call, Louis. Yeah, because they won one game. They were about to be swept. Would have been an all-time embarrassment. But they found a way to embarrass themselves by going up 5-0 in the following game and then blowing it and then being mocked. And then letting the Dodgers celebrate all over their field to New York. Start spreading the news. Don't tell anybody. I hated that game, bro. I was at the World Series too. I hated all those games. How about the first game where they're waiting on the umpire to give them calls, give them walks? I'm like, this stuff. Was it Walker Buehler on the mound? I'm like, they're not going to give you anything. Swing the bat, put the ball in play, make something happen. Nada. In your home ballpark in the World Series. So the question was, when did we as Yankee fans get complacent? Maybe there's some younger fans. Not me, because the Yankees were built off of championships. The Yankees' whole thing that they sell is like excellence and a standard and like their history and what it means to wear the pinstripes. I'm trying to go back to my chat because somebody said that in my chat. Movie Buff 92 in his picture is of Happy Gilmore. He says, I can bet that the Yankees will win the division, but I only say that as long as they make key additions at the deadline. Well, then don't say anything. And what good is winning the division? What good is winning the division? And I don't expect any. I'm not getting my hopes up to be let down. I'm not expecting a third baseman, 2 high leverage relievers, a starter. Nah. Can they move Trent Grisham? His value is higher than it's ever been. You're not going to pay him. He's got a hamstring, but like, let's keep the hamstring quiet just in case somebody actually does want him. No, Sammy's fine. Sammy's good. But like, don't y'all think that's crazy? A ball goes over his head. He boots another ball. He can't run the first base. And then after the game, Boone, when asked about it, and I know Boone's going to take up for his players, but damn, he says like, yeah, he's still kind of nursing a hamstring. Then why is he out there? Because they refused to play Dominguez in center field, the position that he came up playing. And it worked out for Aaron Boone and the Yankees. Having Belly in left field, Dominguez doesn't make that play. So they were right, but at the same time, there's a logjam. You can fix this. Thank you, Trent Grisham, for what you gave us in spots last year, what you gave us in the beginning of this year as a leadoff hitter, as a plus defender. But like the plan was for you to be a 4th outfielder, bro. You were supposed to play sometimes. You played above your head. We're gonna move you, and it's gonna help us get a reliever. He's a rental, so maybe it's got to be another rental. Can you trade him for a starting pitcher as a rental? I was around a couple years back when you traded Jordan Montgomery for a center fielder in a walking boot. Like let's get it done. Let's get it done. Anthony in Belmore, New York on the fan next. What's up, Ant?
What's up, man?
Thanks for making it.
Yeah, man. Listen, I got a quick question for you. What did Aaron do before he was the manager of the Yankees?
If you listen to me, I've spoken in length. He never managed anybody's Major League Baseball team, minor league baseball team, high school team, maybe some little league, but I doubt that. He's a TV guy. He's a media guy. He's a great guy. I've talked about his American legacy, and I respect Aaron Boone. I've been around him. He's a good guy. But at the same time, we can all agree he was hand-selected by the New York Yankees as a first-time manager that was going to do their bidding.
Bottom line is, this is a $1 billion business. I own a business. I have a dishwasher who works with me for 20 years, who has restaurant experience. I'm not going to make him the manager of a restaurant without making him a manager first and working with him. What was the guy with a this is horrible. The Yankees, this is the embarrassment. The Yankees should have fired this guy. This is really bad. If Girardi was still a coach, they would have won a World Series. It would have been over already.
Thanks for the call, Anthony, and I'll say this again. Girardi was done no matter what. They didn't know they were going to get to Game 7 of the ALCS. They were done. Same way, I think, like, Tom Thibodeau was done. And this is how we start to sprinkle in some conversation about Mike Brown and the Knicks making that official. And I got some things to say about it. It better work. Anyway, sometimes they just want a different voice. Sometimes it's run its course. And I feel like that's where the Yankees were. Girardi, all we kept hearing about was, I just don't understand it. Gary Sanchez, right? And how hard he was coaching Gary Sanchez. Yeah, because he's a former catcher. Yeah, because he's a Yankee and knows what it takes. And this guy is a top prospect that got signed at 16 years old that was supposed to be this, like, phenom. So he was coaching him hard. You need to be coached hard. It's not because I hate you. It's the opposite. I don't own any businesses, but I played some sports. I know in football, once the coach stops yelling at you, you don't matter. Once the football coaches stop coaching you up, you're irrelevant. If they're yelling at you and carrying on, it's because they know you have talent. and they want to get it out of you. They want to get to you so that you like do things right and then you're productive. So with Girardi, though, I think they just started to step into this new age where I give them credit for this. They knew where we were going with these Gen Z, Gen X, whatever players. You can't say anything bad about them. You have to protect them. You have to coddle them, or they'll go into the tank. You know, you can't be a hard ass. You can't be, you know what I'm saying? It is what it is. I don't know how to explain it because, like, that's what I feel like these Yankees need. Like, they need somebody to give them a reality check and stop living off the past. Stop living off of Derek Jeter's Yankees and the history. Like, they haven't won anything. And Aaron Boone gets respect from the home run that he hit, from being a Yankee, from being a baseball lifer, from coming from a family, like his last name. But ultimately, he learned how to do the job on the job. And will he be able to get the Yankees to the World Series and win it? He got there last year, but people poke holes in that and tell you they had Judge and Soto. They beat the Royals and the Guardians. The American League was weak. They had the Boone June swoon last year. You know, they were falling out of it last year. But, like, you have Stanton in the playoffs, you know, Garrett Cole going how he was going. Like, you're supposed to win those games. Anybody can manage you there. And then going back to the World Series, we'll never get over taking Garrett Cole out at 80-some, maybe 88 pitches, whatever it was. We'll never get over, oh, is that Nestor Cortez's music? Nestor Cortez is back. Riveting until it was not. You know, little decisions, little things like they're not able to stop the bleeding in that fifth inning with Cole on the mound. Can we have a mound visit? Can we do something? Is there a code word? Is there somebody whistle with your fingers? Do something. Snap these guys out of it. They're melting. It is what it is, man. We are in this culture of, I call them the participation trophy Yankees. They're going to win. They might win the division. They're going to win games. They're going to get to the postseason. But ultimately, you're going to be upset and depressed and mad in October because they don't have it right now. Not with this team and not with this culture of, I think you guys are the best in the league. And they're saying people made much about that. Make more about Jazz. Like, as much as I like what Jazz brings to the table, like, Jazz tells everything. Jazz gets in front of a mic and he's talking like it's just you and me. It's everybody listening, bro. Like, that one should have stayed private in the clubhouse. And then even, you know, him talking about, yeah, everybody knows I'm a second baseman. I didn't train at all for third base. Yeah, we know. We watch. But then you go back to Jeter, and now everybody's resurfacing Jeter. Like, I saw my guy, Joe's McFly, pull up Jeter talking in the clubhouse. I don't know what year it was, maybe 2001. Just being accountable and talking about how bad they are. And then there's another clip of Jeter talking about, yeah, we won the division in April. But walking around the city, you know, running into fans, you know, we had this stretch at the end of the season where they're like, hey, you better tighten it up. And then Jeter always talked about how, you know, Yankee fans pay attention. They watch everything. They hold you accountable. So how did we get to this modern day time with these 2025 Yankees where they think they can pull the wool over our, like, I don't know, bro. Piss on my head, tell me it's raining. Play stupid games, win stupid prizes. They're going to die hard on their trades, their contracts, and their decisions. And you're going to show up and get you a chicken bucket. You're going to show up and get you one of those popcorns shaped like the Yankee Stadium. I need to get one of those glasses shaped like Yankee Stadium too. We're going to show up. They got the Eric Emanuel t-shirt, the Mo Willems pigeon this weekend. We'll be there. Keep it Pearson on the Fan. We're an hour and a half into my show. I'm rocking till 1 a.m. though. So if you want to get on, dial 888-808-1019. If you're on hold, stay on hold. We'll be back right after this. Yo, what's good, bro?
Good, my brother.
How was your holiday?
Good. I DJ Saturday.
Yeah, where?
Yeah, in Brooklyn.
Was that the first time you kind of got back out, or you've been popping out?
No. Yesterday was the real. It was a big.
I know the feeling. I'm
Yeah.
waiting on when I can finally get back. You practice in your
practice there all the time home.
and then you finally pop out, get the test out. And
somebody already said, yo, I want you every year. I got barbecue.
nice.
I want you.
It's a good feeling, man.
Yeah.
Congratulations
I really
on getting
get
back.
Somebody already promoted me right away. Yo, we need you every year.
Keep rocking. And that's how it is. Because, like, some of these DJs be whack.
Yeah.
So when you pop back on the scene, you got experience. They're like, this is the God. Fuck
Yeah.
the other God.
Yeah. Yeah.
Word. Word. Good to hear
I
you.
feel good too.
Of course, it's a great feeling.
Yeah.
I'll see you.
Fellas out here, and are we thrilled with the incredible job Pro Painters did.
Yo, I gotta somehow catch up to this chat. Actually, let me do this too. Willie Castro is a good name. I'm gonna star this. I'll bring that up. When you're young, you think you have lots of time. When you're old like me, you're grateful for, not to get too philosophical. No, but that is 100% true. There are a range of ages of people in this chat. And what I always tell people is have a sense of urgency daily, because none of us know when we're going to go. Like, life is not promised. But also have patience to know that everything happens in God's perfect timing, whether you believe in God or not. Like, there's enough of us that do believe in God that are operating that way. Like, you're one of many people in the world. Like, it's not your time when it's not your time, but when it is your time, you got to be prepared and working with a sense of urgency daily for when you're ready for it, Love the show. I feel like the Mets and Yanks have the same issues, to be honest. They do. And like, I'm a Yankee fan, so I lean more into the Yankee conversation, and I know it just creates balance because like I literally hear people call WFAN and say that like they can't listen to the Met fan hosts. That shirt is sick. Or this is RotoWare, Aaron Judge, All Rise, like bomb shirt. What I'm gonna start doing, because I realized like I went through my clothes, and in the back of my closet, I have so many Yankee shirts, but in the back of my closet, I have all of my Yankee shirts folded and buried, and I haven't even been rocking them. I'm like, I'm gonna start rocking. Maybe that'll be my thing to change up the Yankees mojo. I'm gonna start breaking out my Yankee tees. Bro, what? Nah, I'm gonna start at we're not selling shit. Maybe Trent Grisham. Yo, what up? Yeah, that's how it feels right now. Yeah. Oh, yeah. And they got a fan base that's going to turn up for them. They've got a manager that has already defeated the Yankees. Let me see. I got text coming in. That's Steve. Okay. I was getting some texts about Volpe's dad. Yeah, we're going to get there. We're going to get there. Damn, this is back when Ray called. I got to pick up the pace. Okay, we're back.
Yeah. KM to AM. Keep McPherson on the fan. 888-808-1009. Thanks for holding. Thanks for staying with us. I don't know. You could go watch the Fanatics thing on ESPN. You could go listen to some podcasts, watch some live streams, Netflix. I don't know. You could be doing anything else, but I appreciate you rocking with me. I haven't been on since late Thursday night. So I was on Thursday into Friday morning, the 4th. And not for nothing, like after the Yankees got swept by the Toronto Blue Jays, I had no confidence in them beating the Mets. Even with the Mets having random pitchers pitching for them, Dickie Love's ladies, Zach Pop. They call him Zach Pop because everybody's got some pop when they're facing in. I think he had an inning with the Mariners, they said on the broadcast, where he gave up like 8 runs or something. Whatever. Tip your cap to the Met fan and the Mets for evening up the Subway Series. But now we move on. That's done. Good. Now we are looking into the trade deadline and what's going to happen here. And it just gives you this feeling as a Yankee fan and Met fan of like, hey, we need more. Both need bullpen help. Both need pitching. Both could use hitting in the lineup. The Mets in center field. The Yankees at third base. And I don't even need a real hitter at third base. Like right now, the names that have come up tonight, obviously Eugenio Suarez, but I don't think that they're going to give up what it's going to take to get him. Ryan McMahon, who was on the radar last year. I'm like, how many years do the Yankees like need to try and figure out third base? And they're just, we'll pass. We'll pass. Now in the chat, Willie Castro's name has come back up. Shout out to Nathaniel for that. And then Key Brian Hayes' name came up earlier in the show. So, yeah, we're close to the trade deadline, and we are just hoping that they improve the team. But again, it takes 2 to tango. There are 29 teams versus the New York Yankees and a Brian Cashman tax. So if the buzzer sounds and nothing happens, and you know they're going to wait until the buzzer is about to sound to, make these additions, like just don't be surprised when it's, some random relievers like it's been over the years, like De Los Santos or Mark Leiter or, whoever, Scott Efros, who we saw in this series, JV and Sandridge. Like the bullpen is in shambles. So 888-808-1019. Like I said, Willie Castro's name has come up. And then Nicholas in the chat says the Yankees need to sell at their trade deadline like BT said. No, there is no selling. You can't sell me on selling. And then Nicholas says, we know Cashman won't do it, but me and you both know this is all going to end. We're going to lose in October again, and it's going to be another wasted year of Aaron Judge's career. That's why you can't sell. You don't know that. Maybe the Yankees need to creep in as a wild card team and get hot at the right time. Maybe this is the year that Judge is healthy and they pitch to him and he goes crazy and actually hits like he does in the regular season. That's why you can't sell with, Max Fried. That's why you can't sell with Jazz Chisholm and Cody Bellinger and 1 year Paul Gold. You can't sell. This isn't a sell year. And where they're at in the standings doesn't tell you to sell either. So they got to go for it, and they got to right the ship, and they got to stop being stuck on stupid. I think it's stupid to run Peraza out there. I think it's stupid to run DJ out there. But they're willing to do it right now because the way that they look at it is, it's July. Nothing is decided yet. The way they look at it is, we got the All-Star break. That's going to help us reset. We got the trade deadline. We'll see what we can do there. We'll push towards October, but it is not October yet. What it is the fans like Nicholas, like myself, some of you that have called, we feel like it's inevitable. We feel like with this team as currently constructed and this mentality that they have, it's inevitable for them to lose in October, whether it's the DS or CS or World Series. Like, we just don't see it. And that's not the way it should feel. The way that this team started off the season, the amount of talented players that they have, they just need to fix a couple issues, fill a couple holes, and then let's bully. Let's bully. The Houston Astros are a different team than they've been in past years. The Detroit Tigers are a different team than they've been, but they're also a young team. They're also a team that, like, if they go on the road and have to face it in Yankee Stadium versus Comerica Park, or they don't play in front of anybody, it's going to be a little different. You know, the power rankings have come out. And I know power rankings don't mean anything. They're for clicks. But the power rankings have the Detroit Tigers as the number one team in baseball on MLB Network, followed by the Dodgers and then the Astros. So 2 of the top 3 teams in baseball today are American League teams. How can you tell the team that they're the best team in the league? Of course, they put the Yankees there, but you know how they disrespect the Yankees? They put the Tampa Bay Rays right in front of the Yankees, who the Yankees should have swept, but Devin Williams blew a game. And they put the Tampa Bay Rays at 9. The Mets are at 7. They put the Tampa Bay Rays at 9 and the Yankees at 10 in all of baseball. 888-808-1019. In the American League, they really disrespected the Yankees, but they're going off of what they've seen. The Tigers are 1, the Astros are 2. Now the almighty Blue Jays and George Springer. And people talking about George Springer snub from the All-Star game. He just padded his stats against the Yankees. He had 4 homers in the series. He had some, like, I don't know, double-digit RBI. Like, he padded his stats against the Yankees. But they put the Blue Jays at 3 and then the Rays at 4. They're expecting these teams to continue. I don't expect those teams to continue. We'll see. 888-808-1019. Lou is in Astoria, back on the fan. What's up, Lou? Good. How are you?
Listen, I don't know what to say here right now. I like to go to the start heavily holding the Yankees start to allow you back to be the same guy again. Oh, I love the Yankees. I love Volpe. I love Jazz. Let me say something about DJ LeMahieu, if you don't mind, okay?
Okay.
I was looking for him for 1 reason, okay? He was robbing of a double by the he the right guy and he was because out of problem, okay? And people, I made the decision. You know, remember the entire year. Yes, I'd rather have Robert Torres with you and everybody else. Run them out of here, okay? And also, let me say something about the All-Star game.
Mm-hmm.
Even though you got number 13, it's a damn shame that Yaz is going to the All-Star game and not Russ Soto, who actually has the history. Okay, you look at the back of the baseball card, that's a shame. I'm sorry that I wanted to play with you tonight. You might not take my call again, but that's how I feel. You take care.
Yeah, I always take the call. Thanks for the call, Lou. I'll say most of the time I take your calls and you say a lot of nonsense, specifically about, like, me, my fandom, how I view the team, and I'm on enough for everybody to get a clear, view or listen on how I feel. I don't know how many weeks ago I was calling the team soft and attacking the culture. Like, Yankee fan or not, I keep it a bean. I keep it a buck. Like, this isn't good enough, you know. You want to call up and defend DJ LeMahieu? What are we talking about, bro? We're not talking about his batting average. Watch him play. Watch him play. He's done. Father Time is undefeated, and it's compounded because he is done. But yet what they told us going into the season was that DJ LeMahieu was going to be an option at third base, yet they've yet to put him there. So what do they know that they're not telling us? He can't throw anymore? Can he make the throw better than Jazz? Jazz has had like 5 questionable throws that have cost the Yankees. Okay, they don't like his range at the hot corner. Jazz is more athletic, did it last year. They're willing to go. Like, it's compounded by this guy isn't worth you sacrificing your infield defense, playing Jazz at third base, which is not his natural position, and he's got a shoulder problem. So he's like making these throws and compromise. Like, what are we doing? It doesn't make sense. For what? For DJ LeMahieu to be in the lineup as the 9 hitter? And I don't care. I'm so tired of hearing about these guys being robbed of hits and they hit the ball hard and they ran into bad luck. That is baseball. Not baseball, Susan. That's not Susan's brand of baseball. But that is the game. Sometimes you need luck. Sometimes you have to create your own luck, and you're not creating your own luck with a second baseman who can't make simple plays. The ball is going into the outfield, plays that he should be making. You're not creating your own luck with a guy that can't run. The ball is hit. He cannot run. He can't score. He's slow. He's unathletic. It's okay to admit we gave you this contract to keep you, but you age quickly here, and the time is up. We're trying to win a World Series, and it doesn't seem like you're trying to win a World Series rolling DJ LeMahieu out there every single day, or even sitting him and putting Peraza out there. Peraza can't hit, so like, what are we doing? And I get it. You can't have all-stars at every position, but what you also said about Soto, I told you why Soto is not there. He did not have his own career numbers to start the season. And you think maybe there's a little animosity amongst players? Yeah. Because this is a guy that is making a ridiculous amount of money. And maybe his peers don't see him as the guy worthy of having the highest contract in baseball. So they're not voting him in. You've got James Wood, Kyle Stowers, Corbin Carroll, Fernando Tatis Jr. Maybe one of those guys drop and they say, go ahead, Juan. You've been there a bunch. But Juan Soto came on late in June, and it didn't necessarily turn into him winning games for the Mets either. So how much of an all-star was he? He just, he turned it on when I think he was trying to make a push to get in. The fans didn't vote him in. The players didn't vote him in. He's out. Jazz is in, though. Jazz is a likable guy. Jazz is also a Yankee. They want the Yankees there because the Yankees have a ton of fans. The Yankee manager is managing the American League East team. And the joke running around on Twitter is, oh, Boone should play him at second base. And I don't know if they're going to do that. But I expect him to get maybe a pinch hit at bat or not play at all. You can make the team and just hang out and not be in the game. But, like, Gleyber Torres is going to start. And then Brandon Lau is going to back him up. And I don't know, man. Jazz is there. It is. You're right as far as, like, Jazz, to me, Jazz was hurt. And Jazz getting in, it's just like, okay, he doesn't have the numbers. But, yeah, I think there's a little bit of Juan Soto being snubbed because his peers don't rock with him like that. And the fans didn't vote him in because he didn't have as hot of a start. But whatever. It's an all-star game. Like, the all-star game is cool and all, but what does it mean? It's not for anything anymore. There's no stakes now. Like, oh, the winning team gets to host the home field advantage team in the World Series. That's been done for years now. So yeah, it'll be cool to get a little break because I think both the Mets and Yankees need a little break and a reset here, and then we'll see what happens the rest of the way. As both of these teams are expected to make the postseason, win their division, and try and make a run at the World Series. Nick is in the Jersey Shore area on the Fan in New York. What's up, Nick?
Hey, how are you, bro?
Good. How are you?
Good, bro. I just wanted to talk about the Mets and the Yankees real quick. I'm a fan of the Mets. Follow both teams fairly heavily. I don't see either one of them making the World Series. I hear everybody.
Me either.
Show, whether it's your show, whatever show it may be, I just don't see it, and I'm sorry to say that. I see multiple teams in the AL that are stronger than the Mets or the Yankees, excuse me, and I just see the Phillies out beating the Mets if it comes to push or shove like that, let alone the Dodgers doing the same exact thing. So I can't continue to sit here and be like, I just don't see it happening. We don't have to line up on either team.
Right.
I'm sorry to say that.
As of today.
As of today, we don't. Whether it be pitching, whether it be, it doesn't matter what position. You go head up with any position. Yeah, we have certain guys like either team, but obviously you have the best right fielder in all of baseball. We have a very good first baseman. We have a great shortstop. There's certain positions you can match up. You guys aren't playing your right second baseman. We can go that route as well. I just don't see it happening. But Keith, while I have you on the phone, I kind of wanted to shake something up real quick. I wanted to talk about football for a second, if that would be okay.
Go for it.
So, talked to Kiki about 2 weeks ago, and one thing that, and I'm not an expert by any means, but I know that KT is your boy. So, Kenny Pickett was like the superstar quarterback of your high school. The superstar quarterback of my high school was Tim Tebow. And
Nice. Yeah, go on.
correct. So I graduated from me, and I see similarities in a lack of production as far as coaching and development for certain dudes. And I can tell you one thing that I absolutely know for 1,000% is that when people came over from a school called Trinity Christian, he was not a quarterback. He was an outside linebacker and a tight end.
Yep.
And one day, our starting quarterback got hurt, and our coach saw that Tim had a cannon of an arm. And they immediately said, he's our new quarterback. But there was no development of his accuracy. He was literally a shotgun quarterback that ran a 4.5 40 and plowed guys over at 6'3", 235 pounds as a senior in high school. So I see Kenny not as that size, but as a quarterback that wasn't developed the same way. Am I correct or not?
Thanks for the call, Nick. We're up against it, and I will talk about Kenny Pickett and Tim Tebow because I know them both well. I'll also talk about the World Series odds between the Mets and the Yankees and how good pitching defeats good hitting when you get to October. Thank you for the call. 888-808-1019. We're going into the 10 o'clock hour. We're up against it. Keep McPherson on the fan. I'll be right back. You can drop Nick.
Okay, raise your hand if you want to make your life a little bit easier. Great. Now raise your other hand if you like to be comfortable. Perfect. Now you have both hands raised. Imagine putting on your shoes. And that, folks, right there is your answer to an easier, more comfortable life. Go hamstring with Skechers slippers. This is footwear you don't need your hands to put on. They can be raised in the air, and you can just step it and go. Why do you experience what people can't stop talking about? Like changing Skechers slippers. Get your slippers at a store, Skechers.com, or wherever stylish footwear is sold.
Our daughter Jessie loves playing detective. A clue.
But since we discovered she has sensitive skin, we've been playing detective too.
We thought the problem was our puppy.
But it was actually our old detergent.
Uh-huh.
So we switched to Tide Free and Gentle. Tide Free and Gentle provides an excellent Tide clean, and it doesn't leave behind irritating residues like dyes or perfumes, so it's gentle on your skin.
Hey, clue.
If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide Free and Gentle. Where exactly do you think you're going? You're abandoning me, your beloved, exquisitely plush couch. Look, these feet are handcrafted mahogany. With that Heineken, you really want to go to that concert? Wouldn't it be infinitely better to stay here with me? Oh, I have a perfect imprint of your posterior. Please, don't go! Don't listen to your couch. Head to a concert with some friends and grab some ice cold Heinekens. Listen to anyone plus the purchase and join Heineken yourself. Water damage happens fast. So can the cleanup when you call on the restoration specialists at 1-800-SERVE-PRO to help make it like it never even happened. That's 1-800-SERVE-PRO.
Franchises are so independently owned and operated.
Hello, I'm Joe Cordell, founder of Cordell. Divorce is complicated, especially when your small business or professional practice is involved. At Cordell & Cordell, we understand that these assets raise unique valuation and allocation issues. For 35 years, we've helped doctors, lawyers, and small business owners navigate divorce with confidence. Call Cordell & Cordell today, because your business is more than a job, it's your legacy. 866-323-7529. 250 settled for $900 licensing New York and New Jersey. Also Cordell, licensing Missouri and Illinois.
Westwood One presents Today in Women's Sports. Make the most of summer with stylish looks from Kohl's and Kohl's.com, where families come first. Indiana Fever superstar Caitlin Clark has missed her team's last 5 games with a groin injury. While Indiana's won 3 of those contests, the grind of the season is starting to take its toll. On Saturday, the Fever played their 3rd game in 5 days, which ended up being an 89-87 home loss to the LA Sparks. Indiana now has a 9-9 record on the season, and led by head coach Stephanie White, the team will have to battle through their next 5 games before the All-Star break.
We have to combat, if there's some physical tiredness, we have to combat that with mental sharpness. And that's a skill that we have to practice, right? That's a skill that we have to practice. We have to exercise it. We've got to continue to practice.
The Fever has an action on Wednesday.
Ever find a deal so good you think, should I tell my friends or keep it to myself? I keep looking to see if I can catch myself in this shit. I'm like, they filmed the whole thing. So many celebrities and athletes and people are just insane. To have all those people under the same roof. Not like how. It's crazy. It's literally like I went Friday just to hang out, and Saturday I like didn't have the energy for it. I went straight to WFA and did my show and left. Sunday I didn't go. And like the first year I was like, this is amazing. And I'm like, they took it up to another level, and I'm like, I couldn't hack it. It's for kids. It is a place for like young people, because like I didn't have the energy for all of the crowds and the even like, you know, people that knew me wanting, you know, handshakes and selfies and conversations. It's just so much of this person's here, this person's here, this person. Oh, can you take a selfie with me? Oh man, it's just like it is fanatics.
I don't understand how. I don't understand the money that's involved to be able to get all these people together.
A lot.
I don't get it. Good evening at 10 o'clock. I'm Marco Belletti. After a thorough and extensive search, the Knicks announced Mike Brown as their new head coach. It's a little bit of the statement that was put out from the Knicks and Leon Rose as they make the Brown hire official. Brown's a two-time coach of the year for the Cavs and the Kings, also had a short stint with the Lakers. Now he's charged with bringing home the Knicks' first title since 1973, taking over for Tom Thibodeau, who brought the Knicks to their first Eastern Conference Finals in a quarter of a century. Yankees and Mets both off. Each have 6 games remaining before the All-Star break. Mets will hit the road for the Orioles, then finish up the first half in Kansas City. They're a game and a half behind the Phillies in the division. Phillies in action against the Giants right now. Top of the second, there's no score. Meanwhile, for the Yankees, they're home for the next 6 to end the first half, hoping they gain some momentum after salvaging the final game against the Mets. They'll welcome the Mariners and the Cubs. Bombers 3 games behind the Blue Jays, who have won 8 straight, looking to make it 9. They've got an 8-4 advantage on the White Sox. They're in the top of the 9th in Chicago. 78 degrees, cloudy skies, Central Park. That's happening. I'm Marco Belletti.
DQ presents how to make your summer take flight. Just head into DQ for a new Superman.
He like randomly had Gary from Waterbury on. How did you get to a call? I just put him on hold.
That's why I looked up twice. That's why I looked up twice.
For a new Superman cake batter cookie dough blizzard treat before it's gone. This Superman only in theaters July 11th. DQ. Happy tastes good. Only at participating locations.
Yeah, I don't know what that was. That's fine.
Hey, that's the spirit. Right now, we're celebrating free with the free STP oil filter when you buy 5 quarts of oil, and free Duralast brake pad when you buy 2 rotors. Like always, free battery testing, charging, and recycling at every store. Celebrate free at AutoZone. Now through July 28th. AutoZone. Restrictions apply.
Tune in to the BTN Sound Show weekdays from 10 to 2 on the Fan, presented by your Tri-State Cadillac. Cadillac is the official luxury vehicle of the New York Mets.
Get connected with WFAN to talk about your favorite teams. The Fan, always live on the free Odyssey app.
And we're back. Rolling right along here. You know, I always take a couple of days off, even if it's only 3 days off. And then I feel like I'm going to come in here and not be able to do this. I don't know. I call it imposter syndrome, I guess, even though it's my 4th year doing this. I said last week with the Yankees, I'm like, they need some of that fear of like, yo, maybe we're not the Yankees anymore. We need to step it up. Like, I don't know. Isn't that a common thing in like successful people? This like drive that you have to do it again, prove that you can do it, and not just live off of what you've done. I've never been that way. Keith McPherson on the Fan. I don't know. I've accomplished things in my life, and I move on from them. I'm constantly looking in the mirror like, you're not good enough. You're not doing well enough. Do better. What else can you do? What's next? Pull another rabbit out of the hat. I feel like these Yankees have gotten so complacent and have been told so many times that, no, you're good. You're great. You're the best. This is baseball. This happens to some of the best teams.
Like I was on Thursday night and I pulled up some stats. Yankees Light put out this great, it's probably Chat GPT aided, but this great just tweet full of information that talked about the Yankees, the modern day Yankees. And it said, are the Yankees' annual summer downturns a normal part of the game, or are they unique? Last night, Aaron Judge had this to say of the Yankees' current 6-16 spell, which got worse. We're going to go through 2 of these a year. Every good team does. Like, I think the Yankees have swept. They're like, you had 2 losing streaks in a month, 2 6-game losing streaks in a month. That's not okay. Like, that's not just someone. Sure, if there are some things that are baseball, there's some things that you create. Like, you let that happen to you from the Boston Red Sox and the Anaheim Angels. Then the Toronto Blue Jays into the Mets. The Mets are the best team out of that group, but they're a crosstown rival. The Blue Jays are your division rival. The Boston Red Sox are your division rival. And that's why I say nobody fears these Yankees. And these Yankees don't fear failing, and they don't fear management. And fear is necessary. I don't know how many times I make the analogy to a restaurant. And there are people that work at restaurants. That is not their dream job. That is not their final destination. They're temporarily there, but they do a good job sometimes because they're scared of losing that job. They fear getting yelled at by the manager. You know what I'm saying? They fear losing out on a shift, or like, so they do their job because they just like, they have to. There's a culture that has been created with these Yankees where they're just told, hey, it's okay. You get them next time. The participation trophy era Yankees, 888-808-1019. Before we went to break, I had a call from Nick in the Jersey Shore, and he went off on a few things. And I always like to give you guys your runway, and if you want to switch topics, you can, but then I need time to respond. So we started talking about Tim Tebow. And I remember where Tim Tebow went to high school because Tim Tebow and I are the same age. So when I was playing quarterback at Ocean Township High School 10 years before Kenny Pickett came through and became the best quarterback at our high school, I was looking at Sports Illustrated reading about Tim Tebow. Tim Tebow had some of the most ridiculous high school stats I had ever seen. Like in like a 10-game season, he was scoring like 3 rushing touchdowns and 3 passing touchdowns per game. Like he was averaging like 5-6 touchdowns a game. I scored 6 touchdowns against Middletown North and broke the single game record. And I thought that was like so amazing accomplishment. That was an average Friday night for Tim Tebow. And when Tim Tebow got to Florida, if you remember, Chris Leak and him kind of, took turns. Chris Leak was the starter, but Tebow went in and had certain packages. Remember the jump throw and the goal line stuff. And I won't compare Tim Tebow to Kenny Pickett at all. Tim Tebow in college was one of the best college quarterbacks we'd ever seen. You want to talk about a motivator. You want to talk about a guy holding his team accountable. Like that speech that Tebow gave, and it is so long ago, I can't forget. I forget who they played, but when he talked about, you will not see a player work harder. You will not see a team work harder than us. You will not yo, he put it all on the line, and then they followed suit. Like that's what you need in competitive sports. Kenny Pickett was great. Kenny Pickett was a Heisman Trophy finalist. He broke some of Dan Marino's records at Pitt. I just saw the fake slide pop back up. That was such a legendary move. And Kenny Pickett is trending right now because of Terry Bradshaw. Terry Bradshaw, Steelers legend, I think 4-time Super Bowl winner that nobody ever mentions in the GOAT conversation because of his rings, ring culture. That's all we talk about. They never mentioned Terry Bradshaw as one of the GOAT quarterbacks. But, Terry Bradshaw came out and criticized the Steelers' handling of Kenny Pickett because Kenny Pickett was, the son of Pittsburgh coming out of University of Pitt. They share the same facility, work out together. They were able to draft him. And I do feel like Kenny was hurt, and I felt like they moved on from him so quickly. And what he expressed was like, being upset with how he was handled. And so they got him up out of there, and they haven't reaped any benefits from that move. But yeah, just to kind of close that call out with Tim Tebow and Kenny Pickett. No, I can't compare them. I can't compare their development. Tim Tebow had so much opportunity. Tim Tebow went, pretty high in the draft for what his skill set was. Tim Tebow went to the Broncos. I mean, Tim Tebow even was a Jet and was an Eagle. even when Tim Tebow did go back to the position he was playing, as the caller mentioned, when he was early in his high school days, and he was homeschooled. Tim Tebow got an opportunity to sign on with the Jacksonville Jaguars and Urban Meyer trying to play tight end. Oh, how could we ever forget Tim Tebow trying to join the Mets, trying to switch sports? Like, Tim Tebow was offered a lot of grace. Tim Tebow was given a lot of opportunity. Speaking of All-Star, man, I remember being at All-Star in 2023 on the bus on a Sprinter van with the Players Alliance, and Curtis Granderson was telling this story about how, like, during spring training back then, like, the guys would get a break in spring training games and get a couple days off, and some guys would go, take their kids to Disney or go to Orlando, and they asked Tim Tebow, hey, what are you doing? And like Tim Tebow had like a helicopter come in and pick him up, and he was going to like some church to do a sermon, and then he was doing some autograph signing in games. Like, Tim Tebow was like this big rock star, and it just didn't really work out. With the Mets, Granderson was talking about how Tim Tebow couldn't hit, and I think he faced Scherzer. And I wish I gotta tap it with the Grandy man. I'm gonna have him come tell the stories on the fan. But he was giving us some stories about Tim Tebow. We were actually in the car talking about playing football versus playing baseball and the difference in the sport. Baseball is such a hard sport. I think that's why I love it so much, and that's why I respect it so much. I stopped playing when I was like 12, 13. I wish I played longer. If my son wants to, my son is playing as long as he can. I think you can take good things from both football and baseball and basketball, but it is hard to go from football into baseball, just how you throw the ball. Other than that, what else did he mention that I wanted to speak on? Tim Tebow, Kenny Pickett, and World Series odds. I have it in my notes. Thanks, Pete. I said it in March. I don't think the Mets or the Yankees are getting to the World Series or winning it. Maybe the Yankees can get back to the World Series because of the American League. But the whole reason I even said that was based off of the pitching. Once Cole went down, I'm like, Like the Yankees were getting starts out of Carlos Cookie Carrasco this year. The Yankees now are depending on Marcus Stroman, Will Warren. Like, what are we about to do? Clark Schmidt is down. We're going to go on this All-Star break. We're going to see Cam Schlittler. Like, how's that going to go? We saw Alan Winans for a spot start. It's not going to be good enough. So if you don't have the pitching to get you there, I said before the break, good pitching defeats the hitting. Because, you can have Aaron Judge. If that base is open, they're walking him. They're going to pitch around him. They're going to put it on somebody else. Same with Soto or Alonso. And there's pressure. When you get to October, these guys are squeezing the bat tighter. These guys they're wanting so badly to have their moment and be the guy. And, they're striking out on the off-speed stuff. And it's just not the pitching. You've seen it. The good pitching beats the good hitting. You need a couple guys to come up clutch. Really, you need guys in the bottom of the order to come up clutch and not be easy outs. And between the Yankees and the Mets, they need to fix some things with the bottom of the order. Some of the guys that they have that are automatic outs. 888-808-1019. Nick is in Queens on the fan next. What's up, Nick? Going once, going twice, and a third time. Nick is on hold. But let's go to Reggie in White Plains, see what Reggie's thinking, if he's there. There he is. What's up? Nick is on hold. Nick, if you come back, I didn't hang up on you. Reggie, you got the floor.
We also got Friday's game. I'm the first photo up. To me, it was an obvious lost pitch around situation. I don't know if Boone is too proud, but he just seen Judge get walked by the Blue Jays the past 4 days. I mean, at the very worst, Kobe can't give him an 89-mile-per-hour fastball middle up like that. For a whole weekend, I think they should have put him on there. Just, I don't know what they were thinking there, but it really made me upset for the whole weekend. Such a dump.
Yeah, I don't know. Soto versus Stroman. I know that they had some kind of relationship last year. I've heard Stroman talk so glowingly about Juan Soto and what he is, and I knew he had nothing for him. I knew anything that he threw in the zone, Soto was going to be all over. Soto, Stroman doesn't have any type of stuff to get him out. Yeah, and that was Soto's moment in the Subway Series, the one you were waiting for, right? Like, he was able to tie the game. He was able to erase the back-to-back jacks that the Yankees opened the game with, and they gave him the opportunity to do so.
They gave him the momentum right back. I mean, I would have put anyone out there, Alonso, any of those guys. The fact that it was Soto didn't really matter. Third base, first and second open one out, and just gave them the momentum. And after that, I was really surprised with the whole series. But hopefully they can get this thing going, turn back around, and see what happens. We'll talk to you.
Thanks for the call. Yeah, and Nimmo right away. I had a bad feeling because I'm like, well, it wasn't even Nimmo. It was Dominguez didn't make the play on the ball. Nimmo doubled, and I'm like, all right, here we go. Dominguez homers as the leadoff hitter, and there's two sides of the game. You got to be able to bring it at the plate, and then you got to field your position. And he took 2 steps in. The ball goes over his head. Citi Field is not Yankee Stadium. I know Yankee Stadium left field is tough to play, whatever. It's, different dimensions and different ballparks. The Yankees come from playing indoor games in Toronto to the outdoor games with the Mets, all day games. And they got right away. That little bit of that feeling, I literally was jumping up and down to see them open up the game, like keep Dominguez in the lineup, and Dominguez homers and Judge homers to start the game. And you're thinking, like, okay, here we go. They're pitching Justin Hagenman from South Jersey, a Penn State kid from Voorhees, New Jersey. And it's the Subway Series. It's New York versus New York. And the Yankees, they needed it in a bad way, and they gave that up right away. And they let Soto versus Stroman, I think on the second pitch. No, it was a 4-pitch at bat. Home run. Stroman had nothing for him. 90-mile-an-hour sinker called strike, 70-mile-an-hour curveball swinging strike, 82-mile-an-hour splitter for a ball. Throws the cutter 89 up to so you're not getting that past one. So, and it's a brand new game, and that whole game, that game frustrated me because that whole game they could have won that game, but for that game to come down to, and I'm trying to remember. Like what I felt like in that game, I think I was like, you could have left Tim Hill in to face Pete Alonso and walk him. Let me see if I can go back in the box score. Luke Weaver hadn't had it all week. That's again the Yankee arrogant, like, oh, well, he's an elite guy. We believe he's elite. We believe he's going to just magically turn back into being elite. So we're going to pitch him here. We've got nobody else. I think they had the kid Javian Sandridge up, which you don't want to see him, and you were able to put Tim Hill in effectively. But I'm like, you could have left Tim Hill in if you don't have anybody trying to stretch him. But I think the plan was to go to Weaver in the 7th and go to Weaver in the 8th, and then get to Devin Williams. Didn't work out. Yep, Pete Alonso walks. And it's like, if you're going to walk Pete Alonso, Tim Hill could have walked Pete Alonso. And then Jeff McNeil, I just knew it too. I had a bad feeling. Happy Jeff, 6-pitch at bat. As soon as he hit that ball, I'm like, that ball's going. And that's the difference in the game. Mets take the lead, and that would stay like that. And then the impending doom feeling, watching the Yankees knowing they've got a glass jaw, they're not going to recover from this. It doesn't matter. Game. And the losing streak continues. And the Mets take the first one, and it bodes well for you to take the series if you win the first one. And then none of us felt great about having Carlos Rodon on the mound the next day. Carlos Rodon gives up a grand slam to Nimmo. And in that game, the generational Juan Soto, too crafty for his own good, lays down a bunt on the – like, what are you doing, bro? Like, what are you actually doing? You're thinking too much. You're thinking – Sometimes you can be so smart you're dumb. Juan Soto, you're facing Carlos Rodon, who loves to give up home runs. Who, like, Marte doubled, Francisco Lindor walked, and like I said about Rodon, if there's a couple pitches, borderline, whatever, he misses his spot, he can't overcome it. But Soto comes up with a sac bunt. Why? You're the highest paid player in the league. It's not for your defense. It's not for your speed, even though you have some stolen bases. It's not for your bunting ability. But all is well that ends well because Pete Alonso walks. Rodon was probably so thrown off. Like, wow, first out of the inning, Soto gives me one on the first pitch. He bunts. The most feared hitter in their line. Like, and then Brandon Nimmo. Boop. Stays hot. Another grand slam. 888-808-1019. Let's go back to Nick and Queen, see if he's ready to go. Nick, you there?
Yeah, hey, Keith, how you doing?
All right. How are you?
Doing well, my man. Yeah, I just have like a hypothetical. So I think that if David Wright stayed healthy throughout his whole career, he would have ended up with a better career than Jeter.
How? In what regard would his career have been better? Definitely not.
Statistically.
Okay. And I
think like the Mets definitely would have won like at least a couple World Series.
yeah. Thanks for the call, Nick. I disagree. But I don't want to take anything away from David Wright. I know his Jersey night is coming up. I think Pete Alonso just passed him all-time homers, and I know that's your guy. Oh, that just made me think of something. Yo, what is up with the Mets in-game scoreboard antics with the fans? So there was like this thing that they put up saying Derek Jeter was a compiler. I got to see if I can find it. They were playing this game. They're playing this game on the big screen. I didn't go to any of these games, so I completely, and I didn't. I knew I wasn't going to the holiday weekend. I wasn't going to Cleveland. I wasn't going to sit in traffic. But I would have liked to see these antics that happened for the people that were there. So they had this one game where, like, you're on the big screen, and if you're wearing a Yankee hat, they change it to a Mets hat. And then they had this other game where they were putting like air bubbles over fans and like what they were saying. And they had another good one. It was like, I really can't wait for the Dallas Cowboys season. They had a Yankee fan. Obviously, me being a Yankee fan, Cowboys fan, like I gotta laugh out of that. It's still kind of annoying, but I get it. It's a well played joke. I'm assuming most of these Mets fans are Jets fans. That's a joke in itself too. But what else? Yeah, here it is. Now I have it. This girl says, "Can we bring the facial hair rule back?" Like what? It's straight from social media. It's like they took all of these social media jokes. Like they had another Yankee fan, Yankee logo on his shirt, and then the quote was, "Oh, the food here really is better." That's such a rent-free thing. As much as Met fans talk about rent-free, like for the scoreboard during the game to be trolling Yankee fans. This other fan says, "I hope the traffic to Staten Island isn't that bad tonight." What's that supposed to mean? Are Staten Island people all Yankee fans and not Met fans? Staten Island always gets the short end of the stick.
I often get told, "Oh wow, you're a Mets fan from Staten Island? That's strange." I don't think it's that strange, but maybe.
I guess, and I know. The last but not least one was an older Yankee fan with a Yankee player tee, and the quote says, "The roll call is embarrassing behavior for grown adults." I take offense to that. I don't know how many roll calls I've done. I've led the roll call. I've been blessed to have the creatures chant my name in the roll call. Just mind your business. You're never gonna go to Yankee Stadium and see the Yankee Stadium scoreboard trolling the 7 line, trolling the Met fan. We could go for hours with the Yankee fan. The Yankees don't need to do that. I get it. It's the big brother, little brother punching up thing. I get it. But I caught that over the weekend. I'm like, the shenanigans that go on in Flushing. I'm glad I sat this one out. 888-808-1019. Phil is in Seaford next on the fan. What's up, Phil?
Hey, Keith.
Hey.
It's actually Bill from Seaford. How are you, brother?
I'm sorry, Bill. It says PHIL, but Bill is in Seaford on the fan. What's up, Bill?
Just want to say, first of all, I love listening to you. It's fantastic. I listen to a lot of sports radio. I'm in the car a lot. I never call. Last time I called, ready for this? It's supposed to beat, right?
Okay.
But anyway, a couple quick points, and most of them I'm just agreeing with the stuff you said earlier about the Yankees and the fans and things like that. When you are sitting there with your relief pitcher out there, you're yelling, "We want reliever," how is that helping anybody? If you're a Yankee fan, why would you do that? I'm going to tell you, it's probably nobody under 40, over 40 rather, doing those types of things. It's all the younger fans, just impatient.
Yeah.
Even a guy getting into a slump. And then another quick point. I mean,
The mistakes the Yankees are making more recently are non-thinking mistakes. They're not being lazy. Like, they're not doing jumps. Donaldson not running out, doubles where they thought he was a home run. It's not that type of errors they're making. It's just sometimes they just seem like they all happen at once, and then the team's terrible. But I mean,
They're asleep at the wheel too often. There's some loafing going on. There's some, I didn't know. I misjudged that ball. Come on, be ready to play. There's like a level of intensity.
but he wasn't going to do great.
Yep, it was time.
But he's not a bad. And then lastly, just as a 64-year-old diehard Yankee fan, I know that every year when the last stop's made, it's not always going to be we're going to have a rip. But I'd rather be a Yankee fan or a fan of any other team because they keep us going every year. We're never sellers. We're never rebuilding. And even when we think we're rebuilding, we get the ALCS, with the baby bombers and things like that.
Yeah.
And, I just don't get the younger fans just seem to not
They have nothing. Thanks for the call, Phil. The younger fans have nothing but stories that we tell them about what it used to be like, and watching Yankeeography and looking up old stuff on YouTube. And like, it's crazy how many of these young kids, because of the internet, they know the history, they know the lore, they know the years, they know the players, they know, like, they don't have their own, and like this social media era we're in, too much of it just like comes from social media into reality. There's a blurred line now. You mentioned Luke. I was at that game against Toronto, and then I came here to the fan after, and people criticized my take, and I'm like, if you're rooting against the guy on the mound before he gets a single out, I think he had faced Springer and Jimenez, Devin Williams, in that game. And he gave up a single to Springer and then a hit by pitch to Jimenez. And fans instantly started booing, and then the boos right behind the dugout turned into "We want Weaver." And I'm like, how dumb can you be? And be careful what you wish for now. Now you don't have Weaver. Now you desperately need Devin Williams to be confident. You desperately need Devin Williams to be locked in, calling his own game, hit his spots. You need some help from the umpire behind the dish. And that's your best reliever right now. We don't know what Luke Weaver is. So many people thought Luke Weaver was a lock. Hamstring, maybe even some overusage. And then when he comes back, overusage. You're overusing a guy. What is Luke Weaver, like 185 pounds? He's not like a power pitching guy. Like, this guy might be cooked right now. He needs the All-Star break, but the Yankees need him. And the Yankees think that they can pitch him twice in the Toronto series, first game of the Mets series, and he's been giving up homers. Then in the post game, he's got a certain way about him in his speech and his delivery where, like, I don't know. It's not good. It's not good. And maybe, the Yankees knew something about it. That's why they went to get Devin Williams. They knew something about him. Hey, this guy's not going to be the closer for us all year. We need to do better. He needs to be the setup guy. Now he's in question. You don't have Fernando Cruz. Jake Cousins never came back. Mark Leiter Jr. is another guy that they talk about bad luck and the defense behind him. Tim Hill is a specialist type, sidewinder, lefty specialist. They won't use him too much. I don't know. They show us this bullpen budget, and I never know. I look at this bullpen budget. I'm telling you, I take a picture with my phone to screenshot it to bring it in, and I never know who's available, who's not available, who's off limits, who's not off limits. It's like, I don't know. They know better than me, but then it doesn't result into wins. It results into them blowing leads and losing games consistently here through this stretch. 888-808-1019. We come back. I do want to speak on Mike Brown and the Knicks, and I did want to start leaning more into some football stuff because thank God for football. Like, inside training camp live, I cannot wait till they start. And because the Hall of Fame game is on the 31st, like, training camp starts in the NFL in less than 10 days for the Chargers and the Lions. Good. Keith McPherson on the Fan talking sports. Call me up. We'll be right back.
We got you. New York sports. No filter.
So I'm saying there's nothing to say. Nah, they're not trading him, especially after what went down this year with the White Sox fan and the love that they've shown that man. They're not trading him. And also, we don't need a second baseman. We need a third baseman. Yankees are comfortable living off the brand alone. Yeah, they are. Because those championships that they won in the late 90s, early 2000s birthed fans that are my age. That we are the ones going to the stadium now, bringing our kids to the stadium. Like, they're good off that. Too much jealousy for Soto. By who? Bum Soto, no all-star. Oh, heard you as far as like the players not voting him in. That's definitely jealousy. Y'all are too kind. It's good to be back. 999. We got 999 people watching. Let me do a little retweet and yeah, we'll get this back cracking, bro. I'm just looking at comments. People are funny as hell. People just troll all day anonymously. I can't imagine. I wouldn't waste my time. I don't want to do anything that doesn't like benefit my name and my brand and who I am. How do you have so much time to waste being no one? Make it make sense. Like, you're putting all that time and energy into nada. I don't know, you must be rich. You must be rich ass troll. You must be a rich ass troll. I don't understand that. Must be nice to be rich and be a troll and spend all day trolling people. Let me see. Let me cue this up. Come on. Yo, I'm about to send you some audio real quick for Tibbs' conversation. Okay. Nah. Whatever, beat. Okay. Yo, where the hell is this? Okay, got it. The link is so long. This is a long ass link. Okay, that's sent. I have a quote from iHeart I want to go to first, then Derrick Rose. What do you think? Yo, what up? Yeah, I don't think they're gonna pay for him. They're gonna want a lot, and they might not be selling like that. They might be trying to go for it. Let's go Yankees, but they gotta actually go. Cool. Facts. He's there every year. Yankees need a whole new team and Judge. You're not wrong. You are not wrong. You are not wrong. I'm going to reply to this right now. YouTube chat. Boom. Okay, here we go. I say, go New York, go New York, go. Let's talk Knicks. After all is said and done, more is said than done. Keith McPherson on the fan. Mike Brown, what can Brown do for you? Mike Brown has been announced. I know last week I was like, maybe we should chill on it because I don't know what the hell the Knicks were doing over these last couple of weeks. I'm like, maybe this is smoke and mirrors. Maybe this is their last-ditch effort to try and get Jason Kidd because it hasn't been confirmed by the Knicks official Twitter or Knicks PR on Twitter. I don't know if Mike Brown is actually – he's the guy. He's the guy. But let's take a couple steps back. You had the guy. And this is a lateral move. This is a similar type of guy, in my opinion. Like, it's not like they went younger and innovative. It's not like they went to a completely different, like, Mike Brown. Like, to fire Tom Thibodeau to land on Mike Brown, to me, is, like, kind of funny. Because you can't tell me that that's what you had in mind. He had been a free agent. He had been available. You mean to tell me that during the season you were thinking, well, we got Mike Brown anyway? No, they had to be dreaming bigger than that. So much so, I also know that you didn't want Mike Brown because you checked on other coaches in the NBA that are employed, right? You checked on Jason Kidd. You checked on Ime Udoka. Didn't they check on Quinn Snyder and Billy Donovan too? Yeah, it's just like – so you had, I guess, some pie in the sky type of options that weren't going to happen. And then the Borregos or the Johnny Bryants of the world, like that never materialized. Taylor Jenkins, that never materialized. So Mike Brown is the guy. But before we, talk about Mike Brown and we read what Leon Rose wrote, I guess, or somebody wrote for Dolan as well, the official statements that came out from the Knicks, let's backtrack. Let's go to Isaiah Hartenstein, who honestly, he owes Tom Thibodeau not any money, and you'll hear about the money too, but like he owes him a ton of respect and just props for like the year that he had under him, what he became, because that enabled him to go and get the bag and eventually get a ring with OKC. So let's hear from Isaiah Hartenstein on his time with the Knicks, or really on the firing of Tom Thibodeau, and what he felt about, his time with the Knicks and the head coach.
For me, Kicks is great. For me, he's a great coach.
Not the best spoken guy, but you get the gist. You understand what he said. He said, like they weren't winning before he got there. So he gets credit for changing the culture. Now Mike Brown is the luckiest guy in the world, it seems, inheriting what Tom Thibodeau built. And my initial thoughts on it was, hey, this is a gift and the curse. Enjoy the honeymoon for now. We'll get more into that. But let's hear what Derrick Rose had to say about the thing. Obviously, Derrick Rose had a relationship with Tom Thibodeau as a Knick and as a Chicago Bull. I mean, there are people that blame Tom Thibodeau for, Rose getting hurt, whatever. Let's hear what D Rose had to say when he was, doing something else. He was at the NASCAR Chicago he was the Grand Marshal for NASCAR Chicago. And then he was asked about the Knicks and Tom Thibodeau's firing. Go ahead and play that.
What do you think about the Knicks firing Tibbs? It's crazy. I talked to Tibbs after, man. He's good. He's good. I mean, you can't be mad when you're walking away with $30 million. So you can't be too sorry for him. But he's in good spirits, and that's my guy. We locked into the end, but he's good. Jalen's still in New York. He's gonna be balling. So everybody wins. I feel like.
Everybody wins, but now you have to win the whole thing. 888-808-1019. Yeah, Tom Thibodeau wins if the Knicks fail. Tom Thibodeau gets the last laugh with that $30 million, that extension that he had. And if the Knicks don't get any further than the Eastern Conference Finals where he got it. I know if that's me, that's what I'm rooting for. I'm holding a grudge. If that's me, I'm like, yup, let's see. If that's me, I even had a little bit of a smirk on my face watching the finals. I'm pointing at the TV like Leonardo DiCaprio, like, see, told y'all the Pacers were better than you thought. They got the first game off the Thunder too. They took the Thunder to Game 7. See, you fired me off of losing to Indiana and Rick Carlisle and Tyrese Halliburton. But that's the thing now. Halliburton is out the way. They made it official today that Tyrese, how we know, you can't get hurt in the NBA Finals and tear your Achilles. The Pacers president, Kevin Pritchard, has confirmed that Tyrese Halliburton will not play next season. We know. Now, on the other hand, Jason Tatum, he's not going to play either. I think people just still have this Jedi mind trick that Aaron Rodgers tried to play on everybody. Aaron Rodgers made y'all think he was coming back in 2 months. He never ended up coming back. But this Jedi mind trick that, like, guys can just recover from an Achilles injury and come back. Jason Tatum was like, there's a video of him in the, I guess in like the cold tub rehabbing. And people are like, oh man, like, how's he doing this already? Jason Tatum's on his way back. Like, no, he's not on his way back. So what I'm trying to say, Jason Tatum posted a video of himself walking in a pool today on Instagram as he continues his Achilles rehab. Okay, he's walking in a pool. He's not coming back. So everybody's talking about clear path for the Knicks. Clear path for the Knicks to get to the Eastern Conference Finals and Finals. And if you look at the betting odds, they're the favorites to come out of the East. They have really good odds to win the whole thing. They bring in Gershon Yabusele. They bring in Jordan Clarkson. So immediately that bench is better. And Tibbs got to be somewhere saying, yo, if you would have got me these guys, I would have played them. What's going on? You fired me. I didn't have these guys at my disposal. 6th man of the year, a beast like Gershon Yabusele. Of course I would play these guys. You give these guys to Mike Brown? Come on. And so here is what was posted today. Knicks PR put out a long post that I'm not going to bore you with. But basically, they want to list all his accolades. And the Knicks Twitter wants to say, oh, we'll let his resume speak for itself. Okay. So that's why you hired him, because of his resume? No, it's not. You defaulted into this. You were tired of Tom Thibodeau's face. You had some exit meetings where some players said some things. And ultimately, James Dolan said, I've seen enough. 5 years is enough. Thanks for what you've done, but we'll take it from here. We don't think you can get us over the hump. I don't think anybody was in those meetings saying, Mike Brown can. What can Brown do for you? So the Knicks posted Mike Brown's journey to New York. And they want to talk about, him being on the bench with the Warriors and him getting to the finals with Bron and him being with the Lakers and like the prowess of all that. But he got fired out of Sacramento. And he was hanging around. So here is Leon Rose first. And you've got to remember that the last statement that we got from the Knicks was that they, were singularly focused on winning a championship for their fans. So here's a quote from Leon Rose. I guess he wrote it. After a thorough and extensive search process, we are pleased to announce Mike Brown as the next head coach of the New York Knicks. Mike has coached on the biggest stages in our sport and brings championship pedigree to our organization. His experience leading the bench during the NBA Finals, winning four titles as an assistant coach, and his ability to grow and develop players will all help us as we aim to bring a championship to New York for our fans. This is the New York Knicks, everybody. The New York Knicks now. They're the Yankees now. It's championship or bust. They're like the Mets now. It's championship or bust. Look at this. It's not just the Yankees anymore that are expected to win the championship. We got the Yankees, the Mets, and now the Knicks. Championship only. The Knicks have arrived to the point where if they don't win the championship, it's a failure. Mike Brown could be gone after year one. I don't think he'll be gone after year one. Here's what James L. Dolan had to say. I would like to welcome Mike Brown to New York and the Knicks organization. Leon and our staff ran a thorough and thoughtful process that led our organization to Mike, and I'm pleased to see him on the sideline for us next season. Give me a break. 888-808-1019. Keep McPherson on the fan as we bring in some Knicks fans. But, of course, we'll go back to the Yankee fans and the Met fans on hold, and there are some football fans sneaking in here, as I will lay out in a minute or two and force some football conversation because we need it. Gary and Waterbury's on the fan again. What's up, Gary? You're the girls scream like I'm king.
You know they do. And through Philly, through Soto, through Cashman. I'm bringing the Yanks. And you pick me up right off the Knicks. You pick me up. But I'm only doing Yanks.
That's fine.
And Cashman has the biggest payroll and the most resources in the AL. And he cannot produce.
Yeah.
Come on. How many years? And he's had the biggest payroll and the biggest leeway in the whole AL for 2 decades.
Our eternal GM. You know what I had said after, last year's trade deadline. Last year's trade deadline was not good enough, and I ran into Cash in the suite level, and I told him, bro, if this is the team, stack the deck, go all in at the deadline, like the Dodgers do. Please just get greedy and make sure that we have plan A, B, C, and D. We didn't do that. We got Mark Leiter Jr. We got another De Los Santos, Yeri De Los Santos. Was that him? Or no, Enyo De Los Santos, who we DFA'd. And then, of course, Jazz, which has been a good move. But this year, Cashman needs to have a good deadline this year. And I just am not feeling it. I just don't expect it to happen.
No. We got 3 times the payroll of Tampa, and they're on our heels every year. It doesn't get every week.
He hit his first one against Toronto, and then they sat him the next day. Man, we are still playing this game. It goes back to what I'm saying, them dying hard on their trades and contracts. They will die hard on that Stanton contract because he's making a ton of money, and we know, right? He's supposed to be beyond reproach because of what he did in the postseason. Man, we're a long way from the postseason.
The thing is, it's been the same thing for 10 years. And Dominguez better be leading off going forward. Every day he better be leading off.
You'll see Trent Grisham. You'll see Paul Goldschmidt. You'll see Ben Rice. They have no problem. They have no problem changing the lineup and leaning on analytics and matchups and not believing in players being hot.
It's not fair to the kid. You got to play him. He's the only one who could at least steal a base.
You have to play him. If you're serious about winning, he brings so much to the table where you do have to play him.
He has to be lead off going forward.
And it's part of his development. No, but they're not going to. They're not going to. I'm just telling you now. Thanks for the call, Gary. It's not happening. Like, you saw a little bit of it, right? Dominguez was the player of the series in Toronto. They took Judge out of the series. Judge like tied Mickey Mantle for the most intentional walks or whatever. But like Dominguez is 22 years old, bro. Part of his development is he's supposed to be playing every day. He should get some days at DH. Why can't he get any days at center field? Why can't he play the position that he was billed as for years? Because you have Trent Grisham, trade him. Again, I go back to where I was in my open. Trade Trent Grisham now. He makes $5-6 million a year. Trade Trent Grisham at this deadline. If you're going to sell something, package him with someone. Because, like, you have to trade him. He's got a hamstring injury. He's nursing that. He's booting balls. He's misjudging balls. He can't run the first base. Okay, you got a good pop out of the guy, right? Like he played over his head more than any of us expected. Like being a guy playing every day, get some value for him. You're not going to sign him long term, and he's stopping you from playing Dominguez. And even if you want to keep Dominguez in left field, then make Belly your everyday center fielder. His bat needs to be in the lineup. He needs to play. Or like, I don't know why you can't go Dominguez at center field. Or if you want to keep Trent Grisham, like Dominguez at DH isn't crazy either. If you're not so wild about his fielding, put him as the leadoff DH. No, Trent Grisham just, you know what it is? It's like what the Yankees love to do. This is something that they're good at. Cashman finds. They love finding guys. This is the number one thing they've been able to do in this era. Finding guys for cheap and getting maximum production out of them for a while and milking that as long as they can until the very bitter dead end. Find a guy like Luke Weaver. Find a guy like Luke Weaver for nothing, turn him into something, and we're going to ride it till the wheels fall off. Even if it's to our own detriment, even if we're going to lose games off that. Yeah, we got this guy, like Tim Hill. Tim Hill was a Chicago White Sox. And I think he probably hated being on the White Sox so much. It's hard to get up for those games. Hard to get excited to come out and pitch, down 6 runs. Now, speaking of the White Sox, score update. The Blue Jays defeat the White Sox 8-4. So, don't expect any help from the White Sox in the standings. Ultimately, what I'm saying is here, I just expect the same things. Play stupid games. They're going to win some stupid prizes. And they're going to tell you, the fan that watches every day, that goes to the game, that listens to WFAN, listens to 3 different Yankee podcasts. You listen to Talking Yanks. You listen to Fireside Yanks. You listen to Mike Francesa talk about. You listen to me. You listen to the whole morning show, midday, afternoon talk about these things. They're not going to change. They don't have to change. They don't have to change, but they need to change if we're actually going to be champions again in this window of Aaron Judge's prime, in this window of they're going to keep playing Stanton because of what he gets paid. I don't know. Not for nothing. I'm on the next year because they need Cole back. So honestly, bro, Saturday when I got the news that Clark Schmidt went down, I deleted Instagram. I deleted Twitter. I'm like, I'm off this. It's a holiday. I'm about to get in the pool with my son, fire up the grill. Let's do those peak summer Independence Day activities. This stuff doesn't matter to anyone around me but me. And I'm not going to let the Yankees ruin my holiday. I'm not. So here we are in the same spot that we feel like we're in too often. And I'm tired of hearing Yankee fans criticized for crying too much. They don't understand, bro. It's not just this season. It's compounded. It's year after year after year. It's Rougned Odor being picked up off the scrap heap, never playing third base, and him playing third base. You know what I'm saying? It's watching guys that are cooked, like Rizzo, DJ, year after year. Verdugo. The other night I was talking about how Verdugo and Rizzo aren't even in the league. They're not even playing in the major leagues. They were playing in October for the Yankees in the World Series. So, I don't know. Love the Yankees, love baseball. If I'm a betting man, I'm not putting $1 on them to win the World Series. If I'm a betting man, I guess I put $1 on them to get to the World Series after I see what they get at the trade deadline. But they've gone so far with this makeshift lineup and having too many guys for the same position and playing guys out of position. Like they need to straighten some things out. 888-808-1019. We'll continue, but I mixed up enough of the Mike Brown conversation, some all-star stuff. I planted some seeds with Tim Tebow and Kenny Pickett, and we're going to start definitely talking Jets and Giants. You know, as I mentioned, and I know I'm up against it here, 888-808-1019. I mentioned the Los Angeles Chargers opening up camp on July 16th, so less than 10 days. And then the Lions open up camp on July 19th. Man, the Jets and the Giants open up camp on the 22nd, but rookies report for the Giants on the 15th, rookies report for the Jets on the 9th. It's here. I'm telling you, it's going to be here. We're going to go through the All-Star break, and then boom, we're going to be talking football. We're going to be talking about Jackson Dart. We're going to be talking about Justin Fields. We're going to be talking about Malik Neighbors and Garrett Wilson or Breece Hall and Cam Scatterboo. Keep it McPherson on the Fan, talking sports. Call me up if you like sports and like to talk sports. I'll be right back. All right, let's see.
Madison Square Garden. They're going to sell out every game. They're going to be the favorites in the Eastern Conference. Sexy. Yeah. But I don't want to hear that anymore. It's got to be sexy. It's got to be good. Listen to Evan and Kiki on demand.
I don't know what that was.
Spotify or wherever you get your podcasts.
All right, I'm back. Let's try and catch up here a little. How's your day been? Good. I'm glad to be back in the saddle. I'm glad to be back on the Fan. I'm glad to be back doing my show, live streaming on the chat as well, like simultaneously simulcasted on the radio and on the chat. We've got 1,500 people in here, and this show goes till 1 a.m. So, like, welcome in. We still have 2 more hours, and I'm not done. There's plenty to unpack and talk about, but I'm a Yankee fan, and I'm really only on the Fan because of my Yankee fandom and influence and position, in the fan base and in the media and how I talk about the team. That's probably my number one thing. One day we're going to evolve, though. This is a McPherson brand YouTube channel. Make sure you hit like on here. If you're first time watching, you probably find some other stuff on here. But yeah, I'm not dumb. I play the hits. I know when I get on, people want to hear me talk about the Yankees. I don't think people really care about me talking about Starling Marte's knee or something like that. Like they've got enough of that all day. So that's where we are with that. But I did mention some NFL stuff and want to talk about training camp and what we're expecting out of these teams. I did mention Mike Brown. Mike Brown better than Bill Belichick? In what regard? I don't understand that. Mike Brown is a blue chip coach. He's better than Belichick. I don't understand. You're apples to oranges, and Bill Belichick is a champion. He's regarded as the best coach. I don't know where we're going with that. Bourbon. Your show been fire every day, bro. It's an acquired taste. It's not for everybody. I know that, but I appreciate it. You got to drop some bars. I know it's been a long stretch since I kicked the rap on the Fan, but I don't want to freestyle, and like I want it to be impressive. So that would require like 2 hours of free time for me to like pick a beat, write some shit, and then go for it. And I don't even have 2 hours ever free time. I told somebody recently, I'm like, I don't rap now. I got a kid, bro. Little things that you used to do for like hobbies or fun, like all that goes away. Like when you have free time and you have a kid, you go to sleep. Like that's what I did all weekend. Like even my wife was like, "You're so tired." I'm like, I literally told him like, "Yo, give me a break." I go, my REM sleep is interrupted every night. Just as I'm getting into a good sleep every night, you guys are getting up. The sun is up. So like while I'm off, yo, let me go to bed early and let me wake up. I'm charging up the battery. You think the Knicks make any trades this offseason? I know they're right up against the second apron. There's not really much it seems like they could do, but maybe. You know it's Knicks for clicks, so there's going to be, Bron talk, Giannis talk.
Mike Brown won 1 million championships as a lead assistant for the Spurs and Warriors. I don't give you credit for being the assistant. He won NBA Coach of the Year many times. Mike Brown won 12 playoff games in a row as an interim head coach of the Warriors. Like, he wasn't the no. I don't give you credit for that. No. We don't do that. The head coach gets the credit for that. Because if you do that, then you got to give credit to every assistant on the team. You weren't in the meetings. You weren't in the room. You don't know exactly what he did. But you rap like 8 Mile Scene in Scary Movie 3. I can't reference that. But I'm guessing that's a diss. And your name is Hanky P. I don't know who you are, bro. But I'll take that as a challenge. That's motivation then. If you think I rap like the 8 Mile Scene in Scary Movie, I'm guessing that's a diss. I'm guessing that's not a compliment. And I'll have to get back to the drawing board. But see, that's what I'm saying. You always have some weirdos like that. Like you gotta knock it out when you do that.
New York and Odyssey Sports Station.
Good evening at 11 o'clock. I'm Marco Belletti. Well, finally official. Knicks put out a statement announced the hiring of Mike Brown as the new head coach. It's reportedly a 4-year deal at $40 million. Brown now on his 4th franchise, 2 stints with the Cavs, along with the Lakers and the Kings, takes over for Tom Thibodeau. Elsewhere in the NBA, Paolo Banchero gets the rookie max extension from the Magic, 5 years, $239 million. First rookie max to be given out since 2021. Luka Doncic and Trae Young got it. There was a 3-team trade with the Heat, Clippers, in Utah. Norman Powell goes to Miami. John Collins to the Clippers. Jazz get Kevin Love, Kyle Anderson, and LA's second-round pick in 2027. Yankees and Mets both off, both scoreboard watching. Teams in front of them. Blue Jays push their win streak to 9, double up the White Sox 8-4. So Bombers now 3.5 back. Mets after the day, 1.5 behind the Phillies, or even with the Giants at 1, top of the 5th in San Francisco. 78 degrees, cloudy skies, Central Park. That's what's happening. I'm Marco Belletti.
Still here. Keith McPherson on the fan, rocking till 1 a.m. Good to be back. Shout out to everybody in the chat. 1,565 people watching between Twitter, YouTube, Twitch. We got some haters in the chat as well. I need the hate. Didn't I already tell y'all that? I need that hate. I need that negative energy. This is an acquired taste. Shout out to Patrick in the chat. He's like, your show's been fire. I'm like, not everybody agrees. And I know that. I like that. I'm not for everybody. Not trying to be. Another KM to AM. Needed, though. I think certainly needed in our schedule of shows and hosts and what you hear on the fan. But I'm not everybody's guy. He's not your guy, friend. Not your buddy guy. Let's get back to the show. Thanks for listening, though. Thanks for holding, though. Thanks for watching. McPherson Brand, YouTube. Keith McPherson on Twitter. You know, what I just said in the chat was like, this goes to 1 a.m. We got 2 more hours. Let's get the numbers up. It's an off day. Seems like there's nothing on to watch. We're just having conversations, right? We're fans. We're talking about the teams. And now we'll open it up. Like I had someone in the chat challenge me. Oh, you're not saying anything about the Knicks. Is it challenging for you? No, we can talk plenty about the Knicks. Oh, when are you going to start talking for? I got time. I got time today. I'm going to keep it G real. Today I got time. Let's get into everything the rest of the way. We got 2 hours. Of course. I play the hits. I know. You know? I play the hits. I'm a Yankee fan. Like in a way that I have to come in and talk about the New York Yankees after they lose the Subway Series, after they lose a bunch of games in a row. I know. If you guys want me to talk about Starling Marte's knee, like nobody really wants to hear me talk about Dickie Love lady and why the Mets aren't calling up their young prospects to pitch and what the Mets are going to do against the Baltimore Orioles. We'll do that the next couple of nights. we'll react to those games afterwards. But I think there's much more to talk about with the Yankees and the Mets, and we have. I think the Mets righted the ship. The Yankees are nowhere out of the woods. I am fearing the Mariners and the Cubs coming to town, because I think that the Yankees can end up limping into the All-Star break, and it's just going to be bad. It's been bad. But yeah, let's get back to it, man. I do want to talk some football. I did kind of set the stage for Mike Brown conversation, and of course, talking about the Mets and the All-Star game and the Subway Series and all that good stuff, man. Hit me with something. Usually when we get to the last hour of these 5-hour shows, it's open mic time. It's open mic right now because I've got a full rack of calls. I've got now almost 1,600 people watching. Let's have a show. Moose in Jamaica on the fan again. What's up, Moose? Good to be back. Thanks for calling.
Of course. Gary and Waterbury, bro. Like, God Dominguez, 2 more years. He'll be our leadoff 30-30, bat 280, walk 100 times, and strike out less than 100 times. Like he's the first full season of days. He's not the point that ball, but I noticed he's missing hittable major league breaking balls and being late on the fastball. He's got to get used to the pitch, not repertoire, but
yeah, but how is he gonna do that? He needs at bats all week, like without sitting down.
That's good. And the algorithm that they derive pre game meetings and stuff that's using all right. Let those nerds figure out who gets to play by. But in 2 seasons, it's obviously more seasoning, more reps, availability, and blah blah blah. They'll bat lead off. 30 bags, 30 homers, by 280. And this is the reason why we never traded him. But the point of my call, first things first, shout out to Jared Chisholm. Overswung on a hanging breaking ball hitting for a triple. Not the month. Still made the All-Star team. Validation for the trade last season. When I was thinking, do we necessarily need him? But I guess their plan is to get an established, somewhat young star, maybe extend him. And when he becomes a free agent, offer him that deal if he continues to show production. So shout out to guys, validation for the trade. Now, Pete, trade that part.
I'm here. I'm with you. Go on.
I didn't want to say Tara when I played the trade deadline is less than 3 weeks away, so his price is skyrocketing because the Marlins figure they don't need him. They can pull him and convince that, he's just off mechanically. Maybe you can take him, whatever. So I told Rugi yesterday, it's going to cost 3 to 4 top prospects to get him. Maybe not top 2 prospects, maybe a top 5, a top 10, a top 15, and a top 30, along with maybe some throwaways. And also Matt Chapman is probably the best fit for us, because I'm not giving away Spencer Jones or Lombard for a red for in Suarez, and Henry Suarez. But that kind of 2. We need 2 bullpen guys.
Yep.
And whatever salary we have is going to complicate the whole Steinbrenner plan with Cashman's idea of how to continue because we're in a transition, not just from zero, but into bringing up the Wellses, the Volpes, and so on and so forth to make the team more sustainable while also not losing any ability to compete.
Thanks for the call, Moose. I'll take it from here. Appreciate you calling always. There's no transitioning. They're up. Volpe, it's his 3rd year. Wells was here last year, played through the World Series. He's up. Will Warren is no longer a rookie anymore. He is a whole rookie, but he's had plenty of starts now. Ben Rice is not young anymore. Dominguez, I'll still give him rookie, but like these young guys are here. There's no transition. And there shouldn't be any type of worry about what it does to complicate the calculus of the payroll. Like, pay who you got to pay to win. Enough already. Do what you got to do. You shouldn't have this self-imposed ceiling of, $307 million is enough. It's not. Clearly, you're having 6-game losing streaks, 2 of them in a month. You need a little help. You need a little more. But again, you have to give to get. It takes 2 to tango. You're not getting anybody that you want at the deadline for nothing. There will be a team more desperate than you. The Dodgers always expect them to improve their team at the deadline. The Dodgers always improve at the deadline. They'll send anybody away from their farm system to bring in better players. They've already been ravaged by injuries. It doesn't stop them at all because they put talent first. You can never have too many good players. So if the Yankees want to cut corners, if they want to cut costs, then they're going to cut themselves short. They're not going to have a deep run in the postseason. Saying this is it, this is good enough. We've got DJ LeMahieu at home. Saying this is it, this is good enough. And we've got Scott Efros. We've got Javian Sandridge. We've got JT Brubaker at home. It's not going to do it. It's not going to do it. You got to give to get. So they got to give up some of these prospects. And I hope they can get crafty with these guys. Like Trent Grisham to me is on the trade block. You can send him anywhere for anyone or anything that can help this team this year because I think we will live without him. JC Escar, you've got 3 left-handed catchers. I honestly want a right-handed catcher in here. I don't think they're going to get one. But then I look at Cashman like, bro, you built this team with 2 left-handed catchers. And how many catchers have you given away over the years? Jose Trevino, Augustin Ramirez, Luis Torrens, Kyle Higashioka, Ben Wortvet. They're not all good. But these catchers have been here today, gone tomorrow. And now you end up with JC Escar. JC Escar has got to play because Wells had some type of issue with the circulation in his fingers. And Ben Rice, yeah, he came up as a catcher, but he was playing first base, and he's not really that solid back there because he doesn't have the reps. You default into your own problems and your own mistakes, whatever, yo. My hopes are not high. I've done this too many times. I'm not getting my hopes up for a return on this trade deadline and then for the clock to expire and there's 2 random bullpen arms that you barely know and they tell you this is what we got and we weren't able to get a third baseman, but Luis Gil is coming back and we weren't able to get another starter or whatever, but we've got 2 bullpen pieces and we're just going to get healthy and push forward from here. Meanwhile, you'll look at some of these other teams like the Dodgers who are a shining example. They're going to add players. They're going to be better after the deadline, the last time that you can improve your team to push towards the postseason. And that's why I say we need football, man, because I don't expect the Mets or the Yankees in the World Series. I don't know how long of runs the Mets can make with Frankie Montas, with David Peterson. I know Minaya is coming back. I know Kodai Senga is coming back. You know what I'm saying? How much can you piece it together? I think the Met fans should be confident in David Stearns and his ability to rebuild the bullpen and then maybe even finesse a trade for a starter. But you got to give to get. And I think he's got a long vision here. I think he's looking at the young. Even when he talked about the top prospects, he says, it's not something he wants to do as far as bringing up a top prospect to make a spot start. I understand. Don't ruin a kid's confidence. If a kid is going well at AA, AAA, let him continue. And you'll figure it out. You're able to beat the Yankees with a bunch of randoms, bullpen game, 2 bullpen games, and Frankie Montas. So keep going that way. And I say we need football because it's when we get to September and October and it's not really looking like, I don't know, it's not really looking like, who knows? You're going to need the conversation. And I know here we're going to be talking about the Jets and the Giants. And we expect them to do something on both sides. I think the Jets are a team that you expect to compete. I'm very intrigued by the Jets because of this new GM, this new head coach, this new coaching staff, this new era for the Jets. And with Woody buying that soccer team and Crystal Palace or something like that, I'm like, yo, he really might get out of the way. He might have so much to do overseas with that transaction to go through and meetings and calls and meeting people and signing paperwork. He might be out of the way. Like the Jets might look like an actual NFL franchise. And with the Giants, it's time. Coming off of last year, now you finally have some characters in the building. What I mean by characters is you have some players, Giants fans. You have some players that you can latch on to. You can follow them on social media. Abdul Carter is going to show you what's going on in practice. Jackson Dart's probably going to have every type of influencer marketing. He's the blonde haired, dreamy quarterback. Like, everyone's going to be pushing for him to start week 1. You guys don't even want to waste time with Russell Wilson and Jameis Winston. They should play. But, like, there's going to be some good narratives and storylines as soon as we get into camp. And we live in this time now where these reporters go to camp, and when they're allowed to record with their cell phones, man, they're giving us practice reps. They're giving us storylines from practice. Like, we get more than we've ever gotten out of preseason training camp. I can't wait for it. On the GW, Ivan, you're on the fan. What's up, man? Or Yvonne. Ivan or Yvonne? What's good, bro? How do you pronounce your name? Count it. No, I have friends that go by Ivan. I have friends that go by Yvonne.
So, I really want to talk to you really about this upcoming football season. What's your take on? I talked to you earlier in the year about. I'm a Titan fan. About Cam Ward and Shador, and I was telling you I like Shador a lot better, even though we got Cam, and you know how it played out.
Yeah.
What's your take on Jackson Dart and Cam Ward this year? And if Shador Thurman and too will be the better product on the field in the rookie season.
I'll take it from here. Thanks for the call. I mean, Cam Ward is the number 1 overall pick. Cam Ward is walking into a situation where Mayonnaise boy is already second string. Will Levis, you remember he had the whole mayonnaise thing? He thought that was cool, that he put mayonnaise in his coffee, and he signed with Hellman's, and then he pretended to have this whole mayonnaise cologne or whatever. Yeah, that's not cool when you're on the bench. And you fumbled your girl. I forget what his girl's name was from the draft. She's fine, though. She's always Gia Duddy. I'm like, she's always popping up on my Instagram. And I'm like, oh, that's Will Levis' girl. Fumbled her. Cam Ward is in a great spot. Him and Calvin Ridley, they should do some things. I don't know how many weeks I was betting on Nick Westbrook and Keeney to score an anytime touchdown. He was always like plus 800. I'm like, this guy's going to score. That's all he does is score. The Titans are in a spot in a division where they're going to be going up against Daniel Jones. They're going to be going up against Trevor Lawrence and a new Duval team. Like, I just think that Cam Ward and the Titans have an opportunity to get busy, man. I know Brian Callahan, he definitely didn't want to rock with Will Levis. He hated him. As we talk about, coaches having to be hard on players, I know Brian Callahan hated Will Levis. So Will Levis made a lot of stupid mistakes. And I saw the videos, how much they love Cam Ward from his pro day and stuff like that. Cam Ward is in the best position to succeed. He's going to be the starter week 1. They have handed him the franchise, so much so that Warren Moon, who never played for the Titans, but Warren Moon's number 1 is retired by that organization. Warren Moon gave him number 1. Yeah, here you go. I'm retired. Don't mean nothing to me. I never played for the Titans. I played for the Oilers. You got it. So, yeah, Cam Ward is set up. Shador Sanders, I think they should cut him. And not because he's not good. I just think he should be free to go sign with another team. They drafted Dylan Gabriel in front of him. It seemed like they didn't even want to draft Shador. And clearly they didn't if they drafted Dylan Gabriel in front of him. Dylan Gabriel is not better than Shador Sanders. In no way, shape, or form, in my opinion. But that is a crowded-ass room. And I think there's going to be in-season Hard Knocks this year, I think, is with the NFC East. And so we will get a look at that crowded quarterback room with Tommy DeVito, Jackson Dart, Jameis Winston, and Russell Wilson. But with the Cleveland Browns, they've got Joe Flacco, Kenny Pickett, Dylan Gabriel, Shador Sanders, and supposedly like Deshaun Watson is like trying to come back so he could be ready to practice by the end of the season. And they're on the hook for millions with him. So I think Shador could just be a camp casualty. Hard Knocks with the Cleveland Browns. They can only carry 2 quarterbacks. And like, is Shador Sanders going to hang around to be the practice squad guy? No. I think Dylan Gabriel should be their practice squad guy and their third string emergency quarterback. I think they should let Shador go. I think they had to draft him. It just got so late in the draft, and we went through this. And then last but not least, Jackson Dart. I'm hoping the Giants stick with the plan. Do not play this kid, even if he looks great, right? Because all this stuff I'm hearing about him. I was reading something the other day about like he's getting rave reviews and he scored this on this test. And this metric says that he's going to be a great NFL quarterback. And this, it's like, okay, that's cool and all. Don't play the kid in year one. Don't ruin him. Especially if the team is losing. Like, don't play him. You sign Russell Wilson. If he's healthy, he's your week one starter. If he goes down week 1, 2, 3, 4, you go to famous Jameis. Maybe even go to Tommy Cutlets. Tommy Cutlets probably going to get cut. But, like, it is so important for the New York Giants to not ruin Jackson Dart and to see it through, and that this kid is your quarterback next year. Like, he can be your starting quarterback next year. Don't force him in until maybe like at the end of the season, if that. Like, it is so important that they use kid gloves with this kid. He could be something. Like, he could actually be the guy. But just don't get, those don't get the, don't listen to the media, don't listen to the fans, don't get so eager to throw him into the fire, because that could ruin the kid. I think they got plenty of time and they got a plan in place. And I know Dable is enjoying coaching him up, and he's enjoying being coached by Brian Dable. Like, they have to slow play it with this kid until he's absolutely ready. And I don't think there's any reason to play him this year. Their schedule is tough. Don't throw him into the fire. Their schedule is hell. So, like, let's play a game while I'm at it. 888-808-1019. In theory, obviously, we're going off of last year's schedule and the teams that the Giants are going to face. They have a whole rack of playoff teams. And just even in their own division, like the Commanders, you got to face with Jaden Daniels, and they add Deebo Samuel and a couple other people. Like, the Commanders are going to be good. The Dallas Cowboys have Dak back, and then they go get George Pickens to pair with CeeDee Lamb. I don't care about the Dallas Cowboys. Like, I really don't care if they go defeated or undefeated. I think the only way I would care is if they actually end up in the Super Bowl and win it. Then I would be like relieved of all of the pain. But I'm so jaded by them. I'm not saying this as a Dallas Cowboys fan. I'm saying this as a football fan. If Dak is back and healthy, they've drafted well enough. They have enough talent. And even with Brian Schottenheimer as a first-year head coach, like, the Cowboys are going to be competitive. They're not going to be complete bums. Like, they're going to be a team that's not easy for the Giants to beat twice. And then, of course, the defending Super Bowl champion Eagles. Like, in this schedule, you will face Saquon Barkley twice in 3 weeks. Saquon Barkley, former Giant. The Eagles play the Giants October 9th at 8:15, I believe. Is that a Thursday game? It's a night game. It might be the only game on. And then 2 weeks later, October 26th, going into Halloween, they got to go down to Philly. And in between them, you got to face the Broncos. Like, the Broncos made the playoffs last year. The Broncos with Bo Nix look to take a step forward. I think they got your old pal Evan Ingram over there. They made some moves too. The Broncos are no slouch. So, the game I'm playing right now is looking at the schedule. And I know we're going to do it when we get closer to time. Where's the Giants' first win? How many wins can the Giants have this year? Their over-under is like 4. Like, will they have more than 4 wins? It's going to be tough. It's going to be tough. The Commanders, the Cowboys, the Chiefs, the Chargers. Maybe they can beat the Saints. Maybe they can beat the Saints week 5. Where do you insert Jackson Dart? 888-808-1019. When you get late into the season against the Raiders in Vegas, that's going to be a hell of a trip. If you're a Giants fan, December 27th, it's probably tough coming off of Christmas. But it's after Christmas. You could go out there and line it up for New Year's. Go out and see the Giants play in Allegiant Stadium. Or maybe you wait till that last home game. The Cowboys and the Giants are out of it January 4th. Go ahead, Jackson Dart. Get after it. I don't know. 888-808-1019. Joey is in Babylon on the Fan. Thanks for holding. You got it. You're on.
You got really good show, man. You really good at what you do. Really good fan.
Thanks.
I like the show. I don't get on much, but I do, when I try to hang out, get on. Really great point. 2 seconds ago. The trade last week. to trade Soto. What are we doing here in New York? To trade away the best players. You can't pay them? What's the problem? We go to the games to support the team. We want to see better moves being done, especially I grew up with George Steinbrenner. I hated him for one reason. I'm a Mets fan. We never could get anybody good because he always got hit first. He would have done that Soto, bro, and you know it.
Yeah, of course. And Steve got him. Steve said, "We'll pay him. You don't want it. You don't want to pay him. We'll ante up. Yep, we'll do you one better. $765 for 15 years."
I watched the guy here. He's has a lot of talent, and I like the way he, I would have never gave up a guy like him. George Steinbrenner.
They tried. Not for nothing. They offered him the most money they ever offered anybody, almost twice as much as Aaron Judge. They tried, but the Mets did one better. Actually, a few better, like 5 or 6 better. Yeah. Yeah. I know they, in theory, they could have, and I remember taking calls on it. They were never going after Pete Alonso. I know Cashman said, like, obviously Boris probably put it on their desk. I know. Pete Alonso's bat in theory in the Yankees lineup playing first base. I don't know about him throwing to the pitcher covering first base, but I mean they got they got Paul Goldschmidt and they had Ben Rice already, and Pete had the qualifying offer on him where they would have to give up. They weren't going to do that, and Pete was never going anywhere. Pete wanted to be a Met. He still wants to be a Met. That's a whole other conversation we could have tonight. He's an all-star this year. They got to pay him.
Aaron Rodgers, Pittsburgh Steelers quarterback. Okay. So me being Mets Jets, it's really bad. You know that. So Aaron Rodgers put up like 30 touchdowns and threw like 13 interceptions. So I'm going to call you at the end of the Jets season and see if whoever is QB for the Jets this year can put up anything like this. Because we haven't seen numbers like that in years. Hey, I'm going to make you laugh, but it's the truth, you know?
Yeah, I think they're going to look way different. Thanks for the call, Joey. The Jets are going to look way different. They're going to run the ball, and they're going to be a threat to run the ball because they're going to have 4 running backs. I've said this before if you've listened. And, like, that's why you draft Armand Membu. You try to fortify that offensive line. And if their offensive line is healthy and those guys can just run block and push guys around, when I say you have 4 running backs, Justin Fields is a threat to take off and run the ball at any time. He's a 1,000-yard rusher as a quarterback, and he's healthy. You know why? Because he was on the bench all last year. And all I keep reading about him is how he's a hard worker. He shows up early, leaves late, how dialed in he is with this new coaching staff and this Jets organization that took a chance on him. So much so that they told Aaron Rodgers, we're good, bro. You can take Pat McAfee. You could take ayahuasca. You could take your engagement or your wedding ring or your fake wife or whatever it is to Pittsburgh, to P-Town. Be gone. We're going to let this young guy come in here, and we just got a little 2-year deal with him. We'll see what happens. And I think with him and Breece Hall, who's got to prove it this year, Braylon Allen, who's now not a baby anymore. He's got 1 year of experience under him. He's a little bit older. He's 21. And then even the little bit that you saw out of Isaiah Davis, man, they've got 4 guys that can run the ball. And you know they're going to target Garrett Wilson. But then they've got guys like Josh Reynolds in the mix, Alan Lazard in the mix. I don't know who the number 2 receiver is going to be, but I think they'll have enough. I also don't know who the number 1 tight end is going to be, but I think they're going to have enough. And they're going to make an effort to establish the run, to run the ball. And they're going to look different. The reason that Aaron Rodgers was able to put up some of those numbers, I remember last year saying, did y'all watch the games or are y'all just looking at the box score at the end? I'm like, some of those numbers were just Aaron Rodgers never wanting to run the ball and just trying to force the ball to Devontae Adams. Him trying to get his 500 touchdowns or whatever it was. Them losing games and him just chucking it around. But I'm like, Aaron Rodgers left a lot on the table. He missed a lot of throws. He made a lot of bad decisions. I watched him tap out of that Buffalo Bills game. Like, now you've got a quarterback that is 1 of 53. You don't have a celebrity quarterback. Justin Fields isn't coming through. He's not looking for all the attention. He wants to be the starter. He wants to win games. He wants to be an NFL quarterback, and he's got a franchise that's willing to let him be QB1. It's up to him to see it through. On the depth chart, like right now for the Jets depth chart, they have Mason Taylor as their starting tight end. Maybe the rookie is ready. Jeremy Ruckert behind him. They picked up Stone Smart in the offseason. He had a little bit of success with the Chargers last year. But yeah, when you look at that offensive line of Olu Fashanu, John Simpson, Joe Tippmann, Elijah Vera Tucker, and Armand Membu, if they keep those guys together, man, run the rock, run the ball. And then it's Garrett Wilson, Josh Reynolds, Alan Lazard listed as the three receivers. Malachi Corley, I haven't read some good things about, but I'm going to reserve any type of judgment until we get into camp. This Arian Smith kid out of Georgia is a burner. He's a speedster. He's going to be a gadget guy. Like, he's going to get the handoff that Malachi Corley took last year and then fumbled the ball at the 1 yard line, not getting into the end. That'll be his opportunity this year. And then in camp, we're going to hear from guys like Tyler Johnson, Xavier Gibson. There's going to be some fringe guys that'll have a chance to make a name for themselves. Looking forward to it, man. But anyway, back to what you were saying about this is New York. We're supposed to keep our players. Saquon Barkley, the Giants, I felt like should have kept. I'll never get over it. I'll always feel like they handed the Eagles the missing piece to them being a champion, right? Like Saquon, 2K say 2,000-yard rusher. Like he was a big factor in what the Eagles were able to do last year, and he's not done either. They're going to be good again this year just because they can hand him the ball. Makes Jalen Hurts a lot better. No disrespect to Jalen Hurts. We've been over that. But, when you say, like, New York didn't keep its players, New York did keep Juan Soto in New York. Like, he just went to the Mets. The Mets have a rich owner now. And so we are going to see now for years to come, between the Mets and Yankees, it won't be, Met fans hating the Yankees because they get all the good players. Like, no. Now Juan Soto, and we'll see what happens in the future, like, sets the precedent where there'll be two sides to choose from, the Yankees and the Mets, and both teams are going to be respectable, right? We imagine, we think. I want to talk about Pete Alonso next, so we'll do that. And I've got a Pete Alonso call I want to take. 888-808-1019. Keep McPherson on the fan. We'll be right back.
Yankees are in the Bronx, taking on the Mariners. 7:05 tomorrow night. Driven by G. You just never know. Susan,
give me 1 minute. 1 minute.
Play-by-play on the Fan, 101.9 FM, and always live on the free Odyssey app.
Breaking news, and this one is almost unbelievable.
Yeah, it's all about new customers at Bet365 because they get $150 in bonus bets when they bet $5, win or lose. And even better, bonus bets can be used on the spread, totals, and player props.
There you have it. That's $50 in bonus bets, win or lose. And see why? It's never ordinary at Bet365. 21 personally, nothing physically located in New Jersey.
Do you have $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is letting everyone know about great debt relief options now with overwhelming credit card debt.
When I got to the Yankees, I went in early, so I got media coming all out of the woodworks. I'm sitting there talking, and I'm answering all the questions, and out of nowhere, John Heyman goes, "Hey, you've been having steroids. Would you be the first guy to take a test to prove your innocence?" And he thought he had a player that he could intimidate. So what I told him, I said, as a matter of fact, yeah, I got my Rolls Royce outside. You can ride with me in my Rolls Royce, and I'll take you to the clinic and say you have. He's like, "No, Gil, you can't do that." I said, as a matter of fact, I want you to draw my blood as well as you get my urine, and I want you to keep it for the next 100 years. He froze. You don't have it. No, let me make the call. I said, I thought you had it. So then he goes on the air, and I see that he said that he asked me a steroid question, and I got uptight and irate. So I went and got on the station, and I told a true story. When A-Rod came, they moved me from 3rd to 5th, and I told Joe Torre, and every day in the meetings, John Heyman come to my locker, I answer So, question for everybody else. If you put the microphone up and said, what did it feel like to be overshadowed by Derek Jeter and A-Rod? This went on for 2 months. I said, next question. Jeter even stepped in and said, hey, man, why don't you just give him a boring answer? I said, well, that's the difference between me and you. I said, you get asked certain questions that you would never get the question asked that I get. So you got to respect the fact that I've held it together this long.
Once again, ahpantry.com.
I'm Pierre Palazzolo, VP of
Okay, I lied. I needed a few minutes there. I'm working on something. I got a couple texts from people listening to the show. Shout out to my boy Jay Schmees who just sent me something. Gary Sheffield, John Heyman. All right, that's sent. Again, yo, appreciate y'all hanging out, kicking it. While I do this live radio show on WFAN, the Fan in New York. YouTube is growing. If you're on YouTube, hit like. I put out some long form content, not about sports, more about my life. I read all the like nasty, negative, hateful things people say about me online. And then I also went back in time 7 years ago to when I quit my job at Rock Nation and decided that I wanted to create content, podcasts, and get into sports media, which got me to where I physically am right now. I'm going to throw a question out there for the rest of the show. What happened in sports today? Maybe there was a story that you saw, something you want to talk about. If you hit the chat with something compelling, I'll star it and I'll bring it to the airwaves. Yo, happy birthday. Happy birthday. Yeah, I joke about not being for everybody, but like I wouldn't be in my 4th year on the #1 sports talk station in the country if like people didn't like me. Like, never met a hater, but a hater will say online, oh, look at his ratings. And I'm like, you can't look at my ratings. That just shows me right there how little you know about this game that is played. You can't look up Keith McPherson's ratings. So Keith, what are the chances the Jets go 17-0? I feel like it's impossible. 0. No one's going to go 17-0. Blue Jays 9-game winning streak, RIP Yankees division champs chances. I wouldn't say that. I would not say that. As let me go to the standings and refresh. I mean, they've been balling, bro. But like, fuck, I don't know what to say about it. I really don't. I really don't know what to tell y'all. All right, we're back. Yeah. All right, I got to hurry up. It's almost 12. Then it's 1. Then I'm out of here, and there's still more to do, more to talk about. You know, I had the caller mention Aaron Rodgers. And yeah, before I was talking about Kenny Pickett, and I guess Terry Bradshaw feels some type of way. He said, Steelers getting rid of Kenny Pickett, a first rounder, got rid of him after 2 years, and they're still looking for a quarterback. They didn't even do anything to build around him. He's right. He's right. Kenny had a gripe with how he was treated. You know, he got hurt, got benched, was asked to be like the 3rd string emergency quarterback. It wasn't great. He said, I like Kenny Pickett. I liked him at Pitt. I know him. I know what he's like. And when they got him to Pittsburgh, here's what they didn't do. They didn't protect him. They didn't get him an offensive line. They wanted to run the football, but they didn't have an offensive line that could protect. And he didn't have weapons. He had no wide receivers to speak of. And then they throw a kid in there for 2 years. You've got an offense that doesn't fit and doesn't work.
And they can't run because their offensive line is not even good enough for a run blocking team. And therefore, they say Kenny Pickett was a failure. He wasn't a failure. The Steelers were a failure. Man, shout out to Kenny, the pride of Ocean Township. I don't text Kenny. I try and leave him alone. But I would love to run into Kenny again. And I always tell the story on the fan how Kenny and I were 10 years apart. So Kenny was coming to watch my varsity football games. And then by the time I went to college and came back to coach the Big Red football camp, Kenny was 11 and I was 21. And I just knew the kid had moxie. You can just tell when you're around certain kids, like who's just a little bit more advanced. And I remember the thing about Kenny, I always remember this. He probably doesn't even remember it. You know, we're running the basic plays. These kids are running like double slants and like double hitches and like fades and stuff. And Kenny asked me, "Hey, coach, can I audible?" What? He's like, if I see something, I'm like, it's 7-on-7 defense. Why are we not calling audibles? Run the play. But like I could tell this kid probably was playing Madden. He had a little bit of quarterbackism in him. He's like, "Can I check the play?" I'm like, "No, check the play to what? We haven't even gone over any audibles. We haven't even gone over any ways to check." But I like what you're thinking. Maybe when we get to the last day of camp, you can check. We'll have some type of call for you to check into. 888-808-1019. Man, talking football, talking baseball, talking basketball. My Knicks fans dropped off reacting to Mike Brown. Again, all I'll say with Mike Brown is enjoy the honeymoon. It's all fun and games for now. It's all, we'd like to welcome in Mike Brown and his decorated resume. And this is great. We had a thorough search. Mike Brown's resume speaks for it. None of that's going to matter if you don't win. But ultimately, I do believe anybody can drive this bus, this Knicks bus, with the talent that they have. Are they going to make another move? Is this the roster? I do feel like ultimately they're equipped to win 45, 50 games and get there. But, man, the pressure is on. And you know what they're going to say. If it doesn't work out, or the players feel like they're being coached too hard in practice, or he's yelling too much, or they're going to say, "You fired Tibbs for this? This is what you got rid of the coach for? What?" Anyway, I said I wanted to talk Pete Alonso. Pete Alonso loves the Subway Series. If you're a Met fan, how do you not love Pete Alonso? He has not wasted a Subway Series. When he gets an opportunity to hit a homer against the Yanks, he's going to do it. You know, when he gets an opportunity to shine in the Subway Series, I've seen him do it multiple times. He's an all-star this year. You're going to have to pay this man. He's going to opt out. He's a Scott Boras client. He's going to opt out. That's why they built that contract that way. Scott Boras is like, "Yo, come back and prove it." And I told y'all, Pete Alonso is going to have a mulligan, right? He's going to have a better year this year. Because last year was all the pressure of, oh, prove it. And, you know, what's it like? If he's healthy, if he's not getting hit by a pitch, he's going to prove it. Now, yeah, I made a joke about him, you know, when the pitchers are fielding their position, him trying to make that throw. And, yeah, whatever. That's something he's got to work on and tighten up, man. But his bat, somebody is going to pay him for that bat. And you have the richest owner in the sport. You shouldn't be worried about losing him. But you also have David Stearns, who might not see him as the future at the position. I think when push comes to shove, Steve Cohen's going to win that. Like, Steve Cohen is going to think about the fans. And depending on how this season ends is very important, too. Just like last season. If Pete Alonso doesn't hit the homer off Devin Williams, if he doesn't go on to homer in the CS, the DS, like if he doesn't go on to have a good postseason and a clutch postseason, there are some fans that were ready to move on. Oh, we're getting Vladdy. You can't get Vladdy. Vladdy's locked up. As the Blue Jays win 9 games in a row, the Blue Jays are on a 9-game win streak. Yeah, so they're not giving any ground on this off day. Your first place Toronto Blue Jays and the Yankees are now, hits refresh, 3.5 games back with the Mariners coming in. That is what it is. We're going to talk Pete Alonso for a second. Let's go to Josh in Springfield, New Jersey, next on the fan. What's up, Josh?
Yeah, Pete. Hope you have a nice fourth.
Had a great fourth, and I didn't stare at the TV head on during the games. I watched after, I looked at the box scores, and it was awesome to just like disconnect from the Yankees for a little bit.
Yeah, also absolutely wild hypothetical report from that guy calling in Darren David Wright Jr.
I don't know. I don't want to pour any cold water on it. Respect, because I know that like David Wright is the Met fans guy. He's about to have his day, but like, what are we doing?
going to be opting out of the home run derby. But I know he's like obviously had a lot of success in the past, and he attributed he's saying it's all because he wants to rest up and wants to take care of himself for the second half of the season. What do you think about that?
Yeah, I think he said something about like not liking the 4 days off, or like, I mean, it is a lot. Yeah, it's a lot on your swing. He had a terrible showing last year. I think that's when you bow out. Like, hey, stop trying to redeem yourself. You've won twice. You've been in it a bunch. And yeah, I think he is focused on 2 things. Individually, continuing to have a banner year, the best year potentially of his career, where he can stand on that going into free agency. And then also wanting to win something for the Mets and the Mets fans, wanting to get to the World Series and potentially win it, and being locked in on his second half and coming up clutch when Soto wants to lay down a bunt or work a walk. Like, Pete Alonso's got to be there to drive him in.
I hear that. I just felt like for Pete, like you said, he's playing well, swinging the bat well, worst client, thought it'd be a good opportunity to kind of showcase what we all know who Pete Alonso is. So I thought he would want opt-in, but I can understand the other side of being like wanting to rest up, taking care of yourself for the second half. But yeah, I thought it was an interesting, because I thought we all love and see Pete out there being
Sure.
But I understand both sides.
Thanks for the call, Josh. Yeah, I've said it multiple times. I know people have listened to me, have heard these stories over and over again with me on the fan, but today is somebody's first time hearing this, whether it's Kenny Pickett or what I'm about to tell you. I've been to the All-Star game. I went to Seattle. I went to Colorado. I went to LA. So I think I went to 3 in a row, 22, 23, no, 20, 21, 22, 20. Yeah, 21, 22, 23. Colorado, LA, and Seattle. And Pete is Mr. Met out there. Pete is the guy. And he represents the Mets. And all of his interviews, he's talking about how great it is to play at Citi Field and how great the Met fans are and how that's home and that's where he wants to be. He's even lobbying with other players, telling other players like, yeah, maybe you sign with the Mets in free agency. I went to his party with Julio Rodriguez 2 years ago, somewhere in Seattle. Like, Nelly performed. It was crazy. And Pete is just one of those guys, right? He's respected by his peers. He pops out. But last year, people kind of were mad at him because he got into the All-Star game without the numbers, and folks felt like it was so that he would do the home run derby. And I obviously agree with that. Like, they needed him. And now there's only 4 people in the derby. They need, I think, 4 more. They needed him to do that. But then people were saying he cost Brandon Nimmo a spot, or really he cost Francisco Lindor a spot. And these are the Mets. And like, look now this year, look at Juan Soto as a Met. He gets snubbed because he's a Met. No, he's snubbed because players are jealous of his contract and because he had a slow start. And the players didn't vote him in, and neither did the fans. But anyway, with Pete, the home run derby stuff has run its course. I did make a joke, I think, in the last couple years about Pete Alonso going there to make money because the Mets weren't paying him anything. Oh, they paid him now. He's getting $30 million now. So like that's done. The home run derby is done, and he doesn't need to participate in it. He had a terrible showing last year, and he's locked in and focused on having a good second half to ensure that the Mets make a run back to the NLCS and go further to the World Series and maybe win it. And who knows what can happen. I don't believe that they will. I don't believe that the Yankees will either, but I don't know anything. I wouldn't mind it. Being a host on the fan, I've said this time and time again, the postseason is better when they have Citi Field, when they have Yankee Stadium, when the world can see New York fans, where they can see the mecca of baseball, especially on both sides. Last year was so much fun. Every night we had a Met or Yankee game to react to until we got to the World Series and we had the Yankees in it. So, I mean, I hope both teams can make some additions at the deadline and fortify their rosters and make a run so that we have that. And I think Pete Alonso is locked in on, going to the All-Star game that he earned, but then also having a great year for himself going into free agency and capping off this year with a great postseason performance that can propel the Mets to where they were last year and further. Let's go to Freehold. What's up, Steve? Just got to turn your radio down. Yeah, you're good. What's up, Steve?
I just want to talk a little bit of Yanks here after this rough weekend. So everybody's here killing Cashman, right? For what he didn't do. He didn't bring Juan Soto here, and we went with Plan B. Now, at the end of May, was anybody too upset with Plan B? The guys that we got.
No. And if you're asking me, I'm good on Juan Soto. Juan Soto can't pitch out of the bullpen, can't start for us. Judge is a better right fielder, and they have replaced Juan Soto's production. No disrespect to Juan Soto, he's great, and I told y'all he was going to hit, and he was going to be great. But they had to pivot, and what they need to do is continue to stick to their pivot and their philosophy change of like tightening up this defense and having pitching be a priority. Juan Soto, for what they actually offered him, I know Cashman didn't want to pay him, and yes, you're correct. The way that the Yankees started, we're like, we got Ben Rice, we got Trent Grisham, we got Paul Goldschmidt, like. All those guys were looking like all-stars in May, and nobody was saying, oh, we miss Juan Soto. What I've said is I miss Garrett Cole. There hasn't been one at-bat this year that I'm like, man, I wish Juan Soto was coming up.
Right, I agree with you. And that was what I want to talk about, too, is the rotation that they would have had, barring the injuries that they've come through. I mean, you had Garrett Cole, Matt Fried, right? You had Hill, you had Rodon, and Tom Fried was number 5. He was going to start. So, rotation's probably, if not close to the Dodgers rotation, but it's maybe the second probably best rotation in baseball. And the fact that they went out and they got Fernando and the best closer. So they went out and got the best closer in baseball. They got the best starter in baseball. They have Weaver and Hill in the bullpen. That would have been a sick team. The problem is they can't help with the injuries happen. And I think if they would have had that team, they'd definitely have teams out right now. I think they'd be in the league in the NL. We have right now in our rotation Stroman, Will Warren, and Cobra. We would have had these injuries down here.
Yeah, we don't even have Yarby, who Yarby was another. Yeah, he's another Cashman scrap heap find. I didn't even want him when he came here because the Blue Jays DFA'd him. I'm like, what is this guy going to do? And they turned him into something. We could certainly use him now. We're going to see Cam Schlittler get a spot start here. And they're going to have to piece this together with Stroman as your 3 and Will Warren as your 4 and a shaky Carlos Rodon and Max Fried, who has been good. But like you saw his last outing, he throws a lot of pitches. He throws the whole kitchen sink at him. And he can get up there in pitch count where, this bullpen, there's no defined lane or spot to go in this bullpen. Boone has a tough job ahead of him, and we're tough on him about it because we're trying to win, we're trying to not blow leads, but where do they go? They have nothing in the bullpen.
No, they have nothing. But on paper, to start the year, I mean, we were solid. That rotation, the bullpen, Cruz, the pickup of him and Williams, we were ready.
Yep.
We were ready to win it all.
Yeah, got to get.
So much better than last year. What's Juan Soto in the lineup?
I know. On paper. No, I'm right there. I'm right there with you. Thanks for the call, Steve. Garrett Cole hurts. It's hard for me to believe that they get it done without Garrett Cole. Luis Gil, who was Rookie of the Year, who did make some appearances in October when all we talked about last year was his innings limit and how much this kid hadn't pitched coming off of Tommy John. He hasn't pitched this year. I don't know when he's coming back. He's not a lock to return. He's also not a lock to return to form, even when he does return. They need to get a starter again. Who are your postseason starters? Max Fried, Carlos Rodon, Marcus Stroman? No. Max Fried, Carlos Rodon, Will Warren? They now need a starter at the deadline. They need 2 high leverage relievers at the deadline. They need a third baseman at the deadline. Don't expect a shopping spree. There are 29 teams versus the New York Yankees. And when I say that, it's those 29 teams aren't trying to help the New York Yankees. They're also competing against the New York Yankees for starting pitching, for bullpen help, for a third baseman. And they'll put up better offers. Somebody's going to get off the phone with Brian Cashman, go back to the last person that called him and say, here's what the Yankees offered. Can you top that? Oh, yeah. We'll throw in our 16th ranked pick that nobody knows, or our 16th ranked prospect that nobody goes, done. So I know a lot of you were wondering, well, why couldn't they get Corbin Burns? They were holding on to Spencer Jones. I'm like, yeah, but the deal that the Orioles gave, and the Orioles didn't even pay him. So, yeah, I'm just telling you, don't get your hopes up for the deadline. If you have no expectations, you can't be disappointed. And if Cashman actually goes and does what he can do and wheels and deals, you're gonna lose some players, maybe some players on this roster and some top prospects. 888-808-1019. I've got 1 hour left. Keep McPherson on the fan. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
My job is
Okay. Oh, we're rolling. 17 in the chat. Appreciate y'all. I'll rock with all y'all, man. Straight up. Straight up. I'm working on some things as we speak.
And I'm dead serious. My son will.
Yo, bro, I'm gonna try to find a tell me something cool before I get up out of here. I also emailed you Gary Sheffield talking about John Heyman. I just think it would be funny. But we'll get to it. Say that again. I'm in a. Oh wait, you're talking about producer, Fleegs? Yeah, and I'm going to one anyway. So. Thank you. 1 hour for me left. Oh. Yo, honestly, I haven't talked about Volpe's dad since the beginning because I heard Loogie's take like, oh, he embarrassed himself. He embarrassed Volpe. This is the last thing that Volpe and the Yankees need. I'm like, they don't give a fuck. Like, he didn't embarrass anybody. And like, because I'm a friend of the Volpe family, I recognize all the other participants, all the other characters in the video. That was his daughter to his left. That was his mother-in-law behind him. That was his wife, Volpe's mom, right behind him as well. And I guarantee you, what I said was, there, the videos are always filming after the fact, after things get contentious. What we didn't get was what was said that made Michael Volpe break. He's not like that. I've been around him a bunch of times. He's not. I've never heard him curse. So I'm like, I literally have never heard the guy get mad. So I think what happened was this guy was disrespecting Volpe, the player, or the Volpe family name. Where as a father, if you're sitting there with your wife, your mother-in-law, and your daughter, one, all women, two, somebody disrespecting your family name and your son, who they all love, are you gonna sit there and take that? Because that makes for an awkward car ride. That makes for an awkward dinner table. Like, I had no problem with it.
Good morning at 12 o'clock. I'm Marco Belletti, and this report is brought to you by police officers right2sue.com. Mets enjoying the day off. Finish up the first half on the road. 3 in Baltimore, 3 in Kansas City. Now, the road hasn't exactly been a strong suit for the Mets. 19 and 25, while they have just dominated at Citi Field. 33 and 14. Now, that disparity is top 10 all time, it seems, something that has caught our former program director's attention.
I'm not saying the Mets are cheating. I'm just saying that maybe somebody should take a look.
Spike Eskin, WIP in Philadelphia, throwing a little gas on the fire for the Mets and Phillies rivalry. And right now, the Phillies are trailing the Giants 3-1, bottom 8 in San Francisco. Mets a game and a half back coming into this one. Yankees also off. They wrap up the first half with 6 at home against the Mariners and Cubs. Blue Jays won for a 9th straight time, so the Yankees now 3.5 back. And the Knicks officially announced the hiring of Mike Brown as head coach, reportedly 4 years and $40 million. 78 degrees, Patty Skies, Central Park. That's what's happening. I'm Marco Belletti.
Get connected with WFAN to part of our favorite teams. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Okay. He gonna do one more. One more hour for me. Big Zoop stepping in behind the glass. Pete Kennedy on the way out of here. Appreciate both of you guys for helping out, doing your thing. Let me shout out all of the people behind the scenes at WFAN, producers. Shout out to Paulie, Rosie, who I was talking to before, that worked the whole weekend. Like, it's tough to find the staffing during a holiday weekend, but you guys got to hear some different voices during the week. There was always somebody here producing, digital team clipping up, putting stuff out, and keeping this thing pushing in year 38 of WFAN, the fan in New York. Used to be 877-33-7, a 6 and 2 more 6s to join us. It's 888-808-1019 if you'd like to get on the line one time. I am done in 50 minutes, so let's get to it. I think I've hit on a bunch of different things tonight, but we'll hit on those things again, and I'll comb through my notes and see what I did not speak on yet. I think the only thing that I had that I didn't bring to the table was Don LaGreca getting the Devils announcing job on MSG. First off, shout out to Bill Spalding. If you're a Devils fan and you got to be around him ever, great guy, nice guy. I'm not sure what he's doing next, but he did sign off today. He sent a message out to the Devils community. I'm not sure where he's going to next. But Don LaGreca, who was doing radio play-by-play for the Rangers, and he's on the other station, Don LaGreca gets his dream job. And there were people that called him fraudulente, a fraud, because he's got a Devils tattoo on his leg. He grew up a Devils fan. The Devils made him a hockey fan. And it actually brought up something. I think I was talking about this in the chat. It brought up something that I feel like is a modern day topic. You know, we are in an era where social media and fan-made media is bringing the next generation of stars to traditional media. Like when you can see a Kai Cenat streamer go on First Take and debate with Stephen A. Smith. I even just saw a tweet from I forget bro's name, but it was a hilarious tweet about where we are in this time. I used to be around this dude. He's a comedian. He used to be on Wild and Out. He used to come do Charlemagne show. I gotta pull up the tweet. But what I'm saying, okay, here, Lil Duval. Lil Duval says, streamers got all the girls now. That's wild when you really think about it, especially if you're around my age. In the 90s, that's like somebody that's good at Zelda taking your girl. These streamers got popular playing video games on a live stream. And then they turned their live stream into just people hanging out with them. I'm on live right now. Hi, everybody. And like, man, we're lit on the live. Yo, mind me flexing. Now we got 1,742 people watching. I am aware. I read all of this stuff. I'm aware that you should be going live every day, that this is where it's at. These streamers are becoming the influencers. I just watched the Fanatics Fest thing. These guys like iShowSpeed, Aiden Ross, Kai Cenat that I'm talking about, Duke Dennis, Ty Lil. These are people that you don't know, but these kids all know them. And they are getting opportunities in traditional media because they've got the juice. They got the sauce. They have so many followers. They have so much motion that it can't be denied. So where I'm going with this is like someone like Don LaGreca is a traditional media person that put his fandom to the side to take a traditional media job, calling the Rangers games. And, I know a lot of these traditional media broadcasters, announcers were taught not to be fans, to play it down the middle, to be neutral. I've struggled with that early on coming into the media. Like, you can't wear Yankee gear in the Yankee Stadium media area. Why? You got to dress neutral. I'm not neutral. I'm not going to put on a costume and pretend, okay, it's your house, your rules. I'll put a suit on, or I'll put a polo on and some khakis, or I'll bring a bag with my Yankee jersey so when I leave here, join the fans, I don't look like a hurt. I don't look like a loser nerd. But no, we are in this time where, like, okay, Don LaGreca grew up a Devils fan. That's not going to stop him from calling the Rangers games. Even Dave Sims. I was laughing last week because after the Yankees blew that game and I knew they were going to lose against the Blue Jays, I turned on Dave and Susan as I kind of did my thing. And when the Blue Jays swept the Yankees, I got mad at Dave. And then I had to think about it. I got mad at Dave because I'm like, Dave, don't call the game like you're excited about the Blue Jays sweeping the Yankees. You're our announcer. You're supposed to suffer with us. He's not suffering with us, though. He was calling Seattle Mariners games. And he's such an old school traditional broadcaster, a classically trained guy that has done baseball, football, basketball, and has always had to play it down the middle. He's kind of emphatic about, and the Blue Jays win the game and sweep the Yankees here in Toronto. And I'm like, nah, bro, you're supposed to hurt with us. He's not going to hurt with us. Same thing with like Don LaGreca. He could turn off his Devils fandom and call the Rangers game. So congrats to him. Congrats to, the Devils, quickly finding someone that they can plug in that's name is known and is going to do a good job in a full circle moment, him being a Devils fan growing up. But I think what I took out of it is like, there are still some people like that, but more and more we are getting to this era of like a lot of the people on social media that are popping on social media, they're fans of certain teams. Like shout out to Jared Carrabis, who I've had on. And then I watched Carrabis come up through Barstool and get opportunities and go on MLB Network. And like forever, he is a Red Sox fan. He can talk the whole league, but like, is he going to call games? He'd have to call Red Sox games. Like a lot, even myself included. I'm a Yankees fan. When I came into WFAN, you just heard Spike Eskin's voice. Spike Eskin saw my Yankees podcast my Brooklyn Nets podcast. WFAN is the home of the Yankees and the Brooklyn Nets. It made some sense. I had no radio experience. I had a radio and television degree, but he threw me into the fire and many thought I would fail, and somehow I swam and I figured it out. So let's swim through the rest of the show and figure out how to get to these calls at 888-808-1019. That's my sidebar. The rest I'm going to let you guys do, but that was the only thing in my notes that I wanted to add to this last bit of open mic time. Let's go to Fort Lauderdale. Marty, you're on the Fan in New York. What's up, man? I am great. Thanks for calling.
Before you, I'm a Jets fan, over 50 years Jets fan. And the 2025 Jets, you were speaking about the big 4 running backs they have. Here's the problem I have. They have no quarterbacks. They're going to be the run-the-ball Jets. What happens when there's 8, 9, maybe 10 in the box every play against the run?
Garrett Wilson, one-on-one.
There's no respect for the quarterback's arm. But my point is, 8, 9, 10 in the box every play equals that. Punts every time.
No.
Please tell me if I'm wrong.
Yeah, no, I mean, when you have Garrett Wilson, if they want to play the game where they're going to put Garrett Wilson one-on-one with a corner, I think the Jets will take that. And I think one of the first takes that I had. Yeah, but yeah. Thanks for the call, Marty. I'll speak on it because one of the first takes I had about Justin Fields, and I kind of got frustrated hearing people at WFAN talk about it. Oh, he's got no arm. Oh, he can't throw the football. And I remember my rebuttal was, you can't throw the football. This kid can throw. Does he need to develop as far as reading the defense? Sure. Does he need to develop chemistry with Garrett Wilson, who he did throw the ball to at Ohio State? They should be able to pick up some type of rapport and chemistry from that time. Does he need to develop as far as anticipating throws and windows and NFL like games and like where to put the ball? Yeah. But you don't get to this point not being able to throw the ball. He can make every throw. It's about making every read. It's about timing, not holding on to the ball. And I think with Tanner Engstrom and this new Jets front office and coaching staff, they know what they're getting. I mean, they're coming from the Lions organization that faced him when he was with the Chicago Bears. They know what they're looking at with this kid. And I think they want you to think that he can't throw. I think they want you to think that you can just load up the box. Go ahead. He can beat you with his legs too when you load up the box because he can race you to the sideline. He can play fake and race you to the sideline. So I just think like in the NFL, we were talking about Tebow before. Tebow couldn't throw. They found a way for him. Justin Fields can throw. He can make all the throws. He just has to be in an offense that plays to his strong points, his strong set, his skill set. And I look at it as like they are going to surprise people. I think they are. I think, the call that I took that kind of got us into that conversation was talking about the numbers that Aaron Rodgers put up. Yeah, I hope that was fun. The number one number that you need to worry about is the number of W's in the win column. And in this modern day NFL, you need to establish the run. In this modern day NFL, if you have a defense that's supposed to be as vaunted as this Jets defense all of these years, you need to get a little bit of a lead and be able to hold it by running out the clock, protecting the football, right? Get in the field goal position, kick a field goal. They should be improved there as well. I'm very intrigued by Justin Fields and this Jets offense. They're going to have some actual coaches. They're going to have an actual scheme and game plan. And I think you're being short-sighted by looking at Justin Fields' pass and saying he can't throw the ball. You don't get in the NFL. You don't get this far in the NFL. They wouldn't pay him if he couldn't throw the ball. It was him and Trevor Lawrence coming up forever. I felt like them coming out of high school and even into college, it was like those two were the guys. And then the Jets, who could have drafted him number 2 overall, they drafted Zach Wilson. Zach Wilson couldn't throw the ball. But we always heard about, he can sling it. Zach Wilson was throwing the ball into the turf. He was giving up on plays. He was throwing interceptions. As long as Justin Fields takes care of the ball and he reads the defense and takes what the defense gives him, that's also why I wanted Tyler Warren for the Jets. I'm like, come on. And now Daniel Jones, that's Tyler Warren. But I'm like, give him a Tyler Warren, a big body tight end that he can throw a 10-yard pass to and the guy does the rest. Maybe that's Mason Taylor. I just wouldn't sleep on what Justin Fields is. The Jet fan is going to see the most athletic quarterback that they've ever had. The Jets fans are going to see a quarterback when the play does break down, he can improvise. They're going to see a quarterback that this new regime hits their wagon to. They're not going to let him fail. They're going to coach him up. So I think we have to shed the old, there's a reason why the Steelers left him on the bench. The Steelers don't know what they're doing. Terry Bradshaw was talking about they didn't know what they were doing with Kenny Pickett. Now they've got Aaron Rodgers. Week 1. The Jets are going to face the Steelers. Let's get there. I can't wait. 888-808-1019. Maybe we'll get some more Jets calls before the night ends. But these are baseball calls loading. Let's go to David in Virginia. This is a national show. We're going to Florida, now Virginia. David, you're on the Fan in New York. Oh, no. Well, David is on hold, and we can stay local right here. Let's go to Bergen County. My guy Ross in Bergen County back on the Fan. Good. How are you? Yeah, I didn't see me. I didn't see you, but I know we were in there.
Yeah, well, I was thinking about all the stuff they showed in the theater, like the TV thing. I was thinking in the Ransom movie, we're like, what, 50 feet away from that theater when the whole TV thing went down?
Yeah.
The whole thing, and you see like.
You know what, bro? You know what they showed, and I'm so mad because I don't know. It is what it is. Shout out to my boy Joel. I had an all-star pass, and supposedly there was a green room, literally that green room that they showed in Fanatics Fest, and it was like hidden behind the Starbucks, like it was like hidden in plain sight. But if you had that credential, you could go in there. I didn't go in there once, and that's where Livy Dunn was hanging out. That's where the streamers were, the rappers. Yeah, I'm like, I did not even lay eyes on it. I heard about it after the fact. No, they didn't tell me. They didn't send any email like, hey, you can go in here. I heard about it on Sunday, and I didn't even end up going on Sunday.
Everybody was saying, good as last year, they did it, they're not glad for this year. Obviously, we're getting, knock on wood, or something happens, we're getting one next year.
It's definitely coming back.
Yeah.
And I'm gonna assume it's in June again. I was just talking to Marco about it. Marco was like, how much money does it take to pay all of these people to be in there for 3? And I'm like, a ton of money.
I was watching my dad. I was saying, bro, Michael Rubin got the perfect right. I mean, he's flat. Always say, you always when you talk about it, like connections and stuff.
Yep.
Connections that that's even like I didn't really do so much like content stuff in my podcast there. Just overall, like seeing like what you're just talking about, like we're just streaming and putting stuff out there and hoping it sticks. One day something might stick, and that's for guys like ISO Speed and Aiden Ross, like you were bringing up, we're getting, as much as not more attention than some of the big.
Then Tom Brady, then Derek Jeter, then then LeBron James. Like people were running those kids down. What I'll say is Michael Rubin, he had a vision, and I always say evolve or dissolve. If you're a company, if you're a content creator, whoever you are, you have to be evolving and changing with the time. I told this story. I interviewed with Michael Rubin in 2018. None of this existed. There wasn't a Fanatics Fest. There wasn't a Fanatics Sports Book. They weren't doing the trading card stuff. And when I interviewed with him, I thought I was interviewing for the Fanatics social media manager position. What I came to find out was he was looking for a social media manager because he wanted to evolve into an influencer, someone that had followers, so that he could get the respect of the Lil Babies and Lil Uzis and Meek Mill, as well as the CeeDee Lambs and Micah Parsons or whatever. And fast forward all these years, 7 years later, look what Fanatics and Fanatics Fest is. They're actually going to be in San Diego. My sister lives in LA. She sent me this, there's this thing about they're trying to put one in San Diego, but they're definitely coming back to New York as well. It's never going to end because it's a ridiculous convention. It's sports Coachella. It's sports Comic-Con.
No, it's perfect, bro. You just saying people think there's about all the rappers. They had Travis Scott to a football concert in the theater. Also, for some of the streamers and stuff, Brett the Aiden Ross, and who had Richter had a big crowd. Kid's like 7 years old, and you put the content out there, man, and who knows? Look, kid too. It's crazy seeing what he turned into with Costco guys and all that. It's unbelievable.
I'm actually free opportunity to plug. I'm actually doing a show with those guys in my hometown, Asbury Park, on July 26th. It's the makeshift project, but also AJ and Big Justice, and I think the Rizzler is going to be like a guest appearance. So yeah, House of Independence, Asbury Park, Saturday, July 26th, 6 p.m. I actually got to keep posting more about it. But shout out to Brian and Zach, who I did the Brooklyn tailgate party with, the Knicks Game 6 and Yankees Dodgers watch party with. Connected with them there. I'm gonna host as far as like bringing them out and doing the intermissions and stuff because I'm from there. But yeah, I'm linking with these guys that are it's a live show, but these guys are big off of streaming and TikTok.
I don't even think they're related, so they just back along and he got more famous than the other two.
Yeah, I heard something along the lines of they paid the Rizzler like $20,000 or $30,000 to come do what he did. At Fanatics Fest, he's 9. He's 9 years old, but he's got the juice. He's got the sauce. He's got the motion. They did during the postseason. And he's supposed to be a Yankee fan. I saw him in a whole hotels.com commercial with a Yankee robe on. But whatever, when you're 9, you can do both. He doesn't have a hard line to decide whether he's Mets or Yankees yet.
It's just kind of your point. It's like the perfect example. Hey, really quick, I know I've been on for a few minutes. I got a football chicken for you.
Yeah, I think that's what you called for. We just ended up going on another tangent.
What about the home run derby? What would, I was to have like a debate online. I know there's 4 spots taken up, bro. Who would be your 4 perfect final 4 spots? Like, I say ideal derby, you do not have the 4 already left, but if you could throw out the final 4 spots, would you go?
I had said Jazz earlier, but they're not going to do Jazz, even though his shoulder doesn't hurt. But Jazz has some homers, and I think he would compete. And like they always got to throw like a smaller dude in there, like a Jose Ramirez or a Mookie Betts to try and compete with those guys. I think he'd be cool, but he's not going to do it. So maybe they send Ben Rice. I'd like to see Ben Rice. He's got power, and he's just unlucky. I'd like to see Ben Rice in there. A lot of these guys aren't going to do it. That like Otani's not going to do it. Judge is not going to do it. Eugenio Suarez. I don't know if he's going to do it because he might be traded, but he's up there in home runs this year. I think this would be a big year for him. Seiya Suzuki, a lot of people were saying was snubbed. Exactly. How does the RBI leader not make it? Well, he didn't make it. He wasn't voted for. Okay, have him do the home run derby. He's got 25 homers. He's tied for, he's 6th in all of baseball with homers. Why can't he do it? Why can't Pete Crow Armstrong do it his first year as an all-star? That's another one. Those are 2 Cubs. Riley Green is another guy that's got some home runs. His first all-star game. Oh yeah, he's been one of the hottest hitters the last few weeks. Joe Adell. Why not Joe Adell? So and they always are looking for guys to do. They'll take anybody. So I think it's between guys that want to go to the All-Star and have a reason to be there, and some guys that are already All-Stars. Like, hey, you're here. Can you do this? Can you compete?
I kind of felt like it was a beat for a couple of years, and like you said, finally, I think last year was like a humbling experience. So I was like, all right, I don't know if I got all that juice up in the tank anymore, because the back-to-back years, I don't think I'm never going to lose this thing. I think Soto, was it Soto beat him the year in the Dodgers when Soto won it? I think Soto was one of the guys to beat en route to winning it.
Yeah, I was there. Soto's was sick. Soto walked it off, threw the bat in the air. I was able to sneak right down behind home plate. And what was great about Soto that year was all the Dodger fans were chanting, "Future Dodger," and he was kind of playing into it, and we all believed it. And there was, that year the Nationals were like, "You're not signing with us? We're not sending you there." He arrived late because he had to book his own flight, but obviously he could afford it.
Taking up way too much of your time. Appreciate the time, bro. I'll go circle this thought, talk about Soto being here, get traded. James Wood, I think, is one of the derby. And I brought him up last time. Was the joke? He is in the game of reserve. But he should have started, man. I've always talked about people in the crowd. The James Wood crowd just as impressive, if not more. And obviously, I can't believe they just fired Davey and Mike Rizzo after they won the ring for him. Davey made sense. Rizzo was there like 5 years before the ring. And this year was the dagger for him. But, just from that trade alone, Abrams worked for, and the Celtics got perfect, man, they got a full set going and work to basically he's going to go a pound for years in the division. But I appreciate all the time. I know you got other calls. Thanks, bro.
Thanks for the call, Ross. Yeah, that's something else I didn't mention. But when I clipped it, I was going to parlay it into the Yankees, and I'll do that here. The Nationals fired manager Davey Martinez and their general manager Mike Rizzo, and they're firing these guys a week to go into the All-Star break. Now, there's some people that will say, like, oh, they've got some young talent. Oh, they've got a future. Oh, the Juan Soto trade worked out. And, okay, it's not good enough where they are in the standings. It's not good enough to be 37-53 in last place with the talent, to be 16 games out of first place. Goodbye. You're gone. Now, I don't want to parlay that into the Yankees because the Yankees are not a last place team. The Yankees are not, they're nowhere near the Nationals, but the Nationals have won a World Series more recently than the Yankees. And this is professional sports. You don't get to just show up. There are no participation trophies. If you're losing games, it's not good enough. You're fired. Both of you, the manager and general manager. We're not just going through the motions here. We're competing here. The whole point is to win. That's why they keep score. That's why they have these standings. You don't get to just show up, go out there and say, well, that's baseball. Some tough luck. We're good. We know we're good. We're just in last place. Different standards in different places. Like the Washington Nationals, they want to get back to being good. They know they have a core of young talent. They want somebody new to come in and lead that young core. The Yankees are not firing Aaron Boone. The Yankees aren't firing Brian Cashman. But I hope that there is a fire lit under them through this month with 2 6-game losing streaks. I hope that they were embarrassed. Like, have you no shame? Are you not embarrassed losing all of these games? Are you not embarrassed losing the teams that have players that nobody's heard of that are beating you? Guys that are making a name playing against the Yankees for the Blue Jays? I don't know. I would feel some type of way. I do feel some type of way about it. I just can't do anything besides talk to you about it. 888-808-1019. Let's break it down here. I'm running out of time. Keith McPherson on the Fan till 1 a.m. Don't go anywhere. We're coming right back.
The Yankees are in the Bronx, taking on the Mariners. 7:05 tonight. Driven by June. You just never know.
Okay. Now my audio is switched back. Yeah, so if you are in the Jersey Shore area where I'm from, sure thing, Wavy Baby, down by the beach, boy, the Makeshift Project live show, House of Independence, Asbury Park, Saturday, July 26th. Doors open at 6. The show's going to start at 7. I'm hosting. That is me right there. Oh, how do I point in this direction? I'm doing it backwards. You get it. Keith McPherson is me. And AJ and Big Justice will be there. And then the big dogs, Brian and Zach from the Makeshift Project, Viral, Movie. All they do is rate stuff and talk. And they have honestly hit a ridiculous wave. When I got to actually meet these guys, it was opening day. They were doing something at Stan's, and I was doing the WFAN Corona opening day party, and I just showed respect, bro. I'm just like, you guys are killing it. Your podcast is dope. You got mad followers. You guys are popping up on my feed all the time, on TikTok, on Instagram. Like congrats on all the success. Real recognize real. Before you know it, right, we had a friend in common, Alex Day. Then we end up doing the Pinstripes, Pints, and I don't know, some other thing party where we sold 250 tickets to BK Backyard. We had an outside viewing party of the Yankees versus Dodgers and the Game 6 Knicks Pacers. And it was me, Day, the Makeshift Project, and Kate Maniscalco, Ask Kate, who does some stuff with MLB. And I got to vibe with them there. And before you know it, I'm like, yo, you guys are performing in my hometown. Let me know how I can help, how I can support. And they're like, bro, we'd love to have you host and promote and rock with us. And I'm on. And for me, it's a full circle moment for me. The last time I was at House of Independence was for a very small group called GardenStateHipHop.com. They were doing a live show in 2017 or 18, and I went there as a photographer. I went there to do photography, videography. There was this kid called Joe College. I loved his album that he put out. He performed there. He was like the main event. Fast forward all these years, I'll be on stage now. So yeah, there's my little spiel. There's my little shameless plug. Let's see what else before I get out of here. What is this? What is this? The Bronx bombshells? The Bronx bombshells? I'm gonna leave that one alone. Ain't got nothing to do with me. Ain't got nothing to do with me. Moshi Green. Who are my top 10 mutuals? Keith McPherson, number 1. Hey, got it. What else here? Yo, did Pete queue up that John Heyman, Gary Sheffield TikTok from Foul Territory? Yeah, I'm gonna throw to that when we come back before we get into some things. Just another thing to add. Yeah, there's no curses in it. I'll double check.
When I got to the Yankees, I went in early. So I got media coming all out of the woodworks. I'm sitting there talking and I'm answering all the questions. And out of nowhere, John Heyman goes, "Hey, you've been an advocate about steroids. Would you be the first guy to take the test to prove your innocence?" But he thought he had a player that he can intimidate. So what I told him, I said, as a matter of fact, yeah, I got my Rolls Royce outside. You can ride with me in my Rolls Royce and I'll take you to the clinic you say you have. The PR department with the Yankees like, "No, Gary, you can't do that." I said, as a matter of fact, I want you to draw my blood as well as get my urine, and I want you to keep it for the next 100 years. He froze. He don't have nothing. No, let me make the call. I said, I thought you had it. So then he goes on the air, and I see that he said that he asked me a steroid question, and I got uptight and irate. So I went and got on the station, and I told the truth.
And I'm back like I said I would be. KM to AM. It is a different KM to AM tonight because I started at 8. I'm going to 1. Big Mac is coming up next. Still taking your calls at 888-808-1019. And after a holiday weekend and 3 days off, we reacted to the Subway Series. Me leaning Yankees. I spoke more about, the Yankees' concerns, which I think the Yankees have a lot more to be worried about at the moment than the Mets do. And I feel like there was just so much more through the weekend that came out for the Yankees. Obviously, the first thing is I just think this trade deadline is of maximum importance. They have to trade for some impact players. And now the list grows longer. You lose Clark Schmidt. You need another starter. Your bullpen, you're forcing Luke Weaver out there after he's been overused, after he came back early from his hamstring. You're cooked. You have no options. It's him late in games, and then who else without Fernando Cruz? And Fernando Cruz might come back in September, October, who knows? But you need to be looking for 2 high leverage relievers. You also need a third baseman so we can stop this Jazz Chisholm playing third base out of position and DJ playing second base. And then when you want to spell DJ, you play Peraza at second base. And then when you rest Jazz, we got to stop that. They got to, now they have to get a third baseman, 2 relievers for the bullpen and a starting pitcher, and I don't believe anybody is lining up to send them any of those things, but it is what it is. I also weighed in on, Michael Kay and him talking to the Toronto broadcast and how much was made of his comments about run differential. I also talked about Michael Volpe and how he went viral and how there was a Mets fan that got under his skin, and you know what? He showed some fight. And I don't feel like he embarrassed himself at all. And I don't feel like his son is embarrassed. I feel like the Yankees need to watch that video and have the same type of energy and fight when they go out to the field. Let's go. Let's go. You're insulting me. You're saying something about me, or you're just competing against me. You're the team across from me. Let's go. We're the New York Yankees. Let's have at it. I talked about Volpe and his struggles. It's a lot, I'm sure, for the Volpe family that are diehard Yankee fans, always been, raised their kid as a Yankee fan, as a baseball player that became the shortstop of the Yankees. It's tough. They all want to win. Volpe throwing that ball and hitting Judge, I was checked out that day. When I got that video, I'm like, no way. Like, there is some type of negative cosmic energy around this team. When Volpe, and granted, they're away, they're in Citi Field, and they're going off the field. How does he throw the ball and to hit Judge in the face? Like, luckily, Judge is a giant and ate that. But, like, what if it cracked his orbital bone or broke his nose? Who knows? And luckily, Judge was fine and kept playing through it, and then came back the next day and was Judge again, making sliding plays, hitting home runs, and was unaffected by it. But could you imagine? Could you imagine the vitriol on top of Volpe striking out, leaving runners on base, if he actually hurt Judge? 888-808-1019. I'm down to trade Trent Grisham, JC Escara, Ben Rice if you have to. Like, they got to trade some guys on this team, but then they're also going to have to part ways with a Spencer Jones or a Ben Hess. I think George Lombard is completely off limits, but you got to give to get, and nobody's giving the Yankees anything. Jason Dominguez has to play every day. They got to figure that out. They got to figure out the infield. They got to figure out the DH situation. So let's see. David in Virginia, are you ready to rock now? Let's see if David is there. What's up, David?
I'm here, Keith, and thank you so much for taking my call.
You got it.
Few things on the Yankees and personnel. Regarding their bullpen, I think that would be the last thing between starting pitching and a third baseman that I would look to make an upgrade on. Because their guys, they have a pedigree there. They're athletes. They just need to start to perform. I still believe in the last for Devin Williams. You paid a lot for. We don't know if New York is necessarily for him, but it better be for him. And we know what New York can do. And hopefully Cruz will come back as well. And let's not forget that Yarborough will be back. And we're not going to want to use Yarborough as a starter. He'll be much more effective out of the pen. So I really feel like the focus has to be on pitching and your third baseman. We know that Josh Chisholm needs to move to second base. I want to ask you this. Are you willing to part ways with Jason Dominguez? And here's why I think, or here's why I'm asking. First of all, he's selling high right now because he's on a bit of a tear. But the thing with Dominguez is when you have him leading Rodon on the mound especially, because Rodon's a left-handed fly ball pitcher, you need outfield defense just like you need third base defense. Dominguez might only be a 5 or 6 inning player, but against tough left-handed pitching, he's really not an effective bat. So if your mantra as a Yankee fan is pitching and defense wins championships, and my God, from the World Series last year through this year, we've been embarrassed on the defensive side of the ball. We need to shore up things at third base and get Chisholm over to second. But we're not going to want Dominguez in left field, especially in Yankee Stadium, in late inning tie games or games where we have to beat.
Yeah, but like, no, I'm not trading him. Trent Grisham, and like not for a rental. Dominguez is going to be a player in Major League Baseball for the next decade, and he should be a Yankee, and he should get an opportunity to go back to center field that he played, and like they made him a left fielder. they decided that he was athletic enough to figure it out. He still hasn't figured it out. He should be playing every day. I think you look to trade Trent Grisham before you trade a Jason Dominguez. I think you also look to trade a Spencer Jones before you look to trade a Jason Dominguez. Jason Dominguez can be your leadoff hitter, center fielder. He's got a good eye. He's a switch hitter. He can steal bases. I'm not trading that guy. It took long enough to get him here. No, not yet. I mean, not at all. Honestly, like after what we just saw this weekend, I'm not confident with him in left field. He was going all right. He was going fine. But then you're reminded that like left field is a position he's still in the process of learning. For the life of me, I can't understand why they won't let him play center field. Yeah, but now Grisham's got a hamstring injury. Boone is defending his hamstring injury. That's why he can't hustle to first base. Maybe that's why he's not, making the right read and the ball is going over his head. Maybe that's why he's booting the ball because if his hamstring is an issue, you're not going to shut him down because you had an opportunity to do that. Trade him now, and hopefully no other team is coming in and looking at his hamstring. They trade him. His value is highest as ever. You got to package him. Do you think the Yankees can win the World Series this year? So you'll trade Trent Grisham this year, or you'll trade Jason Dominguez this year? I don't know what they're getting back this year, and I don't think that they're winning the World Series this year. So I'd rather trade a Grisham than a Dominguez. Dominguez I want here next year when Grisham is gone and can play some center field, or like why not put him in center field and Belly in left, who we just saw play a masterful left field.
But then I think your philosophy has to be what you're saying in that ticket from winning a World Series this year. So if you're going to stick with Jason Dominguez, I think you got to go all in on him and be patient with him and live and die with him in the outfield. You can't have him. You can't have a defensive caddy for him and build this guy up defensively. Hedging your bet never works. But if your mantra is let's win the World Series this year and let's do it with pitching and defense, which might be an impossibility, I think you need to dangle Dominguez out there because he is the most intriguing major league ready trade chip. Spencer Jones might be a little bit more.
Okay, and so who are you expecting? Pie in the sky, if you could be Cashman, what player or players are you trying to target by sending Jason Dominguez where? Like, who are you trying to get? Yeah, no, I can't do that. Yeah, I can't do that. Then I'm giving up Dominguez in a package for Zach Gallen and Eugenio Suarez from the Diamondbacks.
Dominguez, Rice, Luis Hill, Spencer Jones for Paul Skenes. Would you do that?
I don't think Paul Skenes is being traded, but if all it took was Luis Hill, Dominguez, who else do you say? Ben Rice and hell yeah, because then next year I've got Paul Skenes, I've got Max Fried, I've got Garrett Cole, Carlos Rodon, and then it doesn't matter who the fifth starter is. Will Warren, Luis Hill, it wouldn't matter. Yeah.
I agree. But just quickly, getting back to the Yankees mantra, if it's really going to be about pitching and defense and winning the World Series this year, then do you think, how does Dominguez fit into that picture this year?
I think you gotta play the guy so he can get developed and better and work on things, and they got to keep working with him in the outfield. I don't know. He's not a plus defender. He's a liability. And even how you saw him get benched on Sunday, not benched, but it was like they said they were playing their best defense behind Max Fried. And look at what Bellinger was able to do that we know Dominguez won't be able to do. But like this team was supposed to be Dominguez in left, Belly in center, and Judge in right. Opening day and most of the days, but Trent Grisham played above what anybody expected him and also hit. So he became a leadoff hitter. He became your everyday center fielder. And Dominguez, being young, kind of got the short end of the stick, but that's fine too. Also in his development, I also understand the argument for like, hey, he is playing and he is developing, even if he's not playing every day, and that's kind of better for him because he is a liability out there defensively.
I don't know if that guy is developing by not playing every day, and especially having on the defensive side of the ball on days where he is playing. That can't help a young kid's mind, so it really can't.
I think he's bought in. I think he's 22. I think he understands at this level. He belongs at this level, and him being around, he got called up late last year and didn't get an opportunity. I think he's bought in. I think his mental is fine. Like even when he made that mistake against Boston and he didn't know how many outs there were, or whatever, he got thrown out. I like how he handled that, and the media completely went away because he was accountable and he spoke on it. I think he's mature for his age, and I'd like to see him play more. But I also understand it's a liability for him defensively out there. I don't want them to trade him. If they traded anybody from the outfield, it would be Trent Grisham for me. Thanks for the call, David. 888-808-1009. I'm just over Grisham. This wasn't what we expected from Grisham, and now Grisham is playing every day, and that kind of blocks Dominguez from being out there. Bellinger can play anywhere. Just for me, Grisham, seeing it like as casual as he is, and I get it, he's too cool for school. As casual as he is in center field, don't let the ball get hit over your head. That's multiple times this year. Don't boot a ball. You're supposed to be this elite defender. You have too many times where I'm like, come on, bro, that one got up on you. That one skipped off your glove. Are you hurt? You said you tweaked something. You didn't go on the IL. I don't know. And then ultimately, when you look down the road, when he becomes a free agent, somebody's going to pay him. No matter what he does the rest of the year, somebody's going to offer him more money than the Yankees are going to pay him. The Yankees have Dominguez, who can play center field. They have Bellinger, who can play center field next year. I don't think Bellinger goes anywhere. We'll see. 888-808-1009. I'm trying to figure out how they are able to get what they need at the deadline. You have to give to get. They have to send some people packing. They gotta shake up this thing, and they also have to kind of fortify this roster and lineup where it's like certain guys are playing every day. You have a log jam. You have too many guys for not enough positions. So maybe that'll materialize in the next couple of weeks. And I would like Cashman to not wait. Don't wait until the buzzer sounds. Be proactive. Make some moves early if you can. We need to win games now. You went from having a 7.5 game lead in first place to now being behind 3.5 games. Mike is in Tom's River. What's up, Mike? You're on the fan.
Hey, Keith, what's going on? How you doing tonight?
Good. Wrapping things up, bringing it home.
That's awesome. Here's my Yankee point, Keith, real quick. You just look at this lineup, right, in the playoffs. There's so much, telling me that they're just not going to succeed in the playoffs. So here's what I would do. I don't know if you remember I'm sure you do remember, in 2016, when the Yankees were having this, mediocre season, they decided to blow the whole thing up. For example, last year, the Padres, they traded for Tanner Scott from the Marlins. They gave up 3 top prospects for him. I honestly feel like the Yankees could do the same thing with Devil. But just they could flip him to contender and get a lot back and tool up for next season, and then slowly bring in the Lombards and the Jones and use them into the position. And do the same thing with Trent Grisham, like you were saying before. I'm also going with the guy. He makes so many boneheaded plays now. What you doing? Maybe it's the injury. I'm not trying to say they say he's great, but I'm kind of done with him. So I feel like the Goldsmith also, if you could get good assets, and there are a lack of good, valuable players in the trade down, and the Yankees have a few of them, I feel like they should just sell these players and see what they can get back on trade.
Yeah, I think they should be out there. I think they should be offered. It just made me think of the Mets. And last year, you sign these 1-year guys. If they work out and you keep them, if not, you can sell them at the trade deadline to someone like a Luis Severino. We thought could be a guy that they potentially move. They got to figure out something to get more consistency in the lineup, in the field, and not have this log jam where you have starting caliber players on the bench I think it makes it a lot more difficult because you're every day playing the analytics, playing the matchup, playing scheduled rest, trying to like it's just too much. And like Boone has to do that, and then the in-game strategy. It's like, okay, now who do we pinch it here, and then where do we move? This is like they need to simplify it. They need to move some guys to get the like 4 pieces that they need: a third baseman, a starting pitcher, and 2 relief pitchers. But if they don't really feel like they have a chance to win the World Series, then stay as you are and tell us that like Luis Gil is coming back and Fernando Cruz will be back at some point, and you believe in Loaizaga, you believe in Luke Weaver, you believe in Ian Hamilton, you believe in Tim Hill and Devin Williams, and we're good to go. And all of us will just say, yeah, sure, we'll see you at the stadium.
Like when the Padres make these trades and when the Orioles make these trades, they send their number 6 and number 8 prospects. It doesn't touch the system. The system's still a high caliber system. These trades, Lombard and Spencer Jones, I feel like there's only 2 names that I hear consistently. Oh, George Lombard, the next middle infielder for the Yankees, Spencer Jones, Aaron Judge replica. Like, who else do they have? Like, why should they fully deplete their system right now and be so set back for the future?
They won't.
Other than
Cashman won't. Thanks for the call, Mike. They didn't move on from a top, I think, like 10 or 15 player at the deadline last year. They're off limits. They're non-starters. Last call of the night goes to Jonathan in Los Angeles. John, again, you've outdone yourself. Dad of the year. Yo, Bash, I saw George Lombard Jr. At Monument Park, and you went to Citi Field. You saw where the Mets play. Yeah. Judge hit a homer for you because he knew you were in there.
And years to the bird. That's why we love it here, bro. But regarding the Yanks, man, that other guy, he kind of had a point, man. I mean, there's a lot of people now jumping that we should just trade a lot of players and stack up on prospects.
No.
Yeah, I was gonna ask you, what do you think about that?
No, there is no selling. You have Aaron Judge. You can't sell on a year of his prime. We don't know how long he has. Max Fried could win the Cy Young. He's come on. Like, you can't do this with 1 year Goldschmidt, Jazz. Like, there is no selling. You can sell off some pieces, but in an effort to add. Thanks for the call. Jonathan and Bash came out here for Judge's camp at Fordham. They went to the Subway Series on Sunday, saw the Yankees only win. They're killing it, man. They have a good time coming from LA to New York. I had a good time tonight being back on the fan, talking to you guys for 5 hours. It was fun. Shout out to everybody in the live chat. Appreciate you guys. We got up to 1,827 people in the live. So we're doing it, man. And the Yankees and the Mets will get back into action tomorrow. Coming your way next, Chris McMonagle. Don't go anywhere. You're listening to the fan. Keith McPherson out. All right, yo, that's it. Let me see what time this train is coming. Oh, I got to shake. I got to go. Yo, appreciate y'all. Again, hit that algorithm for me. Bang, bang, bang. I got to run. I got to legit run. This train is coming in 10 minutes. Yo, we'll do this again tomorrow after the Yankee game, after the Mets game. Subscribe to the YouTube, all that good stuff. Appreciate it, man. I'm out of here. Another